This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Super Tank System. Brain Depository. In a simple rental house of more than 10 square meters, Yaya, who has a proud figure, is sitting at the table editing moments. In the photo, she is radiant, sitting by the giant floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the entire city scenery. There are exquisite desserts on the dining table, and a corner of a high-imitation LV bag is inadvertently revealed in the corner of the photo. At the bottom, there is a text in the circle of friends. Marichi comes again! The macarons of this place are really amazing. I strongly recommend everyone to try them. The mousse cake is normal, but friends who like it can also try it. That's all. After eating, I still have to go to the frisbee field and exercise. After she finished editing, she edited the picture below and sent it out. She posted it on Zaya Fanshu and various platforms. Afternoon tea at the most expensive restaurant in Nanchang. After all, this is a meal that several sisters spend huge sums of money on, and it must be taken advantage of. Not long after it was posted on Moments, there were a lot of comments, including some licking dogs trying to improve their favorability. Yaya looked at the comments and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. She had never looked down on these licking dogs. After all, her clothes and bags were earned by these people's hard work. Half an hour later, almost all of my lickers had liked and commented, except for one named Luchin. He is a newly graduated college student with little money but good looks. Sometimes, I will take him out to show off in front of my sisters. It's been half an hour, and I still haven't liked my WeChat moments. Yaya stared at the phone, her eyebrows raised. She hopes that these licking dogs will surround her all the time, so that she can feel like a queen. This damn Luchin was so shameless. Even if he didn't come to her for the past few days, he didn't dare not like her in the circle of friends. Wasn't it because he couldn't find the money to buy a bag at the mall that I slapped him in the face? Are you angry? As a man, he doesn't even have this kind of belly. Bah! Just when Yaya was angry, Wang Ming sent a message. This is her latest financial sponsor. From the initial contact, she feels that he is a young and promising boss. Yaya, I see you like Marichi very much. Let's make an appointment for a dinner at Marichi next time. Yaya immediately beamed when she saw this news. Afternoon tea with several of her sisters felt expensive. Now someone actually invited me to Marichi's dinner. And now I can show off in front of my sisters. Is that so? Then we need to make an appointment. I've been quite busy recently. Excited as she is, Yaya still has to maintain her image. After all, the character she created is that of a girl from a middle-class family who is financially independent. So how about tonight? Is that so? But I have a yoga class tonight. Unless you help me ask for leave from the yoga teacher. I'll do whatever it takes. Then that's settled. Yaya jumped up happily. She was already thinking about what to wear. Wang Ming's performance is not bad. He can wear something a little more revealing tomorrow to get closer. What the hell is Luchin? He's a poor guy, but he dares to show off to me. Do you have the ability to make a date with me? It's really embarrassing for him. On a hot summer day, there are not many pedestrians on the street. Luchin stood at the door of the 4S store, looking happily at the Porsche Cayenne Turbo GT that was about to become his first car. Luxurious Arctic gray with full carbon exterior, 8-speed Ditronic S gearbox and titanium sports exhaust system. The fastest SUV in the Nürburgring Nordschleife. The fighter among SUVs. After feeling slightly ups and downs, he signed the contract. Sir, here are the car keys. Your car rental period is for 2 days. That is, the car needs to be returned to the current location at 2 p.m. on April 27th. A staff member next to Luchin said. Yeah. Luchin nodded slightly. Even if he wanted to return it after 2 days, there would be no place to return it. Because in 2 days, it will be the end of the world. And he is a regenerator. In 2030, on April 27th, a virus storm will sweep across the world. And the end of the world will break out. 70% of all creatures in the world will mutate. Human mutators are called zombies. And other mutated creatures are called alien species. Luchin in his previous life was just an ordinary person, unprepared for the apocalypse, facing cruel zombies and alien species that could even awaken supernatural powers. He and his girlfriend Yaya survived for a month, and finally went through all kinds of hardships and arrived at the Hongyuan warehouse, the last refuge in Nanchang City, which was broadcast on the radio. What he didn't expect was that on the second day after entering the shelter, Yi Jiayuegwang would get involved with the big boss of Hongyuan warehouse. What is more terrifying than the end of the world is the human heart. At the request of the boss of Hongyuan warehouse, his girlfriend, Bai Yuegwang in her heart, picked up the knife and stabbed herself without hesitation. A total of $14. Seeing his girlfriend, whom he had desperately protected for half a year in the apocalypse, pierce his body with a knife again and again, he knew the feeling of despair for the first time in his life. But after death, he was reborn and returned to the 5 days before the end of the world. The pain of his previous life was still vivid in his mind, and he vowed to make those people pay the price this time. 2 days before his rebirth, he frantically made money from various lending institutions. All kinds of online loans, borrowing bars, flower bars, formal and irregular ones, and all those with bad conscience and bad conscience have been searched. Times IOU, an IOU that does not need to be repaid. Payback, extend the repayment date indefinitely. I will protect your tomorrow. Lu Chen used to think that those advertisements were deceptive and pure false propaganda. But now he found that they were truly conscientious merchants. There are still many good people in the world. Lu Chen accepted more than 2 million with tears. With this money in hand, he originally wanted to rent a warehouse and stock up on supplies necessary for the end of the world. But this morning, the super tank system suddenly awakened and was able to upgrade the vehicle. The system shows that at the current stage, only any small vehicle can be upgraded to a primary tank. After the upgrade is completed, ordinary vehicles will be upgraded to a Doomsday tank. Since it is an upgrade based on the original car, the better the base car, the stronger the improved performance will be. Lu Chen contacted the car rental company without saying a word and chose the most powerful model among SUVs. This top-of-the-line Porsche Cayenne Turbo GT has a market value of nearly 3 million. Lu Chen spent 10,000 yuan to rent the car for 2 days. And after 2 days, the car belonged to him. After getting the key, Lu Chen opened the door and sat in. Perfectly ergonomic seats, and an interior full of technology. Which man can refuse such a car? Not long after, a transparent panel popped up in front of Lu Chen, with blue text floating on it. If a vehicle that meets the conditions is detected, whether to upgrade it. Chapter 2 Mark a storage location. Yi Jiayue's self-made pictures. Looking at the pop-up panel, Chase Lu was not in a hurry. He drove the car to a remote corner and then selected the upgrade through mind control, because he didn't know what the upgrade process was like. If it was as exaggerated as the Transformers transformation, being seen would cause unnecessary trouble. During upgrade, power module upgrade, defense module upgrade, operating system upgrade, interior space transformation. After a pleasant crackling sound and blue fluorescent light flashing, the upgrade was completed. Basic performance. Primary tank, D level. Body strength, bulletproof level. Maximum speed, 400 km per hour. Fuel tank capacity, 300 L. Skill module. Armor, not unlocked. Engine, not unlocked. Weapons, not unlocked. Energy, unlocked. Technology, super space. Lu Chen looked at the upgraded features and opened his mouth slightly. This cool modification can ignite any man's blood. The top speed has reached the speed of a Formula racing car, and the fuel tank capacity is larger than that of a large truck. This tank is a monster that stitches together the advantages of various models. He looked back and saw that all the seats in the back had been upgraded, and the trunk had been upgraded into a supernatural space. These are just basic modifications, and Lu Chen can no longer imagine future upgrades. With this car, do I need to spend money to stock up on supplies? Of course you have to buy it for 0 yuan. In the previous life, for unknown reasons, some people, including Zhang Hongyuan, the owner of Hongyuan warehouse, had already learned the news before the end of the world began. They built shelters in advance, and after the apocalypse broke out, each became a hegemon, mercilessly plundering and killing other ordinary people. To build a shelter, you definitely need to stockpile a lot of supplies in advance. Therefore, supplies in Nancheng City will definitely be gathered in large quantities in certain places now. And you need to determine these gathering points. When the end of the world breaks out, they will rely on chariots to rob these earthly emperors. A sharp light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He took out his mobile phone and quickly found a professional detective agency. Mr. Lu, here are all the medium and large material warehouses in Nancheng, as well as some recent abnormal material collection points. The private detective wearing a black windbreaker and sunglasses placed a document in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen took the file and glanced through it roughly. Yes. I'll pay 200,000 first. And the remaining half will be credited to your account in 2 days. The private investigator nodded and agreed. It is understandable that the client needs some time to verify the validity of the documents. It seemed that the other party was quite knowledgeable. The private detective looked at the good-looking young man in front of him. What use did he need this information for? Do you have any channels that can help me get a gun? Lu Chen interrupted his thoughts. The private detective said seriously. Mr. Liu, we are a serious company, and we are doing legal business. 500,000. Lu Chen looked at him quietly. The private detective hesitated. Mr. Liu, you are violating the law. /1000000. It's difficult. 2 million. Let's see which one you want. The private detective smiled happily and took out an iPad to show Lu Chen the picture of the firearm on it. Lu Chen chose the Glock 17, the most common police gun in beautiful countries, and agreed to pay all the fees in 2 days. After watching the private detective leave, Lu Chen drove to a large shopping mall. Of course, I am not planning to buy it now for 0 yuan, but I am trying to experiment with the supernatural space. He was curious about the first special feature the tank unlocked. Driving this modified tank, Lu Chen felt a huge sense of security in his heart. It's like it's storming outside, and you're sitting in a warm room with the windows blocking out all the noise. Lu Chen did not dare to step on the accelerator. The engine of this chariot was as ferocious as a beast. If he stepped on it even a little bit, he would probably be caught by a probe and deemed to be overspeeding. The appearance of the upgraded Porsche has also undergone huge changes, and the entire body looks like it is covered with thick armor. Fortunately, the system provides a camouflage option, which can restore the appearance of the tank to its original appearance as a Porsche. If you drive an armored vehicle before the end of the world, you will definitely be stopped by the traffic police for inspection. But even if it is an ordinary Porsche, it will turn heads on the road. After arriving at the mall, Lu Chen purchased some electric batons, sledgehammers and other things, and also bought some random medicines. I also bought some maps of other major cities, because in the end of the world, the maps on my mobile phone are no longer useful, and everything has to return to traditional methods. Lu Chen scanned his fingerprint to open the trunk and threw the things in, but there was no reaction, until he sat in the cab. An endless space suddenly appeared in his mind. With a thought, all the things he purchased entered this space. Lu Chen also discovered that he could absorb items that were within a 1-meter radius from the car body. For example, some small stones on the surrounding ground also showed that he could put them in. In other words, you can drive the car and absorb items all the way without getting out of the car to touch the items. After testing the use of the supernatural space, Lu Chen took out the map and compared it with the documents given by the private detective. On it, the storage location, storage type, base type, and security situation are marked in detail. It goes without saying that information about shopping malls and their large warehouses can be found by ordinary people with a little effort. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The most important thing in this information is the hidden material gathering points. They are most likely the refuges of the Earth Emperors, and they are the key targets of his care. The system shows that whether it is to upgrade the tank or unlock technology, crystal cores are required. This is an item that zombies and alien species will only generate after the apocalypse breaks out. So revenge on those local emperors is a thing of the past. Now his first target is Yi Jiayue. Lu Chen took out his mobile phone and opened Yi Jiayue's circle of friends. He frowned slightly and stared closely at the woman in the photo. The woman who stabbed him 14 times. Yi Jiayue is the money-worshipping girl that Lu Chen pursued hard in his previous life. Before the end of the world, Lu Chen was just one of her many licking dogs. After the apocalypse, Lu Chen tried his best to protect her for more than half a year, and then she agreed that they could become boyfriend and girlfriend. However, within a few days, she brutally killed Lu Chen in Hongyuan warehouse. The persona Yi Jiayue created in front of Chase Lu was that of a motivated girl who had just graduated and had dreams like him. She was of a very high rank, and she controlled Lu Chen so well that almost all of his salary went into it. Lu Chen naively thought that as long as he worked hard to make money, he could have a bright future with Yi Jiayue. Even after the apocalypse came, he felt that as long as he protected her, the two of them could live happily until the apocalypse was over. Until Lu Chen went through all kinds of hardships and was seriously injured. He took Yi Jiayue into Hongyuan warehouse. She stabbed Lu Chen 14 times in succession on the incapacitated man. The overwhelming hatred surged in Lu Chen's heart. Kill her! I must kill this woman with my own hands. Wait. What is this? Lu Chen discovered the bright spot in the photo. Chapter 3 The money-worshipping girl comes to your door. Chase Lu endured his nausea and clicked on the picture again. The exquisite desserts on the table instantly aroused his appetite. In the last days, I was so hungry that my chest was pressed against my back. And all the good things were left to Yaya. Sometimes I have to fight with people just for a piece of packaged bread. Where have I seen such delicious food? And Zheng Zheng was busy with various things and never had a good meal. Now that he saw the dessert in the photo, his mouth couldn't stop salivating. Yes, I can use the money to stock up on high-end delicacies. There are plenty of those things in supermarkets. But these delicacies will no longer exist in the end of the world. After all, survival will be a problem by then. And who will have time to get these exquisite foods, which are scarce resources? Think about what it's like to sit back and dig out a royal truffle burger while everyone is fighting over scraps. All the money in your hands will turn into waste paper in the end of the world. And it is too hard to wipe your butt. It is better to buy all these foods that will be non-renewable in the end of the world. He started the chariot and set off in the direction of Marichi, which is the best restaurant in Nancheng City. Now he wants to eat the best. As night falls, the lanterns come on. It's so hot to wait. Yi Jiayue unbuttoned a button on her chest. The clothes suddenly opened, and Wang Ming's eyes were blinded by two snow-white things. I've kept you waiting for a long time. There are quite a lot of things going on in the company today. Wang Ming tried his best to suppress the gun, opened the door of the 3 Series BMW next to him, and made a gesture of invitation. I'm kidding. Yi Jiayue lowered her head and got into the car, deliberately shaking a few more times as she passed Wang Ming. I heard that it's difficult to book Marichi's dinner. Did you put a lot of effort into it? Thank you for your hard work. No. It's just a restaurant I go to frequently. Then you are pretty good. Yi Jiayue smiled. I felt like I could make a lot of money this time. But Marichi turned out to be just a home-style restaurant for Wang Ming. It didn't take long before they arrived at the Twin Towers in the center of South City. Marichi restaurant was located on the top floor of one of the buildings. Wang Ming drove the car into the underground garage. Because it was not a holiday, there were not many cars in the garage. A Porsche is parked in the center of the garage. Nancheng is not a first-tier metropolis, and the frequency of such cars is very low. Wang Ming's eyes were immediately drawn to it. The smooth linear headlights were more dazzling than the two beside him. This was also the first time, since his departure, that his attention shifted away from Yi Jiayue. Unlike people like them who drive a Mercedes-Benz C or a BMW 3 to show off their face. You must have strong assets to buy such a car. Otherwise, even if it is left at home and not turned on, the maintenance cost will be prohibitively high. Wang Ming intentionally parked far away from the car. Men have a good reputation, especially in front of the woman he wants to conquer. He doesn't want to be upstaged by others. He peeked to the side and saw that Yi Jiayue had no reaction. Fortunately, this little girl was not very familiar with cars. After leaving the underground garage, the two took the sightseeing elevator directly to the top floor, where they had a panoramic view of the glittering night view of Nancheng. I hope the owner of the Porsche does not come to the restaurant to eat, Wang Ming thought to himself. Under the guidance of the waiter, the two entered the restaurant and came to the window seat reserved by Wang Ming. When he came in, he looked around and found no such big boss. Wang Ming has been involved in society for many years. He can tell at a glance whether the people who eat here are coming in just once to enjoy it, or whether they are regular patrons. According to his observation, these people should only be from middle-class families and rarely come in for a meal. He let out a sigh of relief. This is like leading a goddess to improve your score in League of Legends. If a villain suddenly appears in your family and kills 20 people, how can you pretend? So fortunately, the owner of the luxury car is not here, and there is no junior in the team. So this is purely my own fishing game. He narrowed his eyes, and his eyes wandered over Yi Jiayue, who was busy taking selfies. What a stunner. I spent such a big price, and I am bound to get it tonight. Hey, is the security of this restaurant not good? Yi Jiayue suddenly whispered to Wang Ming. What? Wang Ming was confused. She handed her phone to Wang Ming. In the background of her selfie, there was a person wearing short-sleeved pants and shorts with his back to them. Can such a person be allowed in to eat? Yi Jiayue's expression showed a hint of disgust. I was actually in the same frame as this country bumpkin. She quickly deleted the photo and went back to check if there were any photos with that person in the frame. Indeed. Wang Ming looked at the back. He was dressed very poorly, and he didn't look like someone who would appear in a high-end restaurant. He made a gesture and called the waiter over. Hello. Don't you have a dress code requirement in your restaurant? The gentleman over there has affected our dining experience. Well, we don't have any clothing requirements for customers here. They just need to dress normally. The waiter looked a little embarrassed. Yaya frowned slightly. This country bumpkin was sitting at her best shooting angle. She didn't want others to see such a person in the photo when posting on Moments. After all, if the restaurant you show off on your WeChat Moments is open to all kinds of cats and dogs, it would be too low quality. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. It's so bad to have such people in the restaurant and affect the customer's dining experience. I'm thinking about you too. And this gentleman is a regular customer of yours. After Yaya finished her tea talk, she looked at Wang Ming beside her. She wanted to use Wang Ming's VIP status to put pressure on the waiter. Ah, is that so? Sir, may I ask your name? Let me give you a suggestion. Wang Ming looked a little embarrassed and quickly interrupted the waiter. I will give that gentleman 200, and you can arrange another seat for him. As for his influence on us, we will not pursue it. The waiter still didn't take any action and stood aside to explain to the two of them. In order not to affect Yaya's mood, Wang Ming stood up and walked over there. He planned to solve it himself and leave a reliable image to Yaya. Hello, sir. He stood looking down at the young man. The young man turned his head and was chewing a big Australian blue dragon in his hand. Wang Defa. Wang Ming stared at the young man with his eyes widened. Is this how to eat Australian daking long? And what's going on at this table? He saw that the table was filled with all kinds of precious seafood. There wasn't even room for one table, so a table was added on the side for various desserts. On the other hand, there are only a few small plates on other tables. You kid is just sitting down to eat. Lu Chen tore off a piece of lobster meat, chewed it with his mouth puffed out, and said to Wang Ming, Here, 2 more of this, and 10 more to pack. This guy actually thought he was a waiter. Wang Ming stood there and swallowed. After all, he was wearing a suit that cost tens of thousands of dollars. But the other party actually recognized him as a waiter. Before he came over, he wanted to give this wild boy some money and send him away. But now his mind went blank. The opponent's table cost at least 30,000 to 40,000 yuan. And this time, they encountered a tough situation. Lu Chen! Yaya, who was sitting by the window, exclaimed. After the other person turned his head, she recognized the face that was as handsome as the reader at a glance. Chapter 4, It Hurts My Hand. Lu Chen followed the sound, and his expression immediately twisted into a ball. It was as if what he had just eaten was not lobster meat, but something indescribable. He actually bumped into this disgusting woman, and anger gradually brewed in his heart. Lu Chen turned around and looked at Wang Ming, recognizing him now. If I hadn't forgotten, this was Yaya's latest fish. And like Yaya, she relies on rented cars and clothes to brand herself as a successful person. In the early stage, I pretended to be in a relationship. But when I was done, my business was running out of money, and I asked you to borrow money. They were 2 dogs with the same odor. Lu Chen finished the lobster and tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. You must not be impulsive before the end of the world. He did not act, but quietly watched what the 2 men would do next. After Yaya saw Lu Chen, she walked over here, looking at Lu Chen's lifeless face and the table of food. She understood immediately. He must be feeling sad because he was scolded by him last time. So come here for revenge consumption to numb yourself. This kid has money to go to a high-end restaurant, but he doesn't even spend money to buy himself a bag? He must be taught a lesson this time. Yaya coughed twice and switched to green tea form. Lu Chen, what happened to you recently? Why do you eat so much by yourself? If it's because of me, I'm sorry. Lu Chen felt funny for no reason. Which of your eyes saw me because of you? You probably don't have much savings. If you order so much, you won't even be able to pay for your trip home. Wang Ming, who was standing behind her, suddenly realized that he was actually a little licking dog. He spent all his money to order such a table. And even if he dressed like this, he didn't look like a rich person. Let me introduce you. This is Wang Ming. If you have difficulties in the future, you can try his company. He is very kind. After speaking, Yaya deliberately leaned against Wang Ming. Wang Ming also took her hand and said, Little brother, you can't force feelings. I hope you can look away as soon as possible. Yaya had a proud smile on her face. She was looking forward to Lu Chen's reaction and the frustrated expression on his face. He will definitely regret not cherishing himself properly. If you don't even buy a girl a bag, how dare you say you love her? Alas! Lu Chen sighed and finished a piece of bluefin tuna sashimi. He twitched his nose and sniffed around the table, as if looking for the source of the smell. After sniffing around, he locked his eyes on Yaya. I told you what it smells like. It turns out to be roast chicken. Lu Chen pinched his nose with his hand as he spoke, and fanned in front of his nose with his other hand in disgust. What did you say? Yaya couldn't believe her ears. Can something as high as roast chicken appear here? Lu Chen looked at Yaya with disdain. What do you mean? Yaya's voice was trembling angrily. She couldn't believe that the humble-licking dog had the guts to humiliate herself in public. If it weren't for her image in front of Wang Ming, she would have slapped him a few times. Lu Chen looked at Yaya, who was furious in front of him, and felt happy in his heart. Lies won't hurt people. The truth is the sharpest knife. He said that it was her pain point. You're a moneyless bitch. You? Waiter! Before Yaya could speak, Lu Chen shouted. How is my dish prepared? The restaurant manager rushed over with a long list of bills. She stood aside and said respectfully, Mr. Lu, your 100 pieces of luxurious sashimi platter, 100 pieces of steamed matsuba crab with hibiscus egg, 200 pieces of top-quality wagyu beef, 100 pieces of white truffle golden pizza, 100 pieces of butter white truffle pasta already half prepared, 100 portions of rock sugar snowbird's nest, 100 portions of abalone cups, and 100 portions of shark's fin are still being prepared. Because the amount you requested far exceeds our material reserves, we are now urgently calling ingredients from the headquarters. All dishes may have to wait until tomorrow afternoon. Only then can everything be completed. We are deeply sorry if it affects your schedule, and we will also give you some discounts. The restaurant manager read a long paragraph quickly, and the expressions of Yaya and Wang Ming ranged from shock to incomprehension to doubt in life. Thank you for your hard work. You have prepared it today. Send it to me next to the black Porsche in the parking lot. It should be easy to recognize. Okay, sir. The restaurant manager nodded in agreement. You won't be deceived. Right. He is just a poor boy. How can he get so much money? Yaya asked the restaurant manager with a surprised look on her face. She could not accept a licking dog stepping on her head. Mr. Lu has paid the deposit. Please be careful with your words. Mississippi. Impossible. Could it be that he is an invisible second-generation rich man who has lied to me before? All kinds of thoughts were surging wildly in Yaya's head. She turned to look at Wang Ming, hoping to get some hope from him to save face. Wang Ming stood there blankly, his brain still in a down state. It turns out that he is a Porsche owner. No wonder he orders so generously. Yaya looked at Wang Ming, who was ashen-faced, and roughly knew that he was a strong-willed master. This bitch also pretends to be a rich man. If it weren't for Lu Chen, he would have been deceived by him. Lu Chen, Yaya immediately turned from crying to smiling. Actually, I've been joking with you. He and I are just ordinary friends. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Yaya said coyly, and inadvertently held Lu Chen's hand. Even if Chase Lu is a rich second generation, he must have deep feelings for himself. Otherwise, he would not pursue him for so long. She was determined that as long as she showed weakness first and gave Lu Chen a step down, the two of them could go back to where they were before. The moment their hands touched, a strong physical discomfort surged into Lu Chen's heart. Get out of here! Lu Chen shook her hand away fiercely. Then he slapped Yaya up, spinning her around twice. Security! The restaurant manager immediately shouted. Several burly men heard the sound and came over. Send these two troublesome guests away. No! I'll go by myself. Wang Ming turned around and left. He too has been disgraced. Lu Chen! Lu Chen! Even though she was beaten, Yaya didn't give up the opportunity. Lu Chen turned on the shielding mode, which automatically blocked the dog's barking. He calmly returned to his seat and continued eating. Lu Chen! Lu Chen! Please put out the fire. Shall we start again? Without Lu Chen taking action, the security guard had already picked up Yaya and sent her out. Without that woman, the world would be pure. Sir, does your hand hurt? There is a band-aid here, the restaurant manager said carefully. Chase Lu waved his hand and refused. Is this what a rich person feels like? If you hit someone, others will still care about whether your hand is injured. Lu Chen shook his head and continued to show off his rice. It took him an hour to finish the rest of the meal. After eating, Lu Chen waited in the restaurant for another half an hour before the kitchen finally finished today's dishes. Lu Chen and 2 logistics staff delivered the final packaged dishes to the underground garage. Next to his Porsche, the packaging boxes have piled up into a hill. He asked the staff to put all the food into the Porsche and sent them away. After that, he got into the car and started it. His consciousness flashed quickly, and he stored all the food into the supernatural space. Time stands still in the supernatural space, so the original taste of food can be maintained. This supernatural space is simply a magical skill in the apocalypse, and it is only a skill equipped on entry-level tanks. Then won't the skills unlocked later be even more heaven-defying? Chase Lu is already looking forward to what god-level skills this chariot will unlock in the future. Chapter 5 Signs of Doom. After putting away the food, Lu Chen drove to the 5-star hotel he had booked, which also cost 5,000 yuan a night. After taking a shower in the luxurious presidential suite, Lu Chen wrapped himself in a bathrobe and jumped into the large feather bed. The comfortable and warm goose-down quilt was close to his skin, in the subtle atmosphere created by the warm lighting and the right fragrance. A strong sense of sleepiness filled his heart. A ding-dong sound and a message reminder woke Lu Chen up. He turned on his phone and saw a message from Yaya. Just now Yaya went home alone, and someone suddenly yelled like crazy. I'm so scared. Can you come and stay with me tonight? Lu Chen snorted coldly. She was indeed a gold digger. Her change of attitude today was so classic. I'll pick you up the day after tomorrow morning. Lu Chen edited a message and sent it, then turned off the phone and threw it aside. The day after tomorrow is the first day when the apocalypse breaks out. At that time, all order will collapse, and the first thing he will do is kill this woman. Lu Chen slept until noon. It must be said that the sleeping environment of this 5-star hotel was comfortable. Today was the last day of the normal world. He turned on the TV, and the news was on. A new type of influenza appeared in Jiangcheng yesterday and is spreading in a small area of Jiangcheng. Patients may experience mild dizziness, headache, mild diarrhea, and other symptoms. This short report was inserted into the midday news, so inconspicuous that no one would care. But Chase Lu knew that this was a sign of the beginning of the end of the world. Symptoms of the zombie virus began to appear in humans, and they were very inconspicuous at first, like a small cold. However, the condition will deteriorate rapidly, leading to dizziness, convulsions, loss of will, paralysis, and finally death. But death is not the end. Those patients who have lost vital signs will come back to life and become zombies that feed on flesh and blood. Even though he had already experienced it once, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He turned on his phone, and the 5th hot search item was a video of 21st century street dance. Clicking in, a man started twitching in the square without any warning, paired with a hilarious BGM. The man in the video looks like he is dancing. Lu Chen had also seen this video in his previous life. At that time, he laughed so hard that he thought it was a sex video. Netizens watching the video also interacted wildly in the barrage. Ha 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 ha. Social terrorist. There is really no one he cares about in this world. This is street dance. No one noticed anything was wrong. Everyone was just having fun. They will be like Lu Chen in the previous life. They will only find out that the end of the world has arrived when zombies appear in front of him. Chase Lu got out of bed, and the private detective sent him a message. Mr. Lu, I got what you asked for. Let's arrange a place to meet. This private detective is quite reliable, and he can actually get a gun. Lu Chen replied to his message and quickly finished washing up. After having lunch in the restaurant, go to the agreed-upon location. A private detective dressed in black was already waiting at the appointed location. Mr. Lu, this is your thing. After Lu Chen got out of the car, the other party handed him a black box. Glock 17 9mm pistol with 50 rounds of ammunition. Lu Chen opened the box and took a look. An exquisite pistol lay quietly inside. Not bad. Lu Chen nodded. It's really difficult for you to complete this task in normal times. How to say? The private detective looked around, leaned close to Lu Chen's ear, and whispered, There has been some turmoil in the black market recently, and I discovered that it was not just the materials you asked me to find last time that were circulating abnormally. Some precious medicines, food ingredients, and even firearms are secretly circulating. The channel I got this time was from one of the abnormal stocking locations. Where? Chase Lu asked. Hongyuan Warehouse. Hongyuan Warehouse. Lu Chen silently repeated it in his heart. It seems that Zhang Hongyuan's power is greater than he imagined. and he was able to purchase weapons before the end. "Thank you for your hard work," Luchin said. "I will give you an extra 500,000 yuan, and all the fees will be credited to your account tomorrow." The other party disclosed this information to him simply to show that he was dealing with many parties and spent a lot of effort. To put it more secularly, "I just want more commission fees." "Thank you, Mr. Liu. That's it. See you later." Luchin turned around and got into the car. After Luchin drove away, he went straight to the gas station and bought several large tanks of gas. Although oil can be purchased for 0 yuan after the apocalypse, Luchin thought it would be better to keep some in the car, just in case. After all, this chariot is his most important safety guarantee in the last days. Throughout the afternoon, Chase Lu drove around Nanchang. This city holds many memories for him. As evening approached, Luchin put the last food prepared by Marichi into the supernormal space. The sun sank below the horizon. Its last sunrise in the normal world. He has prepared everything he can. And now he is waiting for the end of the world to come. He turned on his phone and saw more and more videos about dancing in public on trending searches. A few people found that something was wrong, but the vast majority thought it was some new way to liberate themselves. Many followers will also go to the streets or squares to dance for a while. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The number of infected people increased exponentially in the afternoon, and symptoms continued to worsen. After another night of brewing, the first batch of zombies will break out at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Luchin turned on the evening news, and the host was broadcasting it with a serious expression. "The new type of influenza is spreading in a wide range. Patients have mild symptoms initially, but will develop severe discomfort later on. Severe cases may affect living and learning conditions. The general public is advised to pay attention to their own safety and wear masks when going out." He would not spend the night in a 5-star hotel tonight, because leaving the chariot would expose him to danger. He parked the car in a parking lot not far from Yi Jiayue's house and told her to go to H.L. tomorrow morning. This is also for her own good. I don't want a lonely girl to experience this horrible apocalypse. It's so heartwarming. Luchin controlled the seat and slowly laid down. Beethoven's Storm Sonata was playing on the car stereo. The first movement of this piece is sad, weak and slow, like the prelude to a storm. The countdown to the destruction of the world has begun. Boom! Luchin was awakened by a loud noise, and a Volkswagen hit the pillar of the parking lot. The front cover of the car was severely deformed, and black smoke came out of the engine. It seemed that the car was traveling very fast during the impact. The driver in the car was convulsing like an electric shock, and dark blood was gurgling from his mouth. Luchin quickly adjusted his seat and sat upright. The end of the world has arrived. "Luchin! Where are you? Someone is knocking on my door outside. I'm so scared. Come and save me." Yi Jiayue's message on the phone showed 99+. "Wait for me downstairs. I'll be there soon." Luchin started the chariot and snorted coldly in his heart. "I'm here to save you." Driving out of the parking lot, the messy world appeared in front of him. Sirens blared throughout the street. Vehicles piled up and crashed into each other. Fires were everywhere, and thick smoke billowed. A few scattered people ran past the car with blood-stained faces, shouting, and a few knocked on the car windows to get in. Luchin ignored them, stepped on the accelerator, and forced his way through the blocked street. Without the constraints of traffic rules, Luchin was finally able to unleash the true strength of this car. Chapter 6: The First Drop of Blood. Bang! Bang! Luchin drove his Porsche on a rampage on the street, and the small cars blocking the road were bounced away as soon as they touched it. The upgraded tank is like a heavy tank, advancing on the streets regardless of any obstacles. As we approached the hospital, there were a lot of vehicles on the street. They are all people who find that their physical condition has seriously deteriorated and want to come to the hospital for treatment. But before they arrived at the hospital, the zombie virus had already struck. The whole person fell into a state of convulsion, and the vehicle he was driving lost control and hit the roadside. In addition to the crashed vehicles, there were also people in various poses on the road. Some have lost their physiological responses, and some are still lying on the ground twitching. Luchin drove through a few blocks and came to the apartment where Yi Jiayue lived. Not far from Yi Jiayue's apartment building, Luchin saw Wang Ming helping her walk out of the building. It seems that this woman not only sent a message to him, she probably sent it to all the fish in the fish pond. As the two of them were walking out, Wang Ming suddenly fell to his knees and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Yi Jiayue yelled and immediately hid several meters away. Wang Ming's hands trembled uncontrollably as he knelt on the ground. His vision gradually blurred. He fell limply to the ground and stretched out a hand to Yi Jiayue in despair. Yeah. Take me to the hospital. Dirty black blood gushes out of his mouth, staining the white lining of his tens of thousands-dollar suit. Yi Jiayue looked at him in horror and took several steps back. Get away! Get away! It will be infected with me. I don't want it to be like this. I don't want it. She hurriedly took out her mobile phone and dialed Lu Chen's number. And there was a response. Hey, Lu Chen! Come and save me. I'm so scared. I saw you. Isn't Wang Ming by your side? Lu Chen's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. He wants to harm me. He wants to take me away from you. I won't go with him. Come and save me. Lu Chen on the other end of the phone snorted coldly. Look here. A clear horn sound reached Yi Jiayue's ears. She followed the sound and saw that a Porsche was driving towards her. The black and gold car body shone in the morning sun as it slowly drove towards this side. Yi Jiayue was so moved that she almost cried, knowing that her lover would step on the colorful clouds to save her. The black Porsche stopped beside her. Yi Jiayue hurriedly opened the door, but it did not open as she expected. Lu Chen! Lu Chen! You're here! Let me in quickly! I'm so scared! Yi Jiayue stood outside the car, knocking on the window and shouting. Lu Chen lowered his head and looked at the time on the LCD screen. 6:53. In another 7 minutes, the first batch of zombies will wake up. Wang Ming, who fell to the ground, was no longer moving. According to the memory of his previous life, Wang Ming was a zombie carrying a crystal core. Not all zombies carry crystal cores. Zombies carrying crystal cores can be upgraded. And in the later stages, they can even develop consciousness and awaken powers. When the crystal core is activated at 7 o'clock, Wang Ming will turn into a zombie and come back to life. Lu Chen! Lu Chen! Time passed by minute by second. Lu Chen looked at Yi Jiayue coldly. The memory of her past life is still vivid in her mind. This vicious woman ignored her protection for more than half a year and stabbed her body with a knife. There was no compassion or sadness in her eyes, but joy and expectation. As long as she gets rid of herself as a burden, she can get food and live without worries in the shelter. Everyone in the world is a tool for her to achieve her goals, and she will do whatever it takes to achieve her goals. And now this cruel and vicious woman is pleading with herself. Crying? Yi Jiayue's shouting outside the car became louder and louder, and the sound of slapping the car window became more and more urgent. When the time comes, the time on the LCD screen jumps to 7 o'clock. When the show started, Lu Chen pointed to Yi Jiayue in the direction of Wang Ming with a smile on his face. Look over there! There's a surprise! Yi Jiayue looked over there, and then smashed the car window even more crazily. Lu Chen! Lu Chen! Wang Ming was seen slowly standing up from the ground in an extremely strange posture, and his skin had turned purple-black. Dense blood vessels appeared on the skin, pumping blood one after another, and low neighing sounds kept coming from the mouth. His bloodshot eyes locked on Yi Jiayue, who was knocking on the window, and he slowly moved towards her. Lu Chen! Please! Save me quickly! I can do anything for you! Please save me! Yi Jiayue's frightened expression was covered with tears and snot, and she had no trace of the delicate goddess image she had before. She didn't know why Lu Chen didn't open the door. She obviously did nothing wrong. Lu Chen looked at Wang Ming, who was getting more and more flexible, and turned on the stereo and played Love Even If You Die. How could you watch an action movie without BGM? He waved to Yi Jiayue to say goodbye. Wang Ming, who was fully awake, threw Yi Jiayue to the ground and started biting her madly. Even if this newly awakened generation carries a crystal core, there is not much difference in physical function between them and humans. However, as a man, Wang Ming was more than capable of subduing Yi Jiayue. He gave her a wet French kiss first, and Yi Jiayue's small and exquisite mouth disappeared in an instant. Then he gnawed down again and tasted all the flesh of Yi Jiayue's body. Yi Jiayue's scream lasted for the entire song, and Wang Ming got Yi Jiayue's body that he wanted most. After the singing stopped, Lu Chen reversed the car and retreated about 100 meters. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Wang Ming had already eaten a big hole in Yi Jiayue's stomach. Lu Chen pointed the front of the car at the lovers, who were rubbing each other's ears, and stepped on the accelerator. The powerful engine roared like a beast, and in just 100 meters, the speed reached 200 kilometers per hour. There was a bang, and at the moment of collision, A ball of blood mist exploded. Under the huge impact, Wang Ming flew out like a cannonball and did not stop until he hit a fire truck. Lu Chen ran over Yi Jiayue's body and hit the fire truck. He stepped on the accelerator, and the fire truck, which weighed more than 10 tons, was pushed aside like a toy. He knew that the collision just now was not enough to kill the zombies. They had extremely terrible recovery abilities, and the head must be destroyed. After pushing the fire truck aside to make room, Lu Chen adjusted the angle and crushed Wang Ming's head. A light blue crystal appears in the consciousness as a first-level crystal nucleus. This is the key to the zombie's ability to awaken in a later stage, and he can use the crystal core to upgrade the tank. After obtaining the crystal core, Lu Chen reversed and overcame Yi Jiayue again, moving forward, reversing, and moving forward, repeated 14 times. Yi Jiayue's body was crushed into a pool of blood. He repaid Yi Jiayue's betrayal and schemes in full. After completely releasing the hatred in his heart, Lu Chen let out a long breath and took out the crystal core from the supernatural space. He can't wait to see what upgrades the tank can take. The upgrade panel of the super tank system unfolded before his eyes. Crystal core detected. Upgrade panel unlocked. Chapter 7. Are you okay? Armor. Battering ram. Mount a conical steel baffle on the front of the vehicle, which greatly improves the defensive performance and impact destructive power of the front vehicle. The required crystal core is 1/5. Engine. Fire charge. Install 2 fuel flame outlets at the rear of the vehicle, which can consume fuel and provide power to accelerate the vehicle instantly. The required crystal core is 1/5. Arms. Take a hot bath. Install fuel flamethrowers around the vehicle body. Consume fuel and spray 2000 C high temperature flames around the tank. 1/5 of the required crystal cores. Energy. High quality fuel. Increase the fuel tank capacity to 700 L. Increase the fuel energy conversion rate. Improve the power and performance of fuel equipment. And require 1/5 of the crystal core. Science and technology. Superpower space 2. Upgrade the pickup range of the special power space to 3 meters from the car body. And the required crystal core is 1/10. Crystal core laboratory. Research the crystal core to unlock more tank functions. The required crystal core is 1/100. Other functions to be unlocked. Lu Chen looked along and roughly understood the directions of these upgrades. The entire panel is in the shape of a tree, just like the skill tree in the game. The modules you can unlock now are all at the bottom. Among them, what Lu Chen cared about the most was the crystal core laboratory. In the early days of his last life, he also killed zombies carrying crystal nuclei. But the crystal core, at that time, was of no use to him. Now the crystal core can not only upgrade the tank, but also unlock more tank modules. However, the crystal core laboratory requires 100 crystal cores to unlock, which is definitely not something I can consider now. Lu Chen put the crystal core back into the superpower space and closed the panel. Other options require at least 5 crystal cores, and I am not qualified enough to upgrade. The probability of a zombie carrying a crystal core is only 20%. So it seems that the quality of the zombies will have to be competed with. Kill Yi Jiayue. Now is your $0 purchase moment. Lu Chen's first target must be those large warehouses without protection. Those large warehouses are concentrated in several industrial areas. When the time comes, there will be as much material as you need, and you will have whatever you need. At least there is no need to worry about food. The next step after getting the supplies is revenge. Even though the outer SHL of the primary tank has reached the bulletproof level, but breaking into the Hongyuan warehouse with heavy firepower is still very risky. If you want to realize your revenge plan, you must upgrade the tank. The system shows that crystal cores are needed to upgrade the tank and unlock technology. So after solving the survival problem, you need to kill zombies and alien species to upgrade the tank. Wait until the tank is upgraded to the point where it can break through the defense of Hongyuan warehouse. He will make that scum pay for his evil deeds. Thinking of this, a fierce murderous aura surged out from Lu Chen's side. Lu Chen stepped on the accelerator, and the tank's engine suddenly started running. The city will fall soon, so we need to get out of the city now. Although it has been 2.5 years since he took the driver's license test, Lu Chen has hardly driven a car. However, it may be due to the system, which improved his control over the tank. Lu Chen drove the chariot crazily through the city, as if he had entered a realm where man and vehicle were one. Before he knew it, he had driven to the community where he once lived. Boom! As the chariot turned, a slight voice sounded. If Lu Chen didn't have the blessing of the system, he wouldn't have noticed this sound at all. But with the blessing of the system, Lu Chen could accurately tell what hit the tank and how much damage was caused. BB bullet. When I was slowing down and turning, a BB bullet hit the car body. He looked at the supermarket around the corner. Sister Lee's convenience store. Enemies are really on the same road. Memories are flooding in Lu Chen's mind. He once rented a house in this community for a period of time. The proprietress of this store left a very deep impression on him. He often used the excuse that he didn't have change to make him pay an extra 50 cents for nothing. There were several times when Lu Chen forcefully asked her to change money, and she would even get a blank look. And the most irritating thing is the naughty child of this family, who is spoiled and spoiled. He often hits people with a toy gun in front of the store. Once he hit someone else's pet dog, and the pet dog rushed up and bit him. The landlady took advantage of this and extorted tens of thousands of dollars in medical expenses from the family. Lu Chen was also hit in the eye by this child. I went to ask for an explanation and got the same answer. He is still a child. Why do you argue with him? Thinking of this, Lu Chen braked, turned around and drove towards Sister Lee's convenience store. Boom! When Lu Chen drove to the door, another shot hit the front cover of the Chariot. I saw a little fat man laughing in a small window next to the convenience store. At this time, the convenience store has been locked and every place has been reinforced. I have to say that the family's response was quite fast. With the supplies in this small supermarket, they should be able to survive the end of the world for a while. Bang! The little fat man shot the Chariot again. After the beating, he was still dancing inside. He felt that there was nothing the man outside could do to him. Just when he pulled the trigger and wanted to shoot again, Lu Chen had already pointed the Glock at him. The little fat man was stunned. Why does this man also have a gun? Then let's see whose gun is bigger. Boom! Lu Chen fired, and the bullet roared out of the gun chamber, hit the can next to the little fat man. The can immediately shattered and exploded all over its face. Ah! The little fat man fell to the side, howling in pain. The hit was wrong. Lu Chen was helpless. Ah! I'm going to die! Another woman's voice came from the convenience store. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Lu Chen retracted his pistol, lowered the window, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed into the convenience store. Under the impact of this steel behemoth, the convenience store's defenses were simply ridiculous. Boom! With the sound of dust and shattering glass, the tank rushed into the convenience store. The mother and son on the side were so frightened by this sudden scene that they froze in place. In line with the principle that no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still flesh, Lu Chen turned the steering wheel. The tanks collided directly in the small convenience store. At the same time as the impact, Lu Chen's thoughts flashed. Everything in the convenience store was put into the supernatural space by him. Looking at the disappearing goods, Sister Lee finally reacted. She threw the little fat man aside in her arms, picking up an iron rod. He rushed forward and struck the Chariot. These goods are her only hope to survive in this doomsday. Ah! Sister Lee screamed and fought. But everything was in vain. The tank's defenses are impregnable, and the goods in the supermarket are constantly dwindling. Lu Chen disliked Sister Lee for being too noisy. So Lu Chen steered the Chariot and flicked its tail. He knocked Sister Lee straight away, and then wiped out all the goods in the supermarket. Looking at the little fat man on the ground wailing in pain, Lu Chen couldn't bear it. He lowered the window, and threw a bag of plums next to Sister Lee. Sister, he is still a child. You must take good care of him. If nothing happens, just give him a few plums. Add some nutrition. Chapter 8, Killing an Egg Against a Stone. After speaking, Lu Chen drove the Chariot towards the other side. He knocked out another big hole in the convenience store, and thoughtfully helped her form a smooth layout from north to south. After crashing out of the convenience store, the tank rushed straight onto the street. At this time, more and more zombies have awakened. There were all kinds of screams, explosions, and loud collisions in the streets. Lu Chen was preparing to move on. Hiss! A middle-aged bald zombie jumped on the front window of the Chariot, and it kept tapping the window with its hands. There were also several zombies that jumped through the glass from the apartment building and fell straight to the concrete floor, blood flying everywhere. But after a while, they struggled to stand up and rushed towards the tank. More and more zombies were rushing towards the tank from the surrounding area. Lu Chen quickly shifted into gear, stepped on the accelerator, and the tank broke away from the zombies and rushed out. The roads in residential areas are narrow, and the population is large. Correspondingly, there will be more zombies. Now the tank has no other way to defeat the enemy except collision. If they were entangled and surrounded by zombies, Luchin would be trapped here even if they couldn't attack the tank. So rush out of the city quickly, and don't have to worry about killing zombies. The most urgent task now is to go to the factory area to stock up on goods to ensure your survival. The chariot was at full power, and all the zombies on the chariot were thrown away, leaving only the roaring bald zombie on the front cover of the chariot. Luchin braked suddenly. SKR. And the tires made several marks on the ground. The bald zombie flew out due to inertia, leaving only one hand firmly grasping the wiper. He also left me a hand. Luchin turned on the wipers, cleared his hands from the window, and started the chariot again. As we drove onto the main road, there were more and more people on the streets, and screams and cries came one after another. They fled in one direction, followed by a swarm of zombies pouring in like a tidal wave. From time to time, someone in the crowd was caught up and thrown to the ground. Immediately, a group of zombies swamped him, and blood stained a large area of the ground red. People or zombies kept jumping down from the buildings on both sides of the street, falling into a pile of mud. Chaos and madness abound everywhere. The streets were crowded with cars, and all the drivers were honking their horns frantically, fear filling their heads. Go this way! Go this way! Luchin saw two uniformed policemen still trying to maintain order. Their only weapon was a baton, and two blue figures stood out among the crowd. One of the policemen was pushed to the ground by a zombie that ran out of nowhere. The zombie raised its head and bit his neck. Blood spurted out as another policeman beat the zombie as hard as he could with his baton. Everything was in vain. His attacks had no effect on the zombies. Not long after, a little girl zombie jumped on his back and bit his neck hard. Order is breaking down. The streets were jammed with traffic, and a large off-road vehicle kept crashing forward. The driver inside was honking his horn frantically and yelling curses. With the powerful horsepower and defense of the off-road vehicle, he had knocked several cars out of the driveway. He kept moving forward in the driveway and came to Luchin's Porsche. The huge Porsche became a huge obstacle on his way forward. Damn it! Get out of here! The man stepped on the accelerator and hit the Porsche from the side. Boom! Luchin felt a slight shaking in the car, and he turned his head and looked to the side. A black off-road vehicle was pressing against the side of the chariot, and the driver inside had a ferocious expression. Those who don't know life and death, let me know what life and death is today. Luchin turned the steering wheel hard in that direction and stepped on the accelerator. The Porsche pushed the off-road vehicle onto the side of the road. Not the slightest bit defensive. The SUV was pushed directly onto the sidewalk and then hit a house on the street. After hitting the house on the street, Luchin did not stop, but continued to step on the accelerator. The off-road vehicle quickly deformed under the impact of the chariot. The driver in the car screamed, and he was stuck in the driver's seat. After giving him a vivid lesson on traffic laws, Luchin drove forward along the sidewalk. Fire hydrants and newspaper stands on the road were knocked off one by one. Relying on the terrifying strength of the chariot, Luchin quickly drove out of the main city and onto the expressway outside the city. The roads here are no longer as congested as in the city center, and vehicles can move forward at a faster speed. Luchin turned his eyes back, and suddenly a car in front of him shifted to the left. The car hit the guardrail with a loud bang, and the car rolled to the ground, with shards of glass shattering all over the ground. Luchin made an emergency change of direction to avoid the overturned vehicle, although he would be fine if it hit him. The people in the car would definitely have no chance of survival. There was a family of 3 in the car. The father was unconscious, and the mother was crying helplessly while holding the child whose head was covered in blood. Luchin looked at a black car in front of him. The car changed lanes crazily and overtook. People kept being forced to stop or hit the guardrail by him. There are not many vehicles on the expressway, so there is no need to occupy other people's lanes. This guy just does it for fun. Desperado. I love it. Luchin put the gear into gear and accelerated, quickly approaching the black car. Hack you all! The bald man, with a sinister face sitting in the driver's seat, said bitterly. Huang Mao, who was sitting next to him, had a wicked smile on his face. Brother is so awesome! He knocked over all these human-looking things. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Ha! Even prison can't hold me. From now on, this world will be ours. Baldhead is a murderer who was sentenced to death a few days ago. Unexpectedly, the apocalypse broke out, and the prison was in chaos. He found his yellow-haired little brother, took advantage of the chaos to escape, stole a car, and drove onto the road. Brother! There's a Porsche coming from behind. Wang Mao stared at the rearview mirror and shouted excitedly. There is really no way to H.L. You broke in. Look, I'll force him to stop. And we two brothers will get a luxury car and drive away. The bald man laughed and approached the Porsche. He used his usual tricks to keep getting closer to the other party. Because the opponent is afraid of collision, he will slow down. Repeat this several times to force the opponent to stop. This kid is looking for death. The bald head came close several times, but the other party refused to dodge, and even felt like he wanted to bump into him. Brother, this car looks pretty thick. We can't hit it. Right. What do you know? This thing is about technology. Let me show you my skills. The bald man turned the steering wheel to the right, and the moment the two cars collided, sparks flew everywhere. The Porsche didn't move at all. The black car lost its direction and shook violently from side to side. Bald man tried his best to control it so that the car did not roll over. Brother, how about we quit? Bah! Bald head spat on Wang Mao's head. Isn't this? Okay. When I entered the world, it was much more dangerous than this. He gathered all his strength and was ready to turn the steering wheel. This time, he was ready to go all out and couldn't lose face in front of his younger brother. Just as he was about to turn the steering wheel, the Porsche on the flank suddenly slowed down and drove behind them. Then it accelerated instantly and slammed into their butts. The speed of the car immediately increased, and the two of them were pressed firmly on the seats due to inertia. Brother, what's happening? I don't make it. Chapter 9 Licking Bag. The bald man stepped on the brakes desperately, and the sound of friction between the tires and the ground resounded throughout the world. But the car showed no sign of slowing down. What is that behind this? Is it a truck? Bald had never imagined that an SUV could have such strong power. In front of them was a bridge hole. If they continued on this trajectory, the car would hit the bridge pillar. Hacking turtle grandson of TMD! The bald man yelled while slamming on the brakes. The brakes had no effect, and the car was still rushing towards the bridge pillar at high speed. At this time, you should not move the steering wheel. Otherwise the front of the car will shift, and the whole car will turn sideways and roll over. We will die together! The bald man roared. Anyway, this life was saved. If they hit the bridge pillar at this speed, the other party would definitely not have time to slow down. And in the end, they would both perish together. I don't want to die. Brother! Wang Mao cried in despair. The next second, the vehicle hit the bridge pillar. The body disintegrated instantly, and a violent explosion occurred. The last sight of the bald man was of the yellow-haired boy being swallowed up by the fire. My apprentice. Before he could finish his words, he also disappeared in the explosion. The Porsche did not hit the pillar as the bald head expected, but nimbly turned and then turned back to the steering wheel to complete a cool drift. The car stereo of Catching Shrimp House plays the drag racing song Deja Vu. The rearview mirror reflected the monstrous flames caused by the explosion of the black car. Lu Chen raised the corner of his mouth, stepped on the accelerator, and the chariot sped away in the tunnel. Please protect your own safety. Don't panic. Stay away from infected people. Stay away from infected people. They are very dangerous. Please don't give up hope. China will get through this disaster. And humanity will get through this disaster. The signal was interrupted. This was the last video released by China Central Station. Lu Chen has arrived at the outermost ring of Nancheng City. To drive up the road to the factory area, he has to pass through the last converging road section. All the vehicles leaving the city gathered on this road, and it was already blocked. The army set up checkpoints at the exits of the highway. They were the last symbol of order in the entire city. Lu Chen blended in the traffic and moved forward slowly. He didn't need to get on the highway. He only had to turn onto the road to the factory area. The highway is definitely the most dangerous place in the apocalypse. If there is a problem on any section of the road, the entire highway will be paralyzed. Although the advance was slow, under the deterrence of the army, no one dared to mess around, and everything was in order. But the tranquility didn't last long before it was drowned out by a burst of gunfire. Please support! Please support! A military team not far from Lu Chen was firing at the rear. Lu Chen looked through the rearview mirror and saw a wave of corpses coming this way. Hundreds of terrifying zombies swarmed into the area, clinging to the immobile cars, smashing windows and eating people in cars. Huge panic spread, and no one could stop and wait with peace of mind. Vehicles kept colliding together, emitting bursts of black smoke. People lost their last sanity and saw a horde of zombies rushing towards them in pitch darkness. Many people opened their doors, abandoned their cars and fled. Several surrounding cars also hit Lu Chen, although the chariot only shook slightly. These cars also completely stuck him in the middle of the road. The space is too small, and the tank does not have enough acceleration area. Power alone is not enough to push hundreds of vehicles on the road. The gunfire of the military team attracted some zombies. They crossed the intervening vehicles and ran wildly toward the direction of the fire. The self-healing ability of these zombies is extremely powerful. As long as their heads are not seriously injured, they can stand up and charge again after a few seconds. The soldiers' bullets are constantly being consumed, and the zombies are getting closer and closer to them. Some of them have already jumped over the roofs of the cars next to Lu Chen. Lu Chen started again, trying to see if he could find a breakthrough. But the entire road was congested, and the cars around him couldn't even open their doors. Someone was about to climb out of the skylight and escape. But as soon as he stuck his head out, his head was bitten off by zombies. These zombies cannot bite through the armor of the tank. But if the army cannot resist this wave of zombies, they will be trapped here forever. The situation is not optimistic. The battle line between zombies and soldiers is getting shorter and shorter, and the soldier team is retreating while fighting. They want to abandon this section of the road. At the critical moment, Lu Chen's consciousness suddenly flashed, and a crystal core appeared within the pickup range of the supernatural space. Lu Chen was shocked, but immediately realized that a zombie was killed beside his car, and crystal nuclei precipitated after death. That's okay. Lu Chen had an idea. He immediately slapped the horn, and the sound of the horn immediately attracted some zombies. These zombies are very sensitive to sound, and a large number of zombies turned their heads and rushed towards Lu Chen's tank. This greatly eased the pressure on the military squad, who quickly cleared the zombies on the front line. After this short battle, they also discovered that the zombie's weak point was in its head, so it was much more efficient in killing the enemy. Lu Chen continued to whistle, and more zombies swarmed around the tank. Their bloody hands kept slapping the car windows, leaving blood stains on them. The roof and bottom of the vehicle were crawling with zombies, and they were looking for any way to get into the tank. Although there are many zombies, they cannot have any substantial impact on the tank. The attack power of these zombies is still too low compared to the tank's defense. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Facing this big iron box, the zombies were helpless and furious. Lu Chen saw a zombie with a middle head biting the rearview mirror and knocking out a few of its teeth. Captain, look! Zheng Lin saw the car full of zombies and understood that the reason why the team was able to repel the zombies was because the car attracted a large part of them. He is a hero! Zheng Lin saluted Lu Chen with a military salute. Everyone is here! Fire at the target! Puff! 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 The hail of bullets instantly covered the area where the tank was. The zombies attracted by Lu Chen became living targets for the army. Muddy black blood splashed everywhere on the chariot, and the zombies outside the vehicle let out painful wails. Chariot damage, 63%. Although the bullets cannot penetrate the armor of the tank, they can still cause great damage. However, through this self-sacrifice, another 20 or 30 zombies died around the tank, and Lu Chen had successfully obtained 5 crystal nuclei. The firepower of the White Whoring army was so exciting that they managed to gather 5 crystal cores so quickly. As the number of zombies decreased, the army's firepower also gradually weakened, and Lu Chen no longer had to worry about the tank being destroyed. He opened the panel and carefully considered the options while the soldiers were cleaning up the last few zombies. Captain, the rocket launcher is here! Okay, bring it! Zheng Lin shouted. When he finally received support, he wanted to blast away the zombies gathered together with one shot. He thought the tank had been breached. Behind the invisible, black blood-stained windshield, zombies were eating away at the hero's body. He will never allow such a thing to happen. The corpse of a righteous man cannot be desecrated. Chapter 10 Fire Charge. Danger! Danger! The tank system issued a warning. What is it? Lu Chen was confused when he saw the system prompts. The system would actually prompt danger? Now that the zombies have been cleared away, what dangers are there? Chase Lu turned on the wipers and wiped away the blood stains in front of the window. He saw a soldier holding something aimed at him. What the hell? What kind of crime is this? You need to use a rocket launcher. Lu Chen stepped on the accelerator, honked the horn wildly, and tried his best to make some noise. In the current damaged condition of the tank, if it is hit by a rocket, it will definitely be destroyed. And Lu Chen's chances of survival are even more worrying. Captain! There is movement! There seems to be someone in the car! A team member on the side stopped Zheng Lin, who was taking aim. Lin put down the rocket launcher and saw Lu Chen sitting in the car through the windshield. He and the team members looked at each other in shock. The burst of shooting just now was definitely not something that a private car could withstand. And now the people in that car are not only not dead, they even look a little alive. Before he had time to question, Lin's first goal was to rescue this good citizen who sacrificed his life for justice. Team A moves towards the target to rescue the trapped people, while the others stay on guard to guard against incoming zombies. Lin waved his hand and gave instructions, and several team members followed him towards Lu Chen. Seeing that the other party finally no longer held up the big killing weapon, Lu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was the first time in my life that someone aimed a rocket launcher, which made me a little nervous. He opened the upgrade panel again and clicked on the fire charge of the engine module. His first goal now is to break out of this place. He doesn't want to be asked about the tank by the military. What if it is confiscated? That is absolutely impossible. Fire charge. Upgrading. The military team's advanced speed is not very fast, and they need to constantly check the surrounding blind spots to prevent being attacked by zombies that are not completely dead. After a while, the system prompts. Fire charge. Loading completed. The progress bar was finally full. Lu Chen turned the steering wheel to point the front of the car diagonally upward. He wanted to rush out from here. The front and rear have the greatest resistance, and the left and right sides are hit from the sides of the car, so the resistance is relatively smaller. The fire charge module is divided into 3 levels, and Lu Chen has only unlocked the first level now. The first gear consumes 200 L of fuel and has a cooling time of 6 hours, which can provide 3 times the power of the current engine. It actually consumes 200 L at a time, and the current fuel tank only has 300 L. Lu Chen is glad that he filled up the tank on the road. The military team was getting closer and closer to him. Unable to wait any longer, Lu Chen pressed the button of fire charge. Fuel input. 10%. 20%. 100%. Fuel input completed. Fiery charge. Advance 1 step. Ready. Lu Chen suddenly pressed the ignition button on the screen, and a screaming ignition sound cut through the sky, and then turned into a hurricane-like roar. Stand on the roof of the car. Lin was the first to notice the abnormality and commanded the entire team to stand on the roof of the car. Vehicles that seemed impossible to move along the entire road were once again squeezed. The remaining space is constantly being compressed, and if you don't stand on the roof in time, you will definitely be crushed into a meat pie. Captain, what's going on? If you take one more look, the car will explode? The team member asked. Lin also shook his head cluelessly. It seems to have spontaneously combusted. The car pressed against the head of the chariot was slowly deforming under the strong pressure. After reaching a certain critical point, the front of the car was directly squeezed. The tight structure of cars along the entire road collapsed. The tank broke through the guardrail like a cannon and flew off the road. With fiery red tail flames, the chariot streaked across the sky like a meteor, fell to the ground, and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Lin and the team members froze in place. Is this still a car? This is clearly a rocket. After rushing out of the road, the flaming charge was not over yet, and the chariot continued to accelerate. The chariot was like a wild horse at the moment, and Lu Chen was trying his best to control its direction and balance. The strong acceleration caused Lu Chen's entire body to lean against the back of the seat. The speed of the chariot has reached a terrifying 700 kilometers per hour. At this speed, a little carelessness may cause the entire vehicle to overturn. However, since Lu Chen awakened to the chariot system, the vehicle seemed to have become a part of his body. As long as he holds the steering wheel, he can control the chariot as skillfully as he controls his limbs. He has almost absolute control over the balance of the car body. Lu Chen concentrated on controlling the movement of the car, and the super speed made his blood boil. The scenery by the window quickly regressed. All turned into shadows, and the world seemed to have been pressed on the fast-forward button. The whole process lasted 3 minutes. The fuel was exhausted, and the acceleration ended. The chariot slowly returned to normal speed. After parking the car on the side of the road, Lu Chen lay on the steering wheel and gasped for air. He looked at the map and saw that he had already driven 20 kilometers in just 3 minutes. After a short rest, he took out the oil drum from the supernatural space. After carefully observing the surrounding situation, he got out of the car and refueled the tank. He saw that in addition to the exhaust pipe, there were 2 burned red flame pipes at the rear of the car. Is this the propeller of flame charge? How cool! After filling up the gas, Lucien returned to the car and took out a white truffle golden pizza, a sashimi platter, 2 abalone cups, and a premium milkshake from the supernormal space. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. After experiencing the exciting Doomsday rush just now, he needed something to eat to calm down his shock. After eating, Lucien drove towards his first goal, the warehouse of a large chain shopping mall, and could finally start his own journey of stocking up. These large warehouse-style shopping malls have their own independent supply chains and warehouses, which have everything they need. So Lucien chose them as his first stop. After driving a few kilometers along the road, Lucien arrived at the factory area. As he drove into the factory area, some familiar names appeared in front of him. Walmart, China Resources Vanguard, RT Mart, Carrefour, Trustmart. After plundering these warehouses, you really won't have to worry about it for a few lifetimes. Lucien drove into the park, and he first targeted Walmart. After all, this is the largest supermarket chain in the world. At the intersection of the Walmart warehouse, a large truck overturned, and he approached the truck. Many drinks appeared in the pickup range of the supernatural space, and Lucien hoarded them all into the space. Then he came to the door of the warehouse. The door for trucks was open, and rows of shelves were displayed inside. The zombie virus broke out in the morning, and many employees probably hadn't come to work yet, so there were no traces of gnawed blood in the warehouse. Lucien honked the horn twice, and 5 or 6 zombies wearing employee uniforms rushed out of the warehouse. In order to prevent blood from splattering on the supplies he wanted to hoard, he led the victims outside to the open area and crushed them one by one. After making sure there were no zombies in the warehouse, Lucien stepped on the accelerator and rushed into the warehouse. Officially start your own zero-yuan shopping journey. Chapter 11 5-Star Good Citizen. The warehouse usually requires loading and unloading trucks, so the aisles are very wide. Lucien drove the chariot through the shelf area. He first came to the food area. Lucien collected as much as he could of various puff foods, imported candies, chocolates, cooked food, and high-end drinks, without wasting any. There is no need to leave it to others. Common people cannot get these supplies at all, and those big forces will come to plunder these places soon. The clothing area, equipment area, and home appliance area are all inseparable from Lucien's patronage, regardless of whether it is used or not. Store it in the space first. In this life, he will never fight against others just for a bite to eat. He will become the controller of this end of the world. After clearing out the entire supergiant warehouse, Lucien turned the front of the car to the cold storage. At full speed, he slammed into the wall, and a big hole was blasted out of the solid wall. There are various types of meat stored in the cold storage, including beef, mutton, and pork. There are also various kinds of seafood, although they are not as fresh as freshly slaughtered ones. But who cares about these things in the apocalypse? And zombie viruses not only affect humans, but all living things, whether they are poultry or wild animals. 90% of them alive will mutate into monsters. Moreover, those top predators that are already powerful will have even more powerful combat effectiveness after mutation. Lucien had seen a mutated wild boar in his previous life. The mutated wild boar was as tall as a truck. He saw with his own eyes that it destroyed a residential building and slaughtered all the human survivors on the top floor. After spending most of the day, Chase Lu also stored everything in the cold storage into the supernatural space. He pinched his forehead and stored it in the supernatural space. Those quick flashbacks of consciousness made him a little dizzy. After relieving his fatigue for a while, Chase Lu controlled his consciousness and entered the supernatural space, where the supplies could be seen at a glance. It was just a small pile before, but now it has become a sea of supplies. Lucien was just about to ask what he should do when he found something in the future. When he found that the panel popped out, a large number of items were detected and deposited, unlocking new functions of the super space. Intelligent storage. The supernatural space has the function of automatically classifying, storing and stacking materials, and provides retrieval permissions. You can retrieve the desired items through consciousness. Required crystal cores, 5. Lucien gritted his teeth. For him, a person who plays games and likes to collect a lot of things and then store them in categories, this function is like a heifer in a steamer. But it actually costs 5 crystal cores, which is still too luxurious for the early stage. After all, it cannot provide safety guarantee. Chase Lu cruelly closed the panel, looked at the supernormal space full of materials randomly placed, and sighed. Forget it. Let's make do with it for now. Keep stocking up. Xiaojun, why are you so timid? Go out and take a look. Do you think we will all starve to death here? Among the warehouse employees, an old woman was sitting on a chair with a fat boy about 6 or 7 years old in her arms. The child held a lollipop in his mouth and ate it happily. Another middle-aged woman was huddled in the corner near the door, looking panicked. It doesn't matter if I, an old man, starve to death. But what if you starve Xiao Bao? He is your son. The old woman kept complaining about the trembling woman squatting in the corner. Xiao Bao, Grandma is a little tired. Go and let Mom hold her for a while. The old man asked the child on his lap cautiously. No, 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 Mom. No, Grandma. The child writhed in protest. Okay, Grandma will hold you. Seeing that the proposal failed, the old man hugged the child tightly to his body. I'm telling you, get out of here. It's not a problem to hide here. Our old Su family is just such a seedling. What should we do if we starve? Unable to speak to his grandson, the old man got angry at the woman in the corner. No, you can't open the door. If you open the door, it's all over. The woman squatting in the corner spoke tremblingly, obviously frightened. You useless woman. Why are you a mother? Your son and mother-in-law are going to starve to death. The old woman pointed her finger at the woman, getting angrier and louder as she spoke. What's so scary about those dead people? They don't look like mothers at all. You're useless. The old woman became more and more excited as she spoke, and her whole face turned red. Bang! There was a sound of banging on the door, and everyone in the room looked towards the iron door. Bang! There was another sound of banging on the door. The old woman was so frightened that she fell down on the chair, and her face turned pale. Shaw! Bang! 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 A terrifying roar came from the door, followed by frantic slamming of the door. Here they are! They're here! The woman stood up from the corner, stared at the door, and stepped back step by step. The iron door quickly opened a gap under the violent knocks. Through the gap, you can clearly see a zombie covered in blood and with purple-black skin. What should I do? What should I do? It's you, the dead star, who attracted the monster. The old woman was so anxious that she was sweating all over. She put one hand on the woman's back to put her between herself and her little grandson. The violent knocking attracted 3 more zombies, and the iron door was already shaking under their knocking. A bloody hand came in from outside the door, as if it wanted to tear everyone apart. The woman looked at the zombies in horror, fear almost overwhelming her. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something, turned around and ran behind the old man and the child. You are going to die. You damn woman. You don't care about the child. The old woman grabbed the woman's hair and cursed. Regardless of the beating and scolding, the woman broke free from her hands, ran behind them, and pushed the heavy desk with all her strength. The old woman understood what she was going to do, and immediately shut up, hugged her grandson and stepped aside. The woman pressed her desk against the iron door. The iron door stopped shaking, but the attacks of the losers had not stopped yet. A hole had been torn out of the thin iron door, and a zombie stuck its head in. Seeing this, the woman picked up a stainless steel water glass and hit the zombie. Blood spattered and stained her face black. But this kind of attack poses no threat to zombies, and the hole in the iron gate is still expanding. The old woman hiding far behind was worried. If these monsters came in, her precious grandson would be doomed. Xiaoshen, listen to what Mom says. These things can't deal with them. These things, like wolves, need to eat meat. They will stop barking when they are full. The woman didn't respond, and still hit the exposed head with a water glass. Xiaoshen, if you really want your son to live, go out and feed them. I will take Xiao Bao to find my son. The old woman's mouth was dry, and she couldn't stop talking to her disobedient daughter-in-law. Xiaoshen, she was about to speak again, but the woman suddenly turned her head fiercely. His face was covered in the black blood of zombies, and his eyes revealed a terrifying killing intent. Chapter 12 I am not the savior. The old woman was frightened by the woman's kick, and her eyes were clearly scarier than those monsters. She hugged her grandson and silently retreated into the corner, not daring to speak anymore. The hole widened again under the attack of zombies. The zombie from before could already lean out half of its body. The woman closed her eyes and hit the zombie's head crazily, using all her strength every time. But it seemed so futile. Bah! Bah! Suddenly 2 loud horns sounded from the warehouse. After hearing this, the zombies were partially distracted and knocked on the iron door slower. Bah! A long and sharp trumpet sound came. This time, the zombies stopped attacking the iron gate and ran away towards the source of the sound. Even the zombie that had crawled in half of his body shrank back, and his head was almost crushed. His walking seemed to be affected, and he was limping. The woman looked at all this blankly, and suddenly she seemed to have lost all her strength and fell limply to the ground. "Someone is coming!" My mother-in-law, who was hiding behind, was overjoyed. She also heard the car horn. She stepped over the woman and stood some distance from the door. Peering outside, only the sound of the horn was heard for a short time, and the car exited the warehouse. After several violent crashes, the car drove into the warehouse again. He drove very fast, and from time to time, there was the sound of tires rubbing against the ground. "Go out and take a look. Someone is here to save us." The mother-in-law fiddled with the woman's hand with her feet, but he had no strength at all. The old woman looked at her with disgust, put her crying grandson on the ground, and walked to the door to check. After seeing that the zombies were gone, she kicked the woman again. "Get up and move the table quickly. They are leaving." When the woman didn't respond, she decided to do it herself. "Damn woman! It's useless to do it so tight." She moved with some difficulty, and it wasn't until she heard the car hit something again that the old woman moved the table away from the door. She turned around and hugged her grandson, opened the door, and walked downstairs. Seeing the empty warehouse, her mouth opened wide enough to swallow a cow. When she went to bed last night, the warehouse was still full. How could it be emptied all at once? Even if you ask all the workers in their warehouse to move together, it won't be possible to move them all without taking a few days. After Chase Lu took inventory of the supernatural space, he drove out of the cold storage with satisfaction. The car stereo plays cheerful songs. Today is such a good day. This is just a warehouse, and there are those large warehouses next to it. From now on, there is no need to worry about supplies. Not long after he left the cold storage, he planned to leave the warehouse and head to the next location. But at the door, I met an old man holding a child in his arms. Lucien frowned. This person wouldn't have seen his inventory. Revealing one's inventory in these last days is the most dangerous act. This little old lady is not a good person at first glance. It would be troublesome if she spread the news about her inventory. Thinking of this, Chase Lu became murderous. The old man waved to Lucien, his face full of joy, as if he had seen the great savior. She regarded Lucien as her savior, but Lucien looked at her like a lost star. Chase Lu stopped next to the old man. The Type 17 Glock in his hand was loaded, and he slowly lowered a quarter of the window. "Walking the dog." Lucien bowed first, and then responded. The old man was stunned. The painting style of this great savior was a bit strange. "My wife works here. We came here to spend the night yesterday, and we met these monsters out of nowhere. Where is my wife?" Lucien looked out through the car window. There was another person hiding in the dark? He instantly heightened his vigilance. "Ah, my wife is almost 30. You young man, I asked you where your wife is and what nonsense you said." Lucien was a little impatient. The child in the old man's hands kept crying and making a lot of noise. He hates the crying kid the most. "She's upstairs. Tell her to come down. She was too tired from fighting those monsters and couldn't go downstairs." Lucien asked again. "Where have the goods in this warehouse gone?" "Huh?" The old man looked surprised. "I don't know. We were almost eaten by monsters while we were in the room. But you saved us. Young man, where is your wife? Is she always with you?" The old man nodded. From this point of view, these people should not have seen the Chariot's special abilities. Lucien was worried about them. Their lives were almost lost. He took his finger off the trigger and said to the old man, "I wanted to come here to stock up on some goods, but some 250 people took away all the goods. You'd better leave quickly. Otherwise, if someone comes later, they will think you have hidden goods. They are not as kind as me." Lucien raised the car window and prepared to leave. The old man quickly stopped in front of the car. Hey! Why did you leave? Didn't you see me? An old man? With a child? How could you? A young man? Just ignore me." I saw the car window lowered, and a black gun pointed out from inside and pointed at the old man. "I advise you to stay away. I won't tell you about respecting the elderly and caring for the young," Lucien said coldly. He didn't have the slightest fondness for the mother-in-law and grandson, and the little devil couldn't stop crying. When the old woman spoke, her eyes kept rolling, and her little calculations were ringing loudly. In the last days, people with such deep scheming minds are the most dangerous, and the little fat guy on her hand looked like a spoiled brat at first glance. Such people will be a complete burden in the last days, and killing them will help others. Seeing the dark gun, the old man stopped and backed away slowly. Just as Lucien was about to put his hand into the car, he saw a zombie rolling down the stairs. He raised his gun to shoot, but found that it seemed to be a person. "Oh, what is this like?" the old man said, without any intention of stepping forward to help. "Your wife." The old man nodded. His face wrinkled. The woman who fell to the ground got up from the ground. She was covered in the black blood of zombies, and looked like she had been through a fierce battle. "Is she injured?" Chaselu asked. "Probably not." The old man saw Lucien asking a few more questions, and rolled his eyes twice. There was no woman in the young man's car. "Young man, although my wife has given birth to a child, if you don't mind it, as long as you can take me and my grandson to find his father, everything will be fine." When the old woman saw Lucien lowering his head to look for something, she suddenly felt hopeful. "As long as you can keep your grandson, daughter-in-law, etc. If your son dislikes you, just find another one." After hearing this, the woman on the side stared at the old woman fiercely, with a mixture of resentment and despair in her eyes. The old woman ignored her and looked back at the car window. It was like the muzzle of a black abyss was pointed at her forehead again. Chapter 13. The sky is dead, and I am the truth. The old woman was so frightened that she couldn't help pointing a gun at others. "Young man, what are you doing? I didn't provoke you to mess with you. What are you doing? Shut up." "Old guy," Lucien said. He was all too familiar with this kind of person, who was desperate for his own interests. She said that they had just been almost attacked by zombies, and while she herself was spotless, the woman next to her was covered in blood, and it was clear who had fought the zombies. Not only did she not want anything in return, she also tried to take advantage of her daughter-in-law's body. It was too familiar. This feeling of betrayal was exactly like the situation when Yaya stabbed herself to death in her previous life. This kind of parasitic villain will definitely become a cancer in the apocalypse. Chaselu will get rid of one whenever he sees one. "Her life will be exchanged for a week's worth of living supplies for you and your son." Lucien looked at the woman covered in blood. "Is there any more royal method for you?" As soon as the old woman opened her mouth, Chaselu flashed the muzzle of his gun, and she shut her mouth in fear, her eyes full of horror. "Agree or disagree?" The woman stood there, with various complex emotions projected in her eyes. "Xiaoxun, I am your mother. You can't do this." The old woman did not dare to speak to Lucien anymore, and turned to advise the woman. Lucien squinted his eyes and observed. He was helping her. The road had been pointed out to her. It was up to her whether she could go through it. "Hurry up. I have to leave." Lucien pressed. In the end of the world, whoever abandons the principles of life first, and whoever abandons it more deeply, will be able to survive better in the end of the world. The woman seemed to have made a decision, raised her head resolutely and said, "Kill!" Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a gunshot rang out. Before the old woman's face could change from the shock, a small hole was opened in her forehead, and blood gurgled out from it. She never understood until her death how her daughter-in-law, who had always been submissive, dared to betray her for some supplies. Seeing the old woman fall to the ground, the woman did not have any emotional fluctuations. The child beside her burst into tears. "May I have your name?" "Legion. The things are in the trunk. After you get them, let's go. See you later." "Legion." The car window slowly rose. Lucien took out a dozen boxes of cans, bone-cutting knives, and a hiking backpack from the supernatural space. With a flash of thought, the items appeared in the trunk. When the end of the world comes, people living in a peaceful world need to cross a threshold, shed their pretense of civilization, and let animal nature take over again. To speak human words is to abandon the act of the Holy Mother, and the faster this transformation occurs, the higher the chance of survival in the last days. Even if she wanted to save this mother-in-law, Chaselu would still shoot her because he would not allow such a disgusting and corrupt thing to survive in the world. After taking out the things, the woman closed the trunk and watched the chariot drive out of the warehouse in ecstasy. Lucien glanced at her in the rearview mirror, and if she could survive, he would recruit her into his army. Zombies and alien species with crystal cores can evolve by devouring their own kind. By the end of the world, these monsters will evolve into terrifying beings. Only by uniting together can human beings be able to continue civilization. When you have certain abilities, you will definitely recruit strong companions. Now let the apocalypse screen out these strong ones. It was getting late. and Chase Lu finally searched all the other warehouses. And this time, he didn't encounter any other problems. When clearing out the zombies, he accidentally obtained 2 crystal cores. Chase Lu spent 1 crystal core to repair the tank. He plans to keep the other crystal core to upgrade the weapon module and take a hot bath. With this skill, you can attract zombie groups, then burn them and quickly obtain crystal cores. With so many supplies in the superpower warehouse, I no longer have to worry about food and drink. So the next step is to fully upgrade the tank. Lu Chen drove out of the factory area, instead of driving onto the main road, but climbed up the hillside behind the factory area. After driving to the top of the mountain, Lu Chen lowered the window, watching the sun gradually sinking below the horizon. I stretched my hands out the window and felt the breeze. At the foot of the mountain, several conspicuous car lights on the winding mountain road appeared in Lu Chen's eyes. He quickly turned off the car lights and started rummaging through the superpower warehouse. When the dozen or so large trucks drove along the winding mountain road to the halfway point of the mountain, Lu Chen found the night vision binoculars. This supernormal space was really a bit messy. Lu Chen reluctantly picked up the telescope and looked at the convoy. Those large trucks of the same color were hung with flags of various colors. Lu Chen recognized those flags as the gathering points of survivors from previous lives, among which the flag of Hongyuan Warehouse was particularly conspicuous. No wonder a large gathering point can be formed so quickly. These people are well prepared for the end of the world. Why can they know that the end of the world is coming, and how can they respond to it? How can they ensure that they are not affected by the zombie virus? Doubts formed in Lu Chen's mind. This apocalypse must not be as simple as a natural disaster. The convoy of trucks rumbled toward the factory area with menacing force. You guys are not so lucky this time, Lu Chen said with a smile. Those warehouses with rich reserves have all been emptied by themselves. Although these people had hoarded a large amount of supplies before the end of the world, they still spared no effort to plunder other supplies in the city. Because in the last days, materials are the only hard currency, and whoever controls more materials will have greater power. Therefore, this warehouse area must be an important location for them to compete for. But it is no longer the case. There are only empty factories left here. Lu Chen put down the binoculars and drove quietly down the mountain from the other side. Now is not the time to conflict with these forces. His strength is not strong enough yet. But the day of reckoning will eventually come. In order to avoid running into those forces, Lu Chen chose another road on the map. This road leads into the city from the other direction. The city has a large population, so that he can have enough zombies to level up. He found a secluded forest on the roadside and planned to take a nap before entering the city. Sleeping in a tank is so safe that you don't have to worry even if it's pitch dark outside. Putting it on the armchair, sleepiness soon came over after a tiring day of running around. Chang'an Highway. Early morning. Boss, are you still waiting for someone? The world is like this. There will be no cars coming, a short man said. Wait a little longer. If that doesn't work, go to the city and have a look. The man, with a long scar on his face, sat fiercely sharpening his knife. Today is the first day of the reorganization of our Jiaotian gang. We must open meat. Just as Scarface finished speaking, a black chariot came from a distance. Isn't this the one who gives you welfare? Scarface licked the knife in his hand and smiled. Today is the day when my Jiaotian gang returns. Jia Jia Jia. Chapter 14 The Thief in Heaven. Qingyuan Town is a natural market town on the edge of Nancheng City, with a population of about 50,000. This is the place where Lu Chen planned to spawn monsters before the apocalypse broke out. The population base of small towns is larger than that of rural areas, but not as dense as cities, making them the best choice for early zombies. Lu Chen's early plan was to quickly upgrade the tanks in these small towns. Let the tank have strong enough combat and self-protection capabilities. Driving along the road, I occasionally came across a few overturned cars. There were several red-eyed crows standing on the power lines on the roadside. Their size was more than 3 times larger than ordinary crows. Looking at the chariots speeding by, they made sharp and terrifying screams, and some of them would fly with the chariots for a while. These alien crows are fine if they are alone, but they become a huge threat once they gather into a flock. Their beaks have evolved through mutation to become extremely hard and extremely powerful. Although Lu Chen is confident in the tank's defense, he does not want to unlock the weapon system as soon as possible. Facing them, they were just passively beaten, with no power to fight back. Fortunately, these crows have little interest in chariots. Their only goal is blood. Unlike zombies who are sensitive to sound, they are extremely thirsty for blood. It can lock on targets that have lost blood within a radius of several kilometers. After driving along the road for more than 10 minutes, a large truck with its rails in the middle of the road appeared in Lu Chen's field of vision. When Chase Lu passed a certain node, a group of people pulled a homemade spiked iron chain to seal his retreat direction. Blocker! Lu Chen understood immediately after seeing this formation. These people usually stop passing vehicles on remote roads to rob him. He had the impression that he had heard of several robberies around Nancheng, but there had been no such incidents in recent years. It seems that the coming of the apocalypse has also given some criminals the opportunity to return to their old ways. The door of the big truck opened, and a scar-faced man sat on the cab. He was facing Lu Chen's direction, with an arrogant and unrestrained expression, as if he thought Lu Chen was a piece of fat. There were 5 people in total. Lu Chen secretly counted the number of people on the other side, except for the most arrogant Scarface, who was sitting on the front of the big truck. There were 2 others around the truck, and 2 were zipping up the chain barricades. Their weapons seemed to be only hammers and machetes. The chariot gradually approached the big truck, and Scarface's smile became more and more crazier, as if he felt that he was bound to win. Lu Chen suddenly kicked the accelerator, and the tank roared, speeding up rapidly, and rushed towards the big truck. Looking at the approaching chariot, Scarface's smile froze on his face. Are you playing Jiangzi? He wanted to jump out of the car, but it was too late. Boom! The chariot hit the front of the big truck. The front of the truck was completely deformed and separated from the carriage. Brother Chang! The 2 boys beside the truck shouted. This scene happened too fast. After being knocked like this, the Scarface was immortal and temporarily no longer able to move. Lu Chen reversed out of the front of the truck and rushed towards the other boy. The positioning of the chariot is extremely skillful, and only top drivers can drive such a trajectory. Less than 10 meters away, the chariot had accelerated to a speed that would be fatal if it collided. The boy was not 10 meters away. After the collision, Lu Chen adjusted the gear and reversed, knocking the boy flying in the other direction. Then it rushed towards the 2 men pulling iron nail barricades. The chariot like a bloodthirsty beast, and the space formed by these blockades has become its best slaughterhouse. The 2 boys realized something was wrong, turned around, and started running away. The chariot rolled over the iron nail barricade as if it were on flat ground, knocking a young boy into the sky, and blood splattered everywhere. Lu Chen suddenly stopped and saw that the last remaining person had run out of the road and ran towards the woods. Very smart, Lu Chen admired. He lowered the window and pointed the muzzle of the Type 17 Glock at the man's back. He relived in his mind the experience of shooting a toy gun as a child, and aimed intently at the back of the person's head. Bang! The bullet came out of the barrel with a crisp sound, and the escaping man fell to the ground. Lu Chen rotated the pistol on his fingertips, and then made a gesture of putting the gun back into his pocket. It seems that my marksmanship is not bad. This will give me one more thing to rely on in the last days. Something was wrong. Chase Lu found that the man stood up again. He limped toward the woods. Chase Lu had a dark look on his face and kicked his legs. There was no time to recharge, and the man had already run out of the Glock's killing range. Chase Lu would definitely not take the risk of getting out of the car. However, I still feel a little uncomfortable because I missed one person and didn't kill him. What if someone comes looking for revenge in the future? What's the difference between cutting the grass without eradicating the roots and not launching the project? Gaw! A hoarse cry eliminated Lu Chen's worries. Yo-oh! Here comes the alien crow. This area is not too far from where the alien crows were just discovered, and should be within their hunting range. Lu Chen opened the panoramic sunroof, and 3 or 2 alien crows flew quickly in the sky. Their increased size does not limit their mobility. A crow was the first to attack, striking first at the injured area of the man's leg. With a violent dive and the sharp beak, a large hole like the mouth of a bowl immediately appeared in his calf, exposing the pale bones. The man fell to the ground in pain, and the attack of the other 2 alien crows followed. Ordinary human bodies were as fragile as cardboard in front of them. More cries came from the sky, and more alien crows came to this area. The other corpses were also brutally eaten. The last remaining person still has consciousness. The attacks of alien crows will not kill you instantly. They will break your will and make your life worse than death. Lu Chen looked at the man rolling on the ground and shook his head. It would be nice to let me kill him. This must be terrible. The alien crows are accumulating more and more, and the whole place is covered in darkness. Some alien crows that had no corpse to eat flew to the front cover of the chariot following the smell of blood and pecked at the blood stains on it. Tank damage, 99%. 98%. Holy shit. Luchin was shocked. The crow's attack power was actually higher than bullets. When I was shot by bullets before, the battle damage did not fall so quickly. And each attack of these crows can actually cause 1% damage. If all the crows in the sky attack, the chariot will be scrapped in an instant. Luchin turned and left. He didn't want to be the next target of these crows. Driving out of the hunting area for alien crows, Luchin accelerated towards Qingyuan town. He wanted to upgrade. The attack of the alien crow once again reminded him that the current chariot was far from invincible. And it was urgent to unlock the weapons. In the early days of the apocalypse, the zombies that humans turn into are actually the weaker ones among virus-infected creatures. Those animals that originally had full force value became the real threat in the early apocalypse after undergoing mutation. Zombies will gradually surpass alien species only after they awaken their consciousness and abilities in the later stages. It's urgent to upgrade your tank. Chapter 15. No matter what kind of car this is, you are worthy of letting me sit in it. Zhuang Yuan self-made pictures. A middle-aged zombie wearing glasses chased the paper that was blown away by the wind and came to the middle of the road. It stared at the paper and seemed to understand what was on it. After watching for a while, the piercing sound of the trumpet came. It and several zombies nearby rushed towards the vehicle that made the sound, and were immediately knocked into the sky. Can zombies still read newspapers? Luchin crushed several zombies at the intersection of Qingyuan town, stopped the car, and picked up the piece of paper. I saw a hot lingerie girl on top. No wonder. Luchin smacked his lips. These zombies definitely do not have crystal cores. Zombies with crystal cores will continue to look for flesh and blood in order to upgrade. These zombies who read books and newspapers will only become food for crystal core zombies in the end. Luchin honked the horn and drove all the way. When a certain number of people gathered, they all flew away. But he never got the crystal core. He drove deeper and found that there were still fewer zombies on the edge of the town. Driving into a residential area, Luchin saw billowing smoke rising from a 6-story building. Anyone asking for help? Chase Lu drove towards the source of the smoke. Someone asking for help means someone is in danger. And being in danger means there are zombies. Sure enough, as soon as he passed a corner, Chase Lu saw a group of zombies gathering under the building. They rushed in desperately, but were squeezed out again. It seemed that the whole building was already crowded with zombies. Not bad. Not bad. Now there is no need to lure monsters from street to street. There are at least 100 zombies gathered in this building. After clearing these zombies, if you are lucky, you should be able to unlock the weapon module. The chariot roared and rushed towards the dozen zombies at the door. At the moment of collision, the group of zombies bloomed in the air like fireworks and scattered in all directions. After the collision, Chase Lu had to crush their heads one by one. Otherwise the zombies would recover. After taking care of this, he sounded the horn again and lured the zombies out of the building. After 2 waves, 20 zombies have been crushed and a crystal core has been obtained. The sound of a car engine could be heard in the distance, and a pickup truck drove in the direction of Luchin. Gathering power? Chase Lu was confused. Those gathering forces would go to various places to search for food or capture survivors. The opponent only has one vehicle, so as long as there is no heavy firepower, he is not afraid. The opponent was 50 meters away from him, and an arrow shot through the air accurately penetrate a zombie that you haven't had time to clean up. Standing in the back compartment of the pickup truck was a girl with a high ponytail holding a recurved bow. The driver and co-pilot were both young people. The pickup truck suddenly stopped in front of the chariot, and a well-built boy fell out of the back compartment. He carried a table leg studded with long nails and smashed it into the head of a zombie. The zombie fell to the ground with a headshot. The boy pulled out the table leg and guarded the corridor entrance, with the girl holding a bow in the back car. This group of boys and girls is pretty decent and looks well trained. The boy who was driving got out of the car and greeted Luchin, who lowered a quarter of the window. "Brother, are you here to save people too?" said the handsome boy. "I just happened to be passing by." Luchin shook his head. "Then you should leave quickly. It's extremely dangerous here." The boy looked anxious and seemed really worried about Luchin's safety. "Number 35 Guizi Lane. Ping'an Supermarket. That's our stronghold. There is food and water. You should go there quickly. Other places are very dangerous. I don't need it for now. You are here to save people. I can help," Luchin said, mainly because he didn't want to let go of these zombies. "Brother, these zombies are really dangerous." Luchin shook his head and interrupted the boy. "There are at least 50 zombies upstairs, and you guys are not enough." When the boy heard that there were still 50 zombies, He raised his head and glanced upstairs, showing a hint of worry. You retreat? I will try my best to help you clear some of it. Brother, stop joking. You don't have any weapons. The boy looked in disbelief, thinking that the man in front of him was joking, until he met Lu Chen's eyes. This man was actually serious. After some back and forth, Lu Chen promised them that he would retreat if the situation was not right. And these few people retreated dozens of meters. Lu Chen restarted the chariot and repeated the previous process, crushing more than 90 zombies in an unpretentious manner. Finally, the sound of the horn could no longer attract the zombies upstairs. Lu Chen gestured to the group of young people who were protecting him to come closer. Brother, your car is so handsome! When they met again, the boy had nothing but admiration for Lu Chen, and there were almost stars in his eyes. After all, what man can refuse such a doomsday chariot? This is so cool! The boy screamed and looked around the tank. The strong man holding the iron table leg didn't look back. His eyes were filled with envy. He Tian! The girl with a high ponytail standing on the carriage glared at the boy named He Tian. He Tian returned to the pickup truck angrily, and took out the recurved bow and quiver from the carriage. Brother, we're going up! Lu Chen nodded. Don't forget to promise me. He Tian turned around and gestured to him. And they promised Lu Chen that they would help check the zombie's head. Check to see if there is anything like date pits in the heads of the remaining zombies upstairs. The brawny man took the lead. The girl with the high ponytail was in the middle, and Zhuang Yuan was the last. The three of them rushed upstairs, leaving behind a short-haired girl sitting in the passenger seat. Chase Lu drove up beside her and asked her for specific information about the town and their group of people. The girl with short hair is named Li Ran Ran. The muscular boy is named Su Nan Shan. And the girl with high ponytail is their senior named Zhuang Yuan. They were students from Nanchang University. They took advantage of the May Day holiday to visit a scenic spot in Qingyuan town. But they encountered the apocalypse. He Tian and Zhuang Yuan are members of the school's archery club. Su Nanshan is a member of the baseball club. And she is a medical student. After the Doomsday broke out, several people relied on their own skills and the experience gained from playing games on Etion to quickly find the supermarket and establish a stronghold. They have been actively participating in the rescue since yesterday afternoon, rescuing trapped survivors. Li Ranran finished speaking without reservation, glanced at Lu Chen's side face, and lowered his head shyly. Lu Chen tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, thinking deeply. This group of innocent students, who have never been out of society, think the end of the world is too simple. Saving others and providing his own supplies without reservation. Lu Chen shook his head. Nearly 20 minutes later, 3 people helped an old man downstairs, followed by a couple who didn't look very friendly. He Tian handed a piece of crystal core to Lu Chen. His face no longer looked as excited as when he went upstairs. The 3 of them put the old man into the back seat of the car and asked the couple to get into the back of the pickup truck. The man's face suddenly darkened. What the HL? You came so late, and you want us to sit in the carriage used to carry animals. You young people today have no rules at all. Chapter 16. Beasts should stay in their place. You can't sit in this car. Are you looking down on us? The man said aggressively. He Tian and the others looked aggrieved, but they didn't say anything back. They must have been scolded by the 2 of them when they went downstairs. He Tian ran to Lu Chen's car and said with an embarrassed look, Brother, will you give them a ride? Lu Chen shook his head in disgust and said loudly, I feel dirty. What did you say? How dare you? The 2 of them immediately exploded upon hearing this. Shut up! Do you know how many zombies he has killed? Zhuang Yuan couldn't help but said, Drink! You killed the zombies and saved us! So how can you insult our dignity? The woman put her hands on her hips and launched an offensive against Zhuang Yuan. You did save us! But let's put that aside. When we are rescued, should we ride in the cargo box? This is for transporting goods. For animals to sit on. You are insulting us. Zhuang Yuan was speechless and stood on the carriage with his face flushed. Lu Chen stepped on the accelerator, and the chariot instantly moved forward a certain distance, stopping at the feet of the couple. They were so frightened that they fell to the ground. Hey, Chase Lu said while sitting in the car. You 2 beasts should stay where the beasts are. You want to die. I will kill you. Me. The man felt humiliated, stood up from the ground, and rushed towards the chariot angrily. He has been in society for many years, and he has never met such a cool person. He looked forward. Today, he was going to let this young man know that the world is dangerous. Open the window if you dare. I'll kill you. The man slammed the window. The window rolled down, and the man bumped into the muzzle of the Glock. The man froze on the spot, raised his hands high, and gave a French military salute. "Brother, my voice was a little loud just now." The man smiled broadly. "Which car are you going to take now?" Chase Lu looked at the man coldly. He always wanted to convince people with reason. "That one. That one." The man pointed at the pickup truck and said, "Can't hear you. Please speak louder." "Pickup truck. My wife and I are taking a pickup truck." Lu Chen retracted his gun, and the man got into the pickup truck with his wife. "The back compartment," Chase shouted. The man pulled his wife and climbed into the trunk again. "You two, come here." Lu Chen pointed at Zhuang Yuan and Su Nanshan. Zhuang Yuan and Su Nanshan were stunned for a moment. They were also afraid of the gun in Lu Chen's hand. The person who could get the gun was not a simple character. Su Nanshan came over quickly, although he was shocked by Lu Chen's ferocity. But the temptation of this doomsday beast was too great for him. Zhuang Yuan hesitated for a while, and then came over. "Let me tell you, this car is too cool. My name is Su Nanshan." The strong young man approached and greeted Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, Zhuang Yuan." Senior sister Gao Leng also announced her family name. "Brother Lu, our car is too awesome. Did you modify it yourself? I think the power is simply unscientific." Lu Chen changed the subject. "What do you think of those two couples? I don't know how to repay a favor," Su Nanshan said angrily. "Those two people lost face in my hands, and with their vengeful character, they will definitely hold a grudge. I hope you can pay attention to the fact that some people are more difficult to deal with than zombies." Lu Chen said, "Hey, you don't have the same experience as them. Otherwise, I would knock down a bunch of those two people in a minute." Su Nanshan waved his fist. Zhuang Yuan said nothing and nodded with a serious expression. It is always difficult for people to listen to other people's advice. They always have to suffer losses before they wake up. Lu Chen doesn't expect them to listen. But it's my business to say it or not. And it's other people's business to do it or not. After saying that, the two returned to the pickup truck. He Tian started the pickup truck, and Lu Chen followed his pickup truck and set off towards Ping'an Supermarket. After a while, the convoy arrived at Ping'an Supermarket. This is a medium-sized supermarket, the largest supermarket in the entire town. There are 2 floors in total, and the facade on the ground floor is completely blocked by shells. After He Tian got off the car, he knocked on the first rolling shutter door regularly, which seemed to be some kind of secret signal. The rolling shutter door was pulled up a little, just enough for people squatting on the ground to pass through. Seeing Zhuang Yuan get out of the pickup truck, Lu Chen said to her, "I have a pair of sweatpants in the trunk. Take them for easy movement." As early as when they first met, Lu Chen saw that Zhuang Yuan's legs under JK's short skirt were full of wounds, mainly looking at the wounds, not the legs. Zhuang Yuan paused for a moment, gave Chase Lu a meaningful look, went to the trunk of the tank and took away the pants. In addition to sweatpants, Lu Chen also used his mind to stuff some supplies, tools, and other things into the trunk. Just a pair of pants would look a bit strange. Several people entered the supermarket one after another. The couple became more honest after being scared by Chase Lu once. He Tian was the last one. He asked Lu Chen to go in with him. It was safe inside. Lu Chen smiled and refused. "Just kidding. Where else could be safer than here?" However, this Ping'an supermarket was built in a decent manner, which was more than enough to at least resist the zombies in the early stage. The premise is that there are no internal problems. When there is a shortage of supplies and a crisis breaks out, talent will be the most dangerous factor. Lu Chen started the Chariot, and it was none of his business. He was not a holy mother. Let go of the need to help others and respect the fate of others. He opened the Chariot system panel. The number of crystal cores had reached 4, and the panel had also been updated, except for the modules that have not been upgraded. Other modules have new upgrade projects. Engine. Fire charge 2. Install 4 fuel flame outlets at the rear of the vehicle, which can consume fuel and provide power to accelerate the vehicle instantly. The required crystal cores are 4/10. Oil volume management allows to adjust the amount of fuel pumped into the fire charge. The fire charge can be turned on and off at any time. The required crystal core is 4/5. Science and technology. Superpower Space 2. Upgrade the pickup range of the Superpower Space to 3 meters from the car body, and the required crystal core is 4/10. Intelligent storage. The supernatural space has the function of automatically classifying, storing and stacking materials, and provides retrieval permissions. The desired items can be retrieved through consciousness. And the required crystal core is 4/5. Crystal Core Laboratory. Research the crystal core to unlock more tank functions. The required crystal core is 1/100. Other functions to be unlocked. Added fuel management. This module is so useful. A skill that allows flame charge to be turned on and off at any time, without having to rush to the end every time and exhaust the fuel. Liu Chen closed the panel. He wanted to add each of these skills. But what he lacked most now was the weapons system. There is only one crystal core left to unlock the weapon module. Once the weapon module is unlocked, your monster spawning efficiency can be improved to another level. Brushing monsters. Slaying monsters. Liu Chen left Ping An Supermarket in his chariot. In Ping An Supermarket, there is a small compartment separated by wooden boards.
Old Wang, do you think our mother is really okay?
The woman opened the old man's trouser leg, and there was a hideous wound on it, which had festered and turned pus.
What? You still want to abandon my mother?
The man glared at the woman.
No. Didn't I hear those young people say that if you get scratched, you have to be quarantined? What do those little brats know? They watched a few movies and then came out to scare people. I'll just go get some medicine for our mother. Just shut up. I won't tell. I won't tell.
The woman nodded timidly. Chapter 17 Beef Steak with Sesame. After running for most of the afternoon, I crushed hundreds of zombies to death without even exploding a crystal core. Liu Chen had a dark look on his face, and his luck gradually became more and more unusual. Oil volume warning. Only 210L left. In order to ensure safety, he always pays attention to maintaining the fuel level above 200L, so that he can launch a fiery charge to escape at any time. No. Strategic retreat. This is not cowardice, but a necessary safety measure in the last days. Liu Chen found an open area to park his car and took out a barrel of oil from the supernatural space. Opening the car door, the dusty, scorching air rushed into his nostrils. Only by comparing it with the outside air can we know how fresh the air in the tank is. Liu Chen opened the fuel tank cap and filled it with gas. Liu Chen complained in his heart that such a high-end tank still needed to get out of the car to refuel. It would be nice if someone could help me refuel or upgrade the automatic refueling system, so that I don't have to leave the tank at all in the future.
When I get out of the car and refuel, I always feel a chill on my back.
Liu Chen was nervous and looked around. His intuition told him that something was wrong. There was no need to add more fuel. Liu Chen quickly closed the fuel tank cap and prepared to return to the car before using up the tank of fuel.
Swish! Rustle!
The sound of rapid advancement came from behind Liu Chen, and he turned back sharply. A zombie wearing sportswear was approaching him at extremely fast speeds. Liu Chen quickly opened the car door and got into the car. The next second, the zombie hit the car door with a bang. Special zombies. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Liu Chen felt scared. If he was caught, it would be over. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, the zombie moved close to the chariot, trying to find a loophole in the iron sheet. He moved from the back seat to the driver's seat, started the tank, and only added 230L of fuel. Dare to scare me. Liu Chen stepped on the accelerator and started the engine. This special zombie must have a crystal core, since you delivered it to your door. Don't blame me for being rude. The zombies heard the sound of the chariot starting, turned around and ran away. What the hell is this? Liu Chen drove after him to see who was faster. You were my car. The chariot roared and rushed behind the zombies in an instant. When a collision was about to occur, the zombie quickly threw himself under the car to avoid the impact of the chariot, then stood up and jumped up, climbing along the wall into the residential building. He actually already has self-awareness. The tank's attack was in vain. Liu Chen braked suddenly, lowered the window, took out his pistol, and shot at the climbing zombies. Due to the opponent's high-speed movement and Liu Chen's impressive shooting accuracy, the bullets did not harm the zombies at all. The zombies seemed to realize that Chase Liu had no means to attack him, so he simply stopped climbing. It stopped, half squatting on the balcony, seeming to laugh at Liu Chen. Yo-ho! This beast. Liu Chen saw that it was not moving, so he took the gun back. If he couldn't hit it, he would try another method. Can a living person be suffocated to death? This zombie dares to mock him. Doesn't this let you know that people's hearts are sinister? Liu Chen raised half of the car window to avoid the other party's sudden attack. He quickly rummaged through the supernatural space and took out a fresh beefsteak. It took another half a day to find a large bottle of veterinary anesthetics and a syringe. This was the medicine that I dragged people to buy through special channels after my rebirth. That man was unreliable. All he got was veterinary medicine, saying that these medicines were powerful and better than those used on others. That man was not dealt with by Lu Chen at that time. It can only be said that China's perfect legal system saved his life. However, these veterinary drugs are now working by mistake. Lu Chen rummaged through the supernatural space and found a gas mask to prevent him from being numbed by this thing. After several rounds of searching, I found that my superpower space was like Doraemon's treasure bag, and I had everything I wanted. He held a syringe and learned the method of making water-filled pork from the news, injecting anesthetic into the beefsteak. After a lot of work, he threw the roe out of the window and shouted to the zombie, "Dinner is ready!" This bloody meat looks like the best thing in the world to the zombies, and the attention of the special zombies is instantly attracted. Lu Chen smiled slightly and backed up the car more than 10 meters, leaving a safe distance for it. The zombie climbed downstairs cautiously, quickly picked up the beefsteak, dragged it back to the safe floor, and started to eat it. I have to say that you are quite vigilant. But unfortunately, you are still a bit behind on being scheming. Zombies still rely on the nervous system for their actions, just like humans. So neurotoxins and anesthetics can work on them. The special zombie held the beefsteak and bit it hungrily, its movements gradually slowing down. Slowly, I realized that something was wrong. Why was this meat so spicy? It glanced down at Chase Lu, who was extending his hand to greet it. The world was spinning, and the zombies fell straight from the balcony holding the beefsteak. Lu Chen found the right moment, accelerated the chariot, and crashed the zombie into the building on its way down. Smoke, dust and bricks flew, and zombies and beefsteaks were smashed to pieces. A crystal core appeared in Lu Chen's supernatural space, finally gathering 5. Lu Chen opened the panel and clicked to take a hot bath without hesitation. During upgrade, looking at the weapon modules being upgraded, Lu Chen took out a few delicacies from the supernatural space and ate lunch leisurely. Take a hot bath and upgrade is complete. Lu Chen opened the panel. This skill can generate 2,000 C of flames around the car body by consuming fuel. At this temperature, living things will lose their lives within seconds. With this skill, you can start to attract monsters on a large scale. How about a zombie barbecue? Tian and a group of people took things from the warehouse to the survivors of Ping'an supermarket, and they unified all the food from the supermarket into the warehouse. Quantify portions to prevent waste.
Why so little? How little is it for the 3 of us in the family?
The man yelled at Tian.
Each person has 1 piece of bread and 1 bottle of mineral water. That's the rule,
Tian explained.
There are so many things in the supermarket. You just share this little,
and you hide the rest and eat it yourself. No. We just centrally manage the food and distribute it uniformly to ensure there is no waste. What's the point of wasting? Is this food yours? What qualifications do you have to take care of it? Let's all judge. Is it enough to eat these things?
The man shouted to the other survivors who were receiving food.
Shut up. I don't know who saved you. Right? Get out if you don't want to eat. That's right. That's right. White-eyed wolf.
Apparently the other survivors weren't on the men's side. When the man saw that no one was helping him, his face darkened. After receiving the supplies, he walked upstairs. Zhuang Yuan stared at his back, remembering what Lu Chen had said to her in the car. This man is a ticking time bomb. Chapter 18A's safe supermarket is not safe. After the man went upstairs, he threw the supplies on the ground angrily.
Do these people have any brains? Those young boys clearly occupy a lot of supplies and eat alone.
Pretend to be fair and give some charity to those people. But they are still grateful. Old Wang, calm down. Calm down.
The woman stepped forward to comfort him.
Brother Wang, we agree with you.
2 social youths opened the curtain of their cubicle and walked in with evil smiles on their faces. Wang Gui stared at the 2 people. He knew these 2 people. They were famous gangsters in Qingyuan town. On weekdays, he does a lot of evil and makes troubles all day long. Those students were really not picky about saving people. They would dare to save anyone inside. Normally, you would definitely stay away from them when you see them. But now is a good time to take advantage of these 2 people.
What do you agree with me about? I agree with what you said. Those hairy students shouldn't be left in charge.
The man with yellow hair, who looked like the leader, said.
That's right. It's up to our elder brother to take care of it.
The younger brother agreed from the side. Wang Gui squinted his eyes and looked at the 2 of them, then lowered his voice and said,
What are your plans?
Brother Huang Mao chuckled and leaned into his ear.
Weapons are the key. Whoever gets the weapon will be the boss. They have 2 bows and a hammer. And we have nothing. So we can't be the boss now. They have another person with a gun. How to deal with that person?
Wang Gui asked bitterly. The look in that person's eyes made people shudder. Wang Mao shook his head.
Don't be afraid. I haven't seen that person before you came here. I probably met him by chance. But judging from my years of experience, that person didn't even get out of the car once when he followed you here at noon. And the window was only half open. He must be a greedy person. It's too late to protect himself in this end of the world. Why would he wade into such muddy waters? And when we take over the supermarket, he won't be able to make any waves with one shot.
Unexpectedly, this little gangster had something else. Wang Gui felt more confident when he saw Wang Mao's clear analysis.
Are we going to fix it or not? Brother Wang? We have been living a miserable life before. But we are not allowed to enjoy the blessings in the apocalypse. If this Ping'an supermarket succeeds, we have the final say.
Wang Gui thought for a moment and agreed with a gloomy smile on his face. These bullshit students came so late to save people, causing his mother to be scratched by zombies. Now he is eating alone without letting him have enough to eat, which is extremely abominable.
Little sister, you are a medical student, right? Do you have any cold medicine or something? My mother seems to have a fever.
Wang Gui pulled Li Ranran aside, who had just finished using the toilet, and said, with worry written on his face. During lunch, Zhuang Yuan reminded them to pay more attention to this Wang Gui, as he might have evil intentions.
I don't have antipyretics here. When we go out later, I can help you go to the pharmacy.
Li Ranran is a kind-hearted doctor and feels that although this person did something wrong, he still cares about his mother.
Then can you please come up and check on her? Let me tell my classmates. It's okay. You'll be fine soon.
Li Ranran hesitated for a moment, thinking that nothing would happen. So he followed Wang Gui to the second floor and came to his cubicle. As soon as he entered the compartment, Wang Gui strangled Li Ranran's neck from behind and put a bright knife on her neck. When Tian and the survivors heard the screams, they rushed upstairs and surrounded Wang Gui layer by layer.
What are you doing? Don't do anything stupid. If you have something to say, please tell me.
Everyone tried to persuade Wang Gui.
Don't come over. Her life will be in danger if she comes over.
Wang Gui retreated to the corner, threatening the approaching people.
You damn thing. Put down the knife.
Su Nanshan shouted loudly. Tian and Zhuang Yuan were holding bows and arrows, but they were helpless. Wang Gui huddled behind Li Ranran, and they did not dare to bet with her life.
Hurry up!
The excited Su Nanshan suddenly slumped to the ground, his head covered with ashes. Su Ranran screamed, and the crowd became commotion and fled around like a tide. Wang Mao, who was standing behind him, smiled, threw away the brick, and picked up Su Nanshan's weapon. At the same time that Su Nanshan was attacked, Tian was also hit hard, and even more severely. His body fell to the ground like a broken string, and a large amount of blood flowed from the back of his head. The yellow-haired boy picked up the recurved bow on the ground. The situation reversed instantly. Seeing Tian fall, Zhuang Yuan drew his bow in panic, but didn't know who to aim at. When everyone saw the weapons in the hands of Wang Mao's group, they all took a few steps back. Everyone valued their lives.
Throw the bow over here,
Wang Mao said with a smile, his eyes constantly wandering on Zhuang Yuan. He deliberately did not hurt the 2 girls and planned to keep it and enjoy it later. Zhuang Yuan didn't move. She drew her bow tightly, her eyes filled with grief and anger. Wang Mao winked at Wang Gui, and the knife in his hand tightened, already drawing a bloody mark on Su Ranran's neck. Su Ranran was shocked and frightened. Her whole body couldn't stop shaking, and tears were already flowing down her face. Zhuang Yuan still didn't let go of the bow. She knew that if she handed over the weapon, everything would be over. Scream suddenly came from Wang Gui's cubicle. His mother and the woman hugged each other and jumped out of the cubicle. His mother's mouth was full of blood, and she was biting the woman's neck, bleeding profusely. The attention of Wang Gui and the others was diverted. Zhuang Yuan seized this opportunity and jumped up the window and jumped down. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. After falling to the ground, she endured the severe pain and got up and headed towards the radio station. Now there was only one way for them to go, and she pinned all her hopes on that man.
MD! Run away!
After Wang Mao discovered that Zhuang Yuan had run away, he turned around and hit Wang Gui on the head. What about this? After finishing the hammering, Wang Mao pointed at Wang Gui's woman. The woman was dying and stared at Wang Gui. Wang Gui was so shocked that he actually turned into a zombie. Fortunately, he didn't bite me. Looking at the woman with blood on her face, he turned his head in disgust. Doesn't he just choose the women in the supermarket now? Wang Mao struck again, and the woman died. He ordered his younger brother to throw away the body, turned around and looked at Su Ranran, and found Zhuang Yuan, whom he had coveted for a long time. And now he was very angry. Wang Gui threw Su Ranran to Wang Mao, found the warehouse key from He Tian, and said to everyone with a smile, "From now on, I will distribute the food, and I will definitely not treat everyone badly." Great! Great! Lu Chen had just finished testing the weapon module. The high temperature of 2000 degrees Celsius can make living beings lose consciousness almost instantly. They get charred and crispy in just seconds. But the only problem now is that there are too few zombies, and the crystal cores are not obtained fast enough. Lu Chen lowered the window. Although the heat insulation performance of the tank SH.L has been upgraded, the temperature inside the car is still very high. Like a sauna. He was covered in sweat, and was sticking his head out the window to breathe in the cool air when the sound of a radio audition suddenly came from above the city. "Mr. Lu's safe supermarket is dangerous." The broadcast sound was intermittent, but Chase Lu could still hear Zhuang Yuan's voice. "Is there something wrong with Ping and supermarket? So fast?" Lu Chen knew that a villain like Wang Gui would definitely cause some trouble. But he didn't expect it to happen so soon. "Want to go?" "Mr. Lu is safe." Zhuang Yuan's anxious voice mixed with the sound of electricity repeated over the city. Chapter 19 Flame. "Mr. Lu, Ping and supermarket is in danger." "Mr. Lu." Zhuang Yuan shouted over and over again. She didn't know if Lu Chen would respond. The other party had no reason to put himself in danger. Her voice is spread through loudspeakers evenly placed throughout the town. And the huge sound of the loudspeakers also brings together a large number of zombies. Hundreds of zombies have been attracted below the broadcast tower, and they gathered under a loudspeaker not far from the broadcast tower. Zhuang Yuan's right leg was broken when she jumped downstairs, and she also had many scratches on her body. As long as a zombie finds her, she will be eaten. She was dead, but she hoped her companions could be rescued. Zhuang Yuan still shouted over and over again without any response. But this was her only remaining hope. She didn't know if it was a hallucination or something, but she vaguely heard the sound of the engine. She pushed herself up, and the scene before her almost made her cry. She saw the familiar chariot running over the hordes of zombies and heading towards her. Why did he come to the radio station? He was obviously talking about Ping and supermarket. There are hundreds of zombies here. Wouldn't rushing into this zombie wave mean death? When the zombies heard the movement of the chariot, they all swarmed towards the chariot. The dense zombies climbed and piled up on each other, and soon formed a hill around the chariot. Zhuang Yuan threw away the microphone, picked up the recurved bow, and shot arrows in vain towards the zombie mountain. She could no longer see the outline of the chariot, and tears burst into her eyes. Mr. Lu died trying to save her. "Come more! Come more!" Lu Chen sat in the car, happily waiting for the zombies to crawl all over the tank. Their attacks would not cause much damage to the tanks, but Lu Chen hoped that they would gather as densely as possible so that he could save some fuel. This time he made a lot of money. The zombies gathered under the loudspeaker were several times more than what he had been working on all morning. Guessing that it was almost done, Chase Lu pressed the button on the panel to take a hot bath. The fuel flamethrowers around the body of the boom tank spewed out deadly flames, and the flames dyed everything in front of Lu Chen's eyes red. Zombies that got close to the tank died instantly and turned into charcoal within a few seconds. While the chariot was spitting fire, Lu Chen made the chariot move forward slowly. This was to prevent the dead zombies from blocking the flames. After all, he only needs to kill zombies and not burn them to ashes. Fire was also passed between zombies, and the entire radio station turned into a sea of fire. The fuel was consumed rapidly, and the number of crystal nuclei continued to increase. Lu Chen couldn't help smiling as he watched the number of crystal nuclei increase. Is this the fun of killing monsters? Others are struggling to survive in the apocalypse, but he treats zombies as monsters. Unfortunately, the temperature inside the tank is also rising. Even if the air conditioner is turned on to the maximum, the temperature inside the car rose sharply, and Lu Chen had to take off his clothes one by one. The pants on his body were the bottom line of his dignity as a civilized person. Under the baking flames, there were not many zombies left in the radio station. The entire radio station was black and all life was in ruins.
Lu Chen was so hot that he almost fainted. So he had to turn off the flamethrower. He would be cooked if he kept doing it for a while. He opened the panel and saw that the number of crystal nuclei had reached 24. Regardless of the heat, he quickly spent a crystal core to repair the tank. When using this skill, the tank would also be damaged by high temperature. Now the armor of the tank has been reduced to 34%. With so many crystal cores, the first task is of course to upgrade. Lu Chen first upgraded the superpower space. The additional 3 meters was very convenient for collecting supplies. Next is the battering ram, which can greatly increase the collision damage of the tank. Then he chose high quality fuel, which can improve the effects of all fuel skills. If you click on this skill, you can get bonuses for fire charge and hot bath. Battering ram upgraded. Premium fuel upgrade in progress. Super Space 2 is being upgraded. Upgrading 3 skills in a row. Spending 20 crystal cores. The satisfaction brought by the upgrade and the jingling sound of various mechanical parts ignited Lu Chen's blood. Waiting for the upgrade to be completed. The tank's capabilities will be raised to a new level. The heat wave finally stopped, leaving only black smoke in the sky. Zhuang Yuan stared at the darkened chariot in stunned silence. Is this still a chariot? She felt as if she had just been in HL, and even felt a little pity for the zombies. Zhuang Yuan drew his bow and shot several zombies that were still lingering, then walked off the broadcast tower and walked towards the chariot. The car window was covered with ashes, and she couldn't see the inside clearly. She was not sure whether Lu Chen was alive or dead. The residual heat around the chariot is still very high, and the temperature rise can be clearly felt from a distance away from the chariot. At such a high temperature, he wouldn't be cooked. Thinking of this, Zhuang Yuan's heart tightened, and he became worried. Limping to the window of the chariot, she tore off a piece of her sleeve and wiped the ashes from the window. Don't die, she thought silently in her mind. The ashes were wiped away, and Zhuang Yuan stared blankly at a naked man sitting on the seat and dancing. Suddenly, light blue data lines appeared around the tank, and they gathered in various places on the vehicle body, as if forming a device. After a while, the sound of mechanical parts disintegrating was heard, and those light blue lights were gradually turning into entities. What kind of high technology is this? Zhuang Yuan took a few steps back. A huge bulldozer-like tapered steel baffle appeared on the front of the car, and jet pipe-like devices were also added around the body. The ashes on the body of the vehicle are being gradually removed, and the entire tank has been automatically renovated. When Zhuang Yuan was shocked by the cool modifications of the chariot, she saw Lu Chen looking at her through the car window. Their eyes met, and the smile on Lu Chen's face gradually solidified. Is there a possibility? Stop crying. If you cry again, you will end up like him. Wang Gui shouted to a pure-looking girl, who fell to her knees and burst into tears. In front of her was her boyfriend, who was shot through the thigh by Wang Gui's arrow and was lying on the ground wailing. After Wang Gui and Huang Mao's group took control of the supermarket, the first thing they did was to reduce the number of people in the supermarket. It's impossible to feed so many mouths with just the supplies from the supermarket. And those stupid students kept saving people and reading like crazy. Wang Gui and Huang Mao selected a few young men who were easy to control as thugs, and selected a few good-looking girls from the crowd, and drove the rest out of the supermarket. Everyone protested vigorously, but the boy took advantage of the chaos and tried to rescue his girlfriend, but was shot by Wang Gui with an arrow and fell to the ground. When the others saw this, they didn't dare to say anything. We are not evil people. We just don't have enough food. We are just waiting to die here. We might as well go out and look for a chance of survival. Wang Gui asked his younger brother to open the rolling shutter door of the supermarket and said with a smile, Then I'll say goodbye here and wish you all a safe journey. Forced by Wang Gui and his group, everyone walked out of Ping'an's supermarket, faced with Wang Gui's murderous weapons. No one wants to be the first to die. The young man who was rolling on the ground and wailing was also picked up by the younger brothers and thrown out of the supermarket. Chapter 20 The Speedster is coming. Seal the doors and windows, and don't leave from the first floor in the future, Wang Gui ordered. Huang Mao and his brothers sealed the entire first floor facade with wooden strips and iron plates. Then they brought in empty shelves and piled them all at the door. This is to prevent those people from attacking again. Their hearts are sinister. Who knows what tricks those who were driven out by him will think of. Not even a truck can break in now, let alone a human being. Wang Gui and Huang Mao looked at each other and smiled. I've been busy for so long. I have to go see that girl. Huang Mao couldn't wait to leave. Wang Gui came to a cubicle on the second floor where He Tian and Su Nanshan were tied up. Su Nanshan had woken up and shouted to Wang Gui. But his mouth was stuffed with a rag, and he couldn't speak. He Tian was still unconscious and seemed to be seriously injured. These two people were kept as hostages, and they could hear Zhuang Yuan's town-wide broadcast clearly. After all, that piece of shit Mr. Liu still had a gun in his hand. Just in case, they decided to keep these two hostages. But now the entire first floor is sealed. Ping'an Supermarket is a bunker. As long as Wang Gui doesn't let him through, even the gods can't get in. These two boys will be thrown out to feed the zombies in a few days.
You brat! Don't you still expect someone to save you?
Wang Gui said, patting Su Nanshan's face. Su Nanshan blushed but couldn't make a sound. Seeing his angry expression, Wang Gui just thought it was ridiculous. The chariot was speeding on the road. Lu Chen was sitting in the car with a black line on his face. He had just experienced a social death and was not in a good mood. Zhuang Yuan fell into silence after getting in the car and telling Lu Chen about the incident at Ping'an Supermarket. Her concern for her companions made her not pay attention to Lu Chen's embarrassment just now. Lu Chen didn't want to come to rescue people because the risk was very high. It would be very simple if we just destroyed the entire Ping'an Supermarket. But if you want to rescue people from Wang Gui, you must get out of the chariot and go to the second floor. They just met by chance, and it was impossible for Lu Chen to take such a big risk to save people. After hearing the broadcast, he knew that zombies would gather at the place with the loudspeaker. So he followed them and prepared to kill a wave of zombies. Unexpectedly, he ran into Zhuang Yuan here, considering that it was Zhuang Yuan's broadcast that gave him the opportunity to quickly accumulate crystal cores and upgrade tanks. Moreover, the upgrade of the supernatural space made Lu Chen think of a foolproof way to take over Ping'an Supermarket. And then he agreed to Zhuang Yuan to rescue He Tian and his group. However, Lu Chen also had his own selfish motives for this rescue. In this long journey, a person will always feel lonely, and he just lacks a shooter-like teammate. Chase Lu looked at Zhuang Yuan. Her hand was always resting on the string. Her delicate face was covered with ashes, and there were 2 traces of tears. Her eyes were deep and sharp, as if she could shoot a sword. Lu Chen knew that this look was a look of hatred, and this experience would definitely teach them a good lesson. Overflowing of the Holy Mother's heart is a taboo for survival in the last days. If Zhuang Yuan can learn this truth from this experience, then she almost meets all the requirements for Lu Chen to recruit teammates. He is smart, courageous, skilled, kind-hearted but not a virgin, has long legs, and is a perfect teammate. If he could gain some favorability this time and recruit Zhuang Yuan under his command, then his trip would not be considered a loss. About to arrive at the destination, Lu Chen broke the silence in the car with a tactical cough and explained the battle plan to Zhuang Yuan. After communicating the battle plan, Lu Chen picked a long windbreaker from the supernatural space. If nothing else, he is handsome. After stuffing necessary equipment into his long windbreaker, the rescue mission officially began. Lu Chen drove the chariot to the road in front of the supermarket. He found that the facade on the first floor seemed to have been reinforced. He smiled contemptuously. The front of the vehicle was upgraded, and a tapered steel plate was added, which significantly increased the tank's impact and destructive power. This kind of artificially reinforced defense is just paste in his eyes. Lu Chen stepped on the accelerator lightly, and the chariot rushed out like a sword unsheathed. Boom! A huge crash resounded throughout the street, and the chariot entered Ping'an Supermarket with ease. Lu Chen shook his head and smiled.
It's easier than my grandma going to the street to buy groceries.
Turning the steering wheel to adjust the angle, Lu Chen drove the chariot back and forth in the supermarket, and the shelves used to block it were easily destroyed. While moving, Lu Chen's thoughts flashed quickly, searching for weapons from upstairs that could threaten him. After the upgrade, the pickup range of the superpower space has reached 3 meters around the car body, which is nearly 2.5 meters tall when combined with the tank. Lu Chen can pick up items within a height of 5.5 meters above the ground. Ping'an Supermarket is only about 3 meters high. Wang Gui's group on the second floor would not be able to escape Lu Chen's pickup range unless they hung their weapons on the ceiling. This is also the key factor why Lu Chen is willing to rescue He Tian and others. The huge shock alarmed Wang Gui and Huang Mao, who rushed out of the room holding up his pants.
TMD. Just take off your pants. You bastard,
he shouted angrily. Huang Mao finally subduedly ran, but was interrupted just as he was about to take action. He was now extremely angry. Wang Gui's face showed more uneasiness and panic. Was the first floor breached? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We have reinforced it layer by layer. How can ordinary vehicles break in? He quickly grabbed the recurve bow. And he felt slightly relieved to have the weapon in his hand. Damn it! Where's my hammer? A boy shouted. The hammer in his hand disappeared out of thin air. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Holy shit! Where are my clothes? My shoes? Pants! Everyone in Huangmao was in a mess. Why did things disappear out of thin air? Is there a ghost in broad daylight? Wang Gui's left hand trembled slightly. He also felt a shiver in his left hand just now. He slowly lowered his head. And the recurve bow held in his left hand was gone. Tread. Tread. The sound of footsteps came from the stairs, passed through the noisy and chaotic crowd, and reached Wang Gui's ears like a ghost demanding life. Tread. Tread. A figure wearing a long black windbreaker appeared in Wang Gui's sight. And that frightening look came again. The panicked crowd finally discovered Lu Chen. They covered the key parts that were no longer covered by clothes and retreated towards the wall. Lu Chen slowly approached them holding the Glock and stopped at a position where he could ensure that the other party could not threaten him. Looking at the disheveled people standing there in panic, Lu Chen smiled and said, I'm sorry, everyone. The time is too tight, and the operation was a bit wrong. Everyone looked at each other. It was this man who took those things away. Magic? The power beyond the scope of cognition gave everyone a deep fear of the man in front of him. Everyone, be quiet. Those on the other side, stand a little further in the middle. Lu Chen pointed his gun at the few people standing on the edge and asked them to gather in the middle. The gangsters didn't know what the man in cool clothes in front of them wanted to do. But because of the threat of the gun, they could only obey him honestly. Looking at the people gathered together, Lu Chen smiled. He should be able to shoot no matter what. Chapter 21 Kill a few casually. No nonsense. He held his breath and aimed. 3 points in one line. Bang! Glock breathed out tongues of fire. A young gangster fell to the ground with his lower body covered, letting out heart-rending screams. Lu Chen took a breath. It hurt so much. He hit the ball. I'm sorry. Lu Chen raised his hand to express his embarrassment. Boom! Boom! In order not to be hit, Wang Gui and Huang Mao tried their best to hide behind the gangster. And the crowd gradually gathered together. Huge panic filled their heads. Is this a demon? Is this man in front of me a hacking devil? This is killing. This is killing. Lu Chen raised his gun and shot at the huddled crowd with a calm expression, as if he was shooting at a human target. In experiments, Glock can generally penetrate 2 or 3 simulated human targets. So the choice of hiding behind a companion is actually not correct. When the 17 gunshots ended, Lu Chen stopped shooting, raised his pistol, and looked at his masterpiece with joy. A thick mist of blood shrouded the heads of Wang Gui and his group. Huang Mao regained his senses in the panic. He's out of bullets! Rush! Kill him! After saying that, he pushed the younger brothers in front of him forward violently. The few younger brothers who survived had already lost their minds. After receiving Huang Mao's order, he stumbled towards Lu Chen. After walking a few steps, a boy at the front clearly saw a fire axe fall out of the man's long windbreaker, and it fell to the ground with a clang. The last string in the little brother's mind was broken, and the fear of death instantly overwhelmed him. He fell to his knees and burst into tears. His level of grief was almost the same as that of Meng Jiangnu. Lu Chen picked up the fire axe from the ground. It's the end of the world. It makes sense for me to carry an axe with me. After he stood up, a bunch of things fell out of his windbreaker, including an electric baton, a boning knife, a bear trap, an electric toothbrush, and a roast duck. Forehead. The younger brothers didn't dare to move forward when they saw this, and fell to their knees one by one, crying for their father and mother. Lu Chen was speechless for a while. I didn't kill your mother. Why are you crying with me? He stepped forward, the axe making a screeching sound on the ground. Brother, we were all forced and ordered by them. Please let us go. I didn't do anything. Please let me go. The younger brothers burst into tears and begged Lu Chen for forgiveness. Lu Chen chuckled. It was just crocodile tears. He didn't talk nonsense. He raised his axe and dropped it, leaving no one behind. It doesn't matter what difficulties you have, whether you were coerced by others. Just die if you make a mistake. After cutting the last boy in two, Lu Chen leaned the axe against his body and straightened his hair. Then he took out a rag from his windbreaker and gently wiped the blood on his body. Using an axe to chop down several people at once takes a lot of energy. He looked at Wang Gui and Huang Mao, his eyes cold. lazy and even a little bored. As if the death of those people just now had nothing to do with him. Devil. This is the real devil. Huang Gui was trembling all over. His legs could no longer support his body. Huang Mao is still unwilling to give up. He still has a lot of good life to enjoy and cannot fall here. Taking advantage of Lu Chen's lack of action, he rushed into the compartment and grabbed the hostages inside. Among them were Li Ranran, who was tied up by Wu Huada, and He Tian, who was dying. Huang Mao threw He Tian to Huang Gui and strangled Li Ranran's neck tightly.
Let us go!
No, or I'll kill them. Lu Chen curled his lips and said,
Kill them!
Don't you believe it?
I!
An arrow broke through the window and penetrated Huang Mao's throat, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Huang Mao covered his throat with both hands and collapsed to the ground, dying. When Huang Gui saw this scene, his hands trembled and he let go of He Tian, who was dead. He knew that no matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. These people in front of him would not let him go. The past life appeared before his eyes like a lantern, and an arrow penetrated his left and right temples, interrupting his thoughts. Whoosh! Whoosh! Without stopping, arrows flew from the window one after another, hitting Huang Gui and Huang Mao in the heads one after another. Lu Chen counted a total of 16 arrows. Huang Gui and Huang Mao were shot by Zhuang Yuan on their heads. Who told you to provoke her? Although a bit cruel, it also shows Zhuang Yuan's transformation, which is a transformation that must be experienced in the last days. After confirming that all the people at the scene were gone, Lu Chen waved to the window and motioned for Zhuang Yuan to come over. He placed Zhuang Yuan in the opposite building in order to accurately kill the enemy, while the other party was holding hostages. After untying He Tian and his group, Zhuang Yuan also came to the second floor of the supermarket. Su Nanshan has woken up and seems to be fine, but it is hard to say what day it will be. When untying him, Lu Chen found that his body was cold and his pulse was weak, which was a symptom of excessive blood loss. Li Ranran was crying while treating the wound on his brain. Zhuang Yuan stood aside with a tough expression showing no emotion. Lu Chen went downstairs and returned to the chariot. He Tian probably wouldn't wake up. He was in no mood to watch this kind of separation. He started the chariot and stood guard outside the supermarket to deal with the zombies attracted by the smell of blood in the supermarket. Time passes gradually. At the moment when the sun sets and day and night change, Li Ranran's cry comes from upstairs. He Tian died. Lu Chen guessed that although they only met once, the impression this boy had on him was pretty good. Lu Chen's heart trembled slightly. He was accustomed to death and rarely felt this way. After having something for dinner, about half an hour later, Zhuang Yuan and the others carried He Tian's body downstairs. They loaded He Tian's body into the pickup truck. Su Nanshan drove. Li Ranran was the co-driver, and Zhuang Yuan was in the back seat with He Tian. Lu Chen used the supernatural space to collect all the supplies in the warehouse, because he had already used this skill in front of them. Lu Chen was not afraid of being exposed. The stronghold of Ping and supermarket can no longer be taken. They will move to another place. Lu Chen followed them to a woods outside the town and buried He Tian. There is a wooden board stuck on He Tian's mound, with his name carved on it with a knife. It's pretty good, brother, Lu Chen thought. There is still a tombstone in this end of the world. Most people in the apocalypse should die without their whole bodies, and some may even have no scraps left. Zhuang Yuan and the other three stood in front of He Tian's grave for a long time. Li Ranran burst into tears and leaned on Su Nanshan's shoulder. Su Nanshan also looked sad. Zhuang Yuan stood alone on the side with a cold expression, just like Lu Chen did when he saw her for the first time. Li Ranran and Su Nanshan entered the pickup truck first. Zhuang Yuan glanced solemnly at He Tian's tombstone, as if saying his final goodbyes. Then she turned around and walked to chase Lu's car, and Shen Lu lowered the window.
Can I get in your car, Mr. Lu?
Chapter 22 Accept or Reject.
Can I get in your car, Mr. Lu?
Zhuang Yuan asked with a tearful voice, facing Lu Chen. Tears shone in her eyes. Lu Chen nodded slowly. Zhuang Yuan quickly opened the car door and sat in the back seat. The moment the car door closed, she finally burst into tears. All the fear, grievances, and sadness accumulated during this day poured out like a dam. In front of her companions, she is the decision-maker and guardian, and she cannot show her soft side. But here with Chase Lu, she can get a strong sense of security. Zhuang Yuan's cries filled the entire chariot. Lu Chen turned off the lights and silently placed a box of napkins on the armrest box. I don't know how long it took, Zhuang Yuan cried until he was exhausted, and then fell asleep. The next morning, when Zhuang Yuan woke up in a daze, he found that breakfast, a mirror and several packs of wet wipes had been prepared on the seat next to him. Seeing those exquisite foods, Zhuang Yuan was stunned and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It had been a long time since she had eaten properly. The car door opened, and Lu Chen returned to the car after completing a set of dancing youth radio gymnastics. Just in time to see Zhuang Yuan grab the food on the plate like a vicious wolf. Lu Chen suppressed his smile and started the chariot calmly, not to mention the apocalyptic breakfast of this star-rated hotel. Even ordinary people rarely eat it. Coupled with Zhuang Yuan's consumption yesterday, this eating style is also normal. When Zhuang Yuan saw Lu Chen, he seemed to notice something. He put down a piece of cream cake in his hand, sat up slowly, and wiped the cream on his hands and mouth as if nothing happened. Then he used the clean silver fork to fork a cherry into his mouth and chewed it carefully. What a stubborn woman. Lu Chen suppressed his laughter and said, I just discussed with your companions. They are going to find a new base in the factory area in the south of the town. What do you think? Well, it's close to the water source, so it should be good. Zhuang Yuan nodded. Lu Chen looked back in the rearview mirror. Zhuang Yuan's face after cleaning it with a wet wipe looked like a porcelain doll. His eyes that were red and swollen from crying provided a touch of gentleness to the arrogant and cold face. Before the end of the world, this should be the kind of appearance that would make his debut directly. Su Nanshan's pickup truck started to drive, and Lu Chen followed them. Seeing that Zhuang Yuan had finished his breakfast, Lu Chen made a thought and put all the things in the back seat into the supernatural space. Then with a thought, those things appeared in his hands again, and then he threw them out of the window gracefully. Although he had seen it once before, Zhuang Yuan was still surprised by this magical operation. How is this done? Zhuang Yuan asked. Lu Chen smiled and said, some little tricks. Seeing that Lu Chen was unwilling to elaborate, Zhuang Yuan stopped asking, but once again recognized Lu Chen's power in his heart. When I find a stronghold and leave your supplies, I will leave. Lu Chen deliberately emphasized the words, you and I. After speaking, he observed Zhuang Yuan's expression changes in the rearview mirror. After listening to Lu Chen's words, Zhuang Yuan turned his head towards the window with a sad expression. For some reason, she already felt dependent on this man she had only known for a day. Lu Chen saw Zhuang Yuan's transformation in his eyes. And the time had come. Be my son. No. Follow me, Lu Chen said, his voice low and sexy. Zhuang Yuan was in a daze for a moment and couldn't believe his ears. He actually invited himself together. In this end of the world, won't I become a burden to him? Zhuang Yuan looked at Lu Chen's sincere eyes in the rearview mirror. A small boat floating in the sea seems to have found a harbor where it can dock. Since we walked outside the town, we didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. The convoy arrived at a small building in the factory area, and Su Nanshan chose this place as his future base. Even from Lu Chen's perspective, this place is not bad. After dumping all the supplies in the supermarket, Lu Chen returned to the car and waited for Zhuang Yuan. Su Nanshan, you must take good care of Li Ran from now on, Zhuang Yuan said. What? Senior sister, are you leaving? The two of them were in disbelief. Staying in the stronghold, the supplies will be enough for them to last for a while. If you go out, how many days you can survive depends on God's face. Yeah. Zhuang Yuan nodded. Although the two of them could not understand, they did not force Zhuang Yuan to stay. They are a couple, and if Zhuang Yuan stays, there may be a lot of inconvenience. Li Ran checked Zhuang Yuan's fracture condition again, and the three of them said their final goodbyes. After bidding farewell to his companions, Zhuang Yuan walked to the car and prepared to take a seat in the back row. Sit in front, Lu Chen said. Zhuang Yuan was stunned, then walked around to the passenger seat and sat down. Where are we going? Mr. Lu, Zhuang Yuan asked after fastening his seat belt. Just call me Lu Chen. I'm not much older than you. I feel like I am getting old when I am always called out by Mr. Zhuang Yuanlu and Mr. Lu. Okay, Mr. Lu. Okay, O2. It seemed that she couldn't turn around for a while. Where are we going? Zhuang Yuan continued to ask. Lu Chen started the chariot, and the engine started to recruit a new teammate. He was in a good mood. Go kill monsters! He stepped on the accelerator, and the chariot roared off in the direction of the broadcast station. Arriving at the radio station, Chase Lu left an MP4 at the microphone. There is a masterpiece, Cancer, by a certain music master that I recorded in advance. This magical music will surely make zombies feel the charm of music. As the broadcast sounded, zombies began to gather under the loudspeaker again. But the area around the broadcast station had been cleaned once, so there were no zombies. Lucien drove and followed the zombies to a square, where a large number of zombies had gathered. They all looked very crazy. Some were covering their ears, as if they wanted to tear them off, and some were roaring at the speakers angrily. There was also an exaggeratedly dressed zombie who played air guitar along with the song. So high. It seemed that the zombies liked this song quite a lot. Lucien smiled and asked Zhuang Yuan to fasten his seat belt. He kicked the accelerator and sent the mischievous zombie flying into the sky. The chariot rushed into the pile of zombies, and the crazy zombies were hit hard and rolled onto the front of the vehicle, instantly blocking the view of the front window of the vehicle. Zhuang Yuan held on tightly to the seat belt. Obviously, the impact of this scene was too strong for her. Looking at those disgusting zombies rolling in front of him, ordinary people will definitely feel physically uncomfortable. She turned to look at Lucien and found that this man was actually very excited. Is this a fetish for zombies? Guessing that they were almost at the center of the zombie gathering, Lucien opened the panel and pressed the button to take a hot bath. When the panel was opened, Lucien found that Zhuang Yuan was unresponsive. It seemed that only he could see this panel. The blazing flames instantly enveloped the chariot. After upgrading the high-quality fuel, the power of the flames increased to another level. Zombies will die the moment they come into contact with fire. The increase in the power of the flames also caused the temperature inside the car to soar. After a while, both of them were sweating profusely. This can't go on like this, Lucien thought to himself, wondering if he would unlock some heat-insulating skills in the future. Who could stand it if this happens every time? Lucien turned to look at Zhuang Yuan again. Sweat had soaked through her clothes, and her graceful and exquisite figure was clearly displayed in front of Lucien. Chase Lu was stunned for a moment, then turned his hand and pressed the fire-breathing button harder. Turn up the firepower. Chapter 23 Clean and Hygienic. After baking for nearly 10 minutes, Lucien and Zhuang Yuan drank more than 20 bottles of mineral water to prevent dehydration. Both of them were too embarrassed to take off their clothes, so they could only endure the high temperature. The high temperature inside the car made them feel a little dazed. 30 crystal cores were credited before Lucien finally clicked the close button. The temperature inside the car slowly dropped, and it was pitch dark outside. Zhuang Yuan gasped for air and collapsed on the seat, his proud chest rising and falling violently. She now understood why Lucien took off his clothes in the car. Lucien wiped the sweat off his head. Being in a high-temperature environment for a long time made him feel faint. I have to see if there is a way to deal with this high temperature. Otherwise, I will have to go through purgatory every time I spawn monsters. Counting the remaining crystal nuclei, he now has a total of 34 crystal nuclei. His thoughts moved slightly, and the light blue panel unfolded in front of him, entering the upgrade module. Each skill module is presented in front of his eyes. Those that have not been upgraded are translucent, while those that have been upgraded are indigo blue. Orc. Look at which upgrades to choose this time. Armor. Battering ram 2 further improves the defense of the front of the vehicle and can eject the conical steel plate in front of the vehicle. The required crystal core is 34 tenths. Meat grinder. Switch the battering ram to the meat grinder mode, and the conical steel plate unfolds into a 9-piece chainsaw, which can cut the enemy into pieces. The required crystal core is 34 fifths. Engine. Fire charge 2. Install 4 fuel flame outlets at the rear of the vehicle, which can consume fuel and provide power to accelerate the tank instantly. The required crystal core is 34 tenths. Oil volume management allows you to adjust the amount of fuel pumped into fire charge. You can turn fire charge on and off at any time. The required crystal core is 34 fifths. Arms. Take a hot bath 2. Increase the output power of the flamethrower around the vehicle body. Consume fuel and spray 3000 degree high temperature flames around the tank. Attention! The temperature inside the vehicle will rise to dangerous levels. It is recommended to upgrade the heat insulating armor first. The required core is 34 tenths. Heat insulation armor. Adding a layer of heat insulation layer can isolate most of the heat exchange inside and outside the car. The required crystal core is 34 fifths. Energy. The current tank level cannot be upgraded further. Science and technology. Ability space 3. The current tank level cannot be upgraded further. Intelligent storage. The supernatural space has the function of automatically classifying, storing and stacking materials, and provides retrieval permissions. The desired items can be retrieved through consciousness. And the required crystal core is 34/5. Crystal Core Laboratory. Research crystal cores to unlock more tank functions. The required crystal cores are 34/100. Other functions to be unlocked. Lucien noticed the buttons that said, "The current tank level cannot be upgraded." Can't upgrade? The only time the tank was upgraded was when I first entered the tank. And it was shown to be D-level. According to the meaning of the system, some of my skills have now been upgraded to the highest level that can be unlocked by a D-class tank. If you want to unlock them further, you must upgrade the tank level. This is just like some of the games I have played. If you want to learn advanced skills, you must have a sufficient character level. So how to upgrade the tank level? Lucien was confused. The system seemed to have never mentioned this matter. The system seemed to have detected Lucien's thoughts. As soon as he finished thinking, the system popped up a blue box. It is detected that a skill has been upgraded to the highest level. Do you need to check the tank upgrade conditions? A positive answer flashed in Lucien's mind. The current tank is level D. Upgrading to the next level C requires 2 secondary crystal cores. Level 2 crystal core. Lucien lowered his head and thought about it. The second level crystal core needs to be obtained from the second generation mutated creature. These second generation species, which have devoured a large number of life forms and completed their evolution, will have a qualitative leap in combat effectiveness compared to the first generation species. Not only does it initially awaken its consciousness, but it also awakens its superpowers, making it a very powerful opponent. Zombies or mutants that can swallow a large number of creatures and upgrade to second-generation species are powerful in themselves. After awakening supernatural powers and partial consciousness, their strength is even more terrifying. But Lucien smiled slightly when he thought of this and touched the steering wheel. If you have a tank, these things shouldn't be a problem at all. It's only the 3rd day of the apocalypse, and there are very few mutated creatures that have evolved to the second generation. And even if they evolve, they are only junior second generation species and cannot fully exert their powers. The upgrade speed of tanks is completely ahead of them. There are so many benefits to being reborn once. It's like playing a game for 2 rounds. Knowing all the points that need attention, Lucien returned to the upgrade panel. It was not the time to consider upgrading the tank yet. The second level crystal core is hard to come by. So first upgrade the basic skills of the Chariot. The first is the matching heat insulating armor, and take a hot bath too. And the monster spawning skills are fully activated first. And with heat insulating armor, you no longer have to endure such high temperatures. Next, Lucien chose fire charge 2 and fuel management. There were exactly 30 crystal cores. After the upgrade, Lucien leaned back in his chair and enjoyed the pleasant sound of splicing parts during the upgrade. Blue data lines surrounded the tank, and there was also a faint fluorescent light flashing inside the tank. "Mr. Liu, what are these?" Zhuang Yuan asked. The temperature in the car dropped to normal levels, and her consciousness became slightly clearer. These? Lucien frowned slightly. Although he was very confident in Zhuang Yuan's personality, he didn't want to expose the whole system yet. In the end of the world, he still had to have some trump cards to feel safe. Just as he was thinking about what excuse to use, Zhuang Yuan spoke again. "It's okay. I'm just asking casually. Maybe I don't understand what you said. I don't know much about mechanics." Lucien glanced at Zhuang Yuan. His move was very rewarding and measured. Not bad. Not bad. Lucien nodded with satisfaction. "What do you want to eat for lunch?" Lucien asked. "You can have lunch while the Chariot is being upgraded. And you can also reward Zhuang Yuan." "Anything is okay?" Zhuang Yuan was slightly confused. "Although I have seen Lucien's magical abilities, I don't want to get whatever I want. This is the end of the world after all." Lucien nodded confidently. "Anything is fine. Don't you have everything you need in your warehouse? Is it really possible to be a god?" Lucien nodded again. Zhuang Yuan hesitated for a while, and then said, "Aloe vera juice. I liked drinking that when I was an exchange student in Curry Country." After saying that, Zhuang Yuan's eyes flashed with anticipation. Lucien had a dark look on his face. "Girl, your taste is a bit strong." Chapter 24 Hong Yuan Warehouse. Ahem. Hearing Zhuang Yuan's unreliable request, Lucien coughed tactically and automatically chose to ignore it. Then he magically took out tableware and high-end food from the supernatural space. After the two of them had lunch, the upgrade of the Chariot was coming to an end. The toner and dust attached to the car windows are all cleaned up. It seems that every time the tank is upgraded, the body will be automatically cleaned. This feature makes Lucien very satisfied.
After the car window was cleaned, the burnt zombies outside the window were also exposed in front of the two of them.
Mr. Liu, do you have any hatred for zombies?
Zhuang Yuan asked. She found that Chase Liu seemed to enjoy the process of killing these zombies.
Yes.
Chase Liu pretended to be thoughtful.
The zombies brutally killed my girlfriend. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do it.
Zhuang Yuan lowered his head, feeling ashamed for touching Lu Qin's sadness.
It's okay. It's all over. She fell next to my car. That damn zombie knocked her down and first ate her mouth, then her eyes, and finally her belly and internal organs.
Zhuang Yuan felt even more ashamed when he heard Lu Qin recalling the past, sadly.
He was eating crazily, and his blood was rushing. I stood aside and laughed heartily. Ah, no, I'm heartbroken.
Lu Qin quickly changed his words and almost spilled the beans. After saying a few words casually, Lu Qin started the chariot and rushed to the next zombie gathering point. According to the estimated scope of Qingyuan town, there should be only 2 gathering points like this left, and they will all be cleared before tonight. So tomorrow, Lu Qin can set off to Nancheng City. The chariot was speeding on the road. Although it was very fast, Lu Qin drove very steadily and did not scare Zhuang Yuan at all. ZZ. A burst of electricity disrupted the soothing music in the car. Lu Qin turned off the music. He didn't think the tank system would malfunction. There must be some message to be conveyed. The sound of electricity buzzed for another 10 seconds, and an extremely distorted sound came from the speaker.
Broad. Survivors. This is Hongyuan Warehouse, the last refuge in Nancheng City. In order to preserve the human fire, we will provide you with safe shelter. Provide us with your location, and we'll come to the rescue. Hold on. Don't give up. Move toward where the sun rises, and you will eventually see the dawn. This is Hongyuan Warehouse, the last refuge in Nancheng City. Mr. Liu, what is this? Shelter.
Lu Qin turned off the broadcast with a solemn expression. I didn't expect that in this life. They would start broadcasting so soon. Could it be that because they emptied the warehouse, their supplies were not as rich as in the previous life? And this time Lu Qin discovered that their content was no longer asking others to go to the shelter, but reporting his location for them to rescue. This is obviously to rob the survivors of their supplies. It seems that some of the things I did after my rebirth have produced a butterfly effect. Thinking of this, Lu Qin couldn't help but speed up. After upgrading the hot bath to the 2nd level, the efficiency of killing zombies has been greatly improved. Moreover, the upgrade of the heat-insulating armor meant that Lu Qin no longer had to endure the torture of high temperatures. After an afternoon, Lu Qin had finished cleaning up the remaining gathering points in Qingyuan town, including the remaining ones from before. He now has 133 crystal cores. Without rushing to upgrade, he drove the chariot to the only gas station in the town. The fuel previously stored was almost exhausted. The fuel consumption caused by taking a hot bath is extremely exaggerated. Today's tanks cannot be described as oil tigers, but oil whales. Lu Qin now needs to reserve more fuel. There were a few cars parked haphazardly in the gas station, which looked deserted. Lu Qin drove his car and stopped at a platform to check the surrounding situation. Zhuang Yuan also picked up his recurve bow. After ensuring the safety of the surroundings, Lu Qin and Zhuang Yuan opened the door and got out of the car. He didn't carry a pistol because using a gun at a gas station was tantamount to seeking death. But he was not afraid even without a gun. Zhuang Yuan's recurve bow was much more reliable than his own shooting skills. Lu Qin took off the oil gun and refueled the tank while looking inside the gas station. It was pitch dark and a little too quiet. Suddenly, Zhuang Yuan, who was standing vigilantly beside Lu Qin, drew his bow and pointed it at the convenience supermarket in the gas station.
Someone is there!
Lu Qin opened his eyes wide and saw nothing. Sure enough, his eyesight would be better when playing with bows and arrows.
It seems like a child. He stood at the door for a while, and now he goes in again.
Zhuang Yuan stared inside and reported the situation to Lu Qin.
Yes.
Lu Qin nodded and turned to look in another direction. He felt reassured as Yu Zhuang stared at his back from afar. After filling up the fuel tank of the chariot, Lu Qin picked up the oil drum prepared next to him and continued to refuel. He wanted to empty this gas station. When filling the second oil drum, Zhuang Yuan shouted to Lu Qin in a low voice.
It's out!
Lu Qin turned around and saw clearly now that a little girl in a white dress was standing at the door of the convenience store. Her face was as pale as her dress, and she stood there blankly, looking in Lu Qin's direction. Is this a human or a zombie? The first time he saw the little girl, This question popped into Lu Chen's mind.
Do you want to come?
Zhuang Yuan asked. Lu Chen put his hand in front of his mouth and made a shushing gesture, and whispered,
Slow down. Don't disturb her.
This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. A little girl appears alone in the apocalypse. She is definitely not a human being. Lu Chen slowly placed the oil drum on the ground and gently touched the door handle. It was too dangerous outside the vehicle, and they had to get back into the tank. Just when Lu Chen's hand was about to touch the door handle, the little girl screamed at them.
Hiss!
The cry was miserable and sharp, as if it was about to pierce Lu Chen's eardrums. Zhuang Yuan was struck. His hand loosened, and the arrow on the string shot out. Because of the instability, the arrow just missed the little girl's head. This action seemed to irritate her even more, and her mouth opened to an alarming degree. The mouth was larger than her head, and the 2 rows of sharp teeth covered in flesh were trembling. The horrifying screams echoed throughout the gas station area. Zhuang Yuan covered his head in pain, and Lu Chen also felt dizzy. Super zombies! Lu Chen was shocked. No wonder it was so quiet around the gas station. Everything alive here was swallowed up by it. The harsh sound kept hitting his brain, and his body was gradually losing consciousness. I can no longer control my limbs. Damn. It's still a little bit close. He stretched out his hand to touch the door handle. In a daze, Lu Chen saw 6 blood-red dots appearing behind the little girl. Slowly, those 6 points gradually appeared, and they turned out to be the eyes of 3 large dogs. Hack! Lu Chen cursed, and used all his strength to move his limbs. The 3 dogs suddenly accelerated, and rushed towards Lu Chen. Their mouths are split in the middle, and densely packed fangs poke out from the middle. Chapter 25. What are you barking at? Damn it! Lu Chen was shocked by the combination of second-generation zombies and alien species. A huge sense of crisis emerged in his heart. Death was approaching. The 3 alien dogs were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye they were already tens of meters closer to the chariot. Adrenaline secreted crazily in Lu Chen's body, allowing him to regain control of his limbs. He suddenly opened the car door, hugged Zhuang Yuan next to him, and fell in. Finally, when the alien dog was only a few meters away from the chariot, the door was closed. A heterogeneous dog running at the front hit the chariot hard, leaving a pool of black and red blood on the window, and the vehicle body shaking violently. What a big impact! Lu Chen was shocked. 2 other heterogeneous dogs also hit the chariot one after another. After several violent collisions, cracks appeared on the windows. The screams of the supernatural zombies were so penetrating that they continued to affect Lu Chen's consciousness even inside the tank. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and endured the shaking of the car and the terrifying scream, and slowly climbed from the back seat to the cab. He started the tank, and the panel showed that the tank's armor had dropped to 73% due to the impact of the alien dog. Lu Chen took a long breath and calmed down. There was no use panicking in the face of danger. He first turned on the car stereo and picked a powerful rock song. The loudest death rock sound came from the speakers, drowning out the screams of the zombies with supernatural powers. Sure enough, he judged that the sound waves of the supernatural zombies had the effect of throwing enemies into chaos, and could even control alien species. After blocking the control skills, his consciousness became clear again. The 3 mutant dogs reorganized, and wanted to launch a new offensive against the tank. Lu Chen stepped on the accelerator, and the chariot nimbly dodged the mutant dog's attack. He turned the car around and rushed towards the zombies with supernatural powers. Capture the thief first and capture the king. The distance between the chariot and the zombie quickly shortened. The zombie seemed to be aware of Lu Chen's intention, and quickly climbed up to the 2nd floor to avoid the collision of the chariot. After climbing to the 2nd floor, it opened its mouth again. This time the sound seemed louder, and some flesh and blood tissue was ejected from its throat. The huge scream also caused damage to the tank, and the armor of the tank was continuously declining. 3 alien dogs also surrounded the chariot behind it. Must retreat. Lu Chen reacted quickly. Neither hot bath nor fire charge can be used in the gas station, and now he is passively being beaten. Lu Chen put the car in gear and reversed, and the chariot roared backwards. The 3 mutated dogs avoided the impact of the chariot and then chased after it. They are very fast, but no matter how fast they are, they can't catch up with the chariot. Lu Chen relied on his superb driving skills to quickly retreat, and the mutant dog was in hot pursuit. Just after exiting the gas station, Lu Chen slowed down. The 3 mutated dogs pounced forward, grinning, trying to tear the big iron box in front of them into pieces.
Lu Chen's eyes flashed with a sharp light. These beasts will eat dog meat tonight. Just when the mutated dog was about to pounce, a light blue panel unfolded in front of Lu Chen, and he pressed the button for a hot bath. In an instant, deadly flames enveloped the car body and instantly swallowed up the two mutant dogs that rushed forward. Ouch! 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 The mutated dog screamed. What are you barking at? Chase Lu scolded. Since the advent of chariots, I have never encountered such a great danger. However, the vitality of alien species is still much stronger than that of zombies. The second-level hot fire bath that can kill zombies instantly cannot kill mutant dogs instantly. They actually jump out of the flames again. Their whole bodies had been burned to charcoal, and they rushed out of the killing range of the hot bath while wailing in flames. The remaining mutated dog that had not rushed into the fire scene turned around and ran away, rolling and crawling. Looking at the mutated dog that turned around and ran away, Lu Chen didn't chase him. He backed up a few hundred meters more. According to his judgment, the little girl zombie's abilities were of the summoning and auxiliary type. Her own abilities were not too strong, and she should not easily leave the range of the gas station. Within the scope of the gas station, the only offensive method he had left was the collision of tanks. And now he had to upgrade. Battering Ram 2 is being upgraded. Meat Grinder is being upgraded. Smart Storage is being upgraded. Crystal Core Laboratory is being upgraded. Spend 120 crystal cores to upgrade all upgradable skills, especially the second-level Siege Ram. This is a throwing skill, which is very useful in environments like gas stations where flame weapons cannot be run. After upgrading these skills, all the skills that can be upgraded on the D-Class tank will be filled up. Now this is a top and D-Class tank. After the Chariot was upgraded, two more buttons appeared on the panel. One to control the battering ram and meat grinder form, and the other to control the projectile. He pressed the switch, and the heavy cone-shaped steel plate on the front of the car unfolded with a sound, splitting into 9 high-speed rotating chainsaws. He pressed the ejection button again, and the chainsaw blade was violently launched. Several cars on the path were cut into pieces, and then slowly pulled back by 2 iron chains connected to the front of the car. The attack range is about 10 meters, and recovery takes about 3.5 seconds. Lu Chen silently judged the attack characteristics of the meat grinder in his mind. After trying out the new skills, Lu Chen woke up Zhuang Yuan, and the sonic attack caused her considerable damage. Where are we? Zhuang Yuan asked. It's not far from the gas station. We'll fight back right away. Kill that girl back. The second-generation zombies can evolve by devouring flesh and blood, and the second-generation zombies can awaken their powers. You were knocked unconscious by that little girl's powers. Zhuang Yuan nodded, picked up the recurve bow, and checked his own bow and arrow. He was not at all daunted by what he had just encountered. Lu Chen opened the superpower space and clicked the smart classification button. The messy materials in the space were neatly arranged according to classification. Lu Chen opened the search box and entered sound-isolating headphones consciously. Various types of noise-canceling headphones appeared in front of him. He no longer had to search for them by himself. He took out the 2 with the best performance, gave one to Zhuang Yuan, and wore the other himself. Sonic attack? Find out about noise-canceling headphones. Only technology can defeat supernatural powers. After the upgrade of the Crystal Core Laboratory was completed, no display appeared. Lu Chen thought there was a bug. But now is not the time to worry about this. He believes that the system will not go wrong. It may be that he has not obtained the key props yet. Spend another crystal core to repair the armor of the tank and make all preparations. Lu Chen started the chariot and headed towards the gas station. Wherever you lose your place, you must find it again. Approaching the gas station, 3 dogs, 2 black and 1 red, came into view. The 2 black dogs were burned so much that they seemed to have shrunk and lost their appearance. When the 3 mutated dogs saw Lu Chen's chariot, their eyes immediately became fierce, and they roared at the chariot. Before entering the gas station, Lu Chen clicked the hot shower button and sprayed a little. When the 3 dogs saw this, they were frightened out of their wits, turned around and ran towards the gas station. Yo, why don't you scream anymore? Chapter 26 Crystal Core Laboratory. Lu Chen stepped on the accelerator and chased after the escaping mutant dog. Although the chariot is very fast, it is not as agile as the mutant dog, and Lu Chen's several collisions were avoided by them. Lu Chen and Zhuang Yuan looked at each other, and Zhuang Yuan immediately understood what Lu Chen meant. The skylight opened, and Zhuang Yuan leaned half of his body out, drawing his bow and aiming at the mutated dogs dodging left and right. An arrow shot out with a whoosh and hit the hind leg of a mutated dog. Half of the dog's body collapsed, fell to the ground, and rolled. Before it had time to stand up, the chariot ruthlessly ran over its body. Very accurate, Lucien praised in his heart. You must know that hitting moving targets is much more difficult than stationary targets. But Zhuang Yuan is still standing on a tank that is shaking at high speed. In ancient times, he must have been the elite among mounted archers. Lucien and Zhuang Yuan cooperated to kill another mutated dog, and only the last red one ran back to the gas station. After driving into the gas station, Lucien also reduced his speed. He still had to be more cautious in the gas station. The dog ran into the convenience store and disappeared. Lucien and Zhuang Yuan stared at the door with bated breath. Only the roar of the chariot engine was left in the surrounding area. Whoosh! Zhuang Yuan was the first to notice the abnormality and shot an arrow towards the dark door. Ah! The sharp cry came again, and Zhuang Yuan's arrow was bounced back. After the bow and arrow were bounced, a thin figure appeared from the shadows. The mutated dog followed behind him, staring fiercely at Lucien and the other two. Are you okay again? Lucien couldn't help but laugh in his heart. It was really a dog fighting against the power of others. Seeing that the bow and arrow could not cause any harm to it, Lucien pulled Zhuang Yuan back. The supernatural zombie leaned back to accumulate strength, then leaned forward, swinging his hands back, opening his mouth wide, and launching a Hudon lion roar at the chariot. This time it seemed to use all its strength as soon as it came, and a bloody mist formed around its mouth. The dog roared in response, with a mocking expression on its ugly face. My master is awesome. Isn't he as good-looking as you this time? Lucien and Lucien looked at each other, wearing sound-isolating headphones. They could only hear a buzzing sound like a mosquito. Can't hear at all. Lucien's lips curled up slightly. The strength of this second-generation species was still limited. There are powers, but not many. Zhuang Yuan saw Lucien strategizing, and was immediately curious about how he was going to kill this zombie with supernatural powers. He certainly couldn't use guns and fire-breathing skills in a gas station. So what else could he do? The superpowered zombies launched sonic attacks at the chariot. Although Lucien couldn't hear it, the armor value of the chariot was constantly decreasing. Having almost had enough fun, the panel expands. Lucien pressed the switch, and the thick tapered steel plate in front of the car instantly unfolded, and the terrifying murder weapon was displayed in front of Zhuang Yuan's eyes. Zhuang Yuan's eyes were filled with shock. She had never thought that this car could transform. As shocked as Zhuang Yuan was the dog next to the supernatural zombie. Seeing the deformation of the iron box, the dog's eyes widened. It was stunned for a while, and then started barking wildly. Judging from its dog brain, the owner is very flexible. No matter how the iron box changes, it will not hurt the owner. The mutated dog barked more and more energetically. The next second, Lucien pressed the ejection button, and the meat grinder, composed of 9 huge chainsaws, shot out like a cannonball. The sound waves of the supernatural zombies can bounce bows and arrows, but they cannot affect the thick meat grinder in the slightest. The moment it comes into contact with the high-speed rotating chainsaw, it is minced into mincemeat. The huge meat grinder stopped just after running over the supernatural zombies, and was then slowly pulled back by 2 thick iron chains. The mutated dog next to the supernatural zombie stood there blankly, its mouth wide open, its expression frozen on that ugly face. Zhuang Yuan was also shocked. She didn't expect that such a big thing could be launched. Lucien patted Zhuang Yuan and motioned for her to take off her headphones. Eating dog meat tonight? What kind of dog meat? It can't be. Lucien smiled and lowered the window, stuck his head out, and shouted to the mutated dog that was still sluggish. Run, little dog. When the dog heard Lucien's words, it reacted and ran away. Lucien sat back in the cab, started the chariot, and said to Zhuang Yuan beside him, Shoot it. It stinks. Zhuang Yuan said while covering his nose. It smells bad, but tastes delicious. Lucien said. I saw him piercing the arrogant mutated dog's backyard with a steel pipe, putting it on a clothes rack and rolling it around, with a makeshift bonfire underneath. He also ate mutated dog meat once in his previous life. That time he took the risk and hunted the mutated dogs because he had been out of supplies for a long time. The mutated dog meat smells very bad when roasted. After all the smell is roasted, the aroma of the meat will appear, and it still tastes good. Here you go. Hind shank meat. Lucien, who had been busy for a long time, cut off a piece from the dog and gave it to Zhuang Yuan.
But Zhuang Yuan didn't bite. Alas, this girl still has not experienced the apocalypse. She will starve you for a few days to see if you eat. Lu Chen took the dog meat from Zhuang Yuan's hand with an expression of hatred.
It's delicious. I'll eat it to show you.
He took a big bite.
Ugh.
The moment the mutated dog meat entered his mouth, a strong feeling of nausea surged into his heart. Lu Chen bent down and spit out all the dog meat in his mouth. Come on. How long did it take you to be hungry before you thought this was delicious? He straightened up slowly, pretending to be calm.
It's been baked for too long. It's a bit old.
After that, he threw the dog leg away. The two returned to the car and had dinner again. Lu Chen took out the second-level crystal core from the supernatural space. The blood-red crystal core had fine lines on it.
What is this?
Zhuang Yuan asked.
The second-level crystal core was obtained from the little girl zombie. This is the key to the zombie's superpowers. So beautiful.
Zhuang Yuan admired as he looked at the agate-like crystal core in Lu Chen's hand. Lu Chen nodded and opened the panel. All skills have been upgraded, leaving only the column for upgrading the tank. Chariot upgrade, to upgrade the chariot from D level to C level. The required secondary crystal core, 1/2. In addition to this column, there is also a line of prompts. The superpower crystal core is detected, and the crystal core laboratory is unlocked. Analysis object, secondary crystal nucleus. Skills available for analysis. Bioradar, after unlocking, the tank can turn on sonar detection to detect all living things within a range of 500 meters. Analysis cost, corresponding to 1 second-level crystal core and 10 first-level crystal cores. Analysis time, 1 day. Bioradar seems to be a very powerful skill. After loading this skill, you can largely avoid encountering such an ambush again. It turns out that the crystal core laboratory can analyze superpowered crystal nuclei and obtain corresponding skills. This is too powerful. Isn't it possible to obtain all those powerful abilities in the later stage? Chapter 27 Return to Nancheng. So should I choose to unlock the bioradar now? Or upgrade the tank after gathering 2 secondary crystal cores? After Lu Chen considered it, he decided to collect the second-level crystal core first, because unlocking a new level of the tank is imminent. The upgraded tank may usher in all-round improvements. After making the decision, Lu Chen started the chariot and left the gas station. This time, the harvest was full of rewards. Not only did he empty out an entire gas station, but he also unexpectedly harvested a secondary crystal core. He really didn't expect to meet the second-generation species in Qingyuan town. But no matter what happens, the tank's current combat effectiveness is more than enough to deal with the second-generation species. As night fell, Lu Chen took Zhuang Yuan to a residential building where the water supply was still open. The two of them took turns taking a shower. With Zhuang Yuan on his radar, Lu Chen took his first real bath since the end of the world. He didn't dare to leave the chariot to take a shower before, so he could only wipe himself casually with a towel. But for Lu Chen, who can't tolerate any danger in his eyes, the risk of sending a chariot is too high. I wonder if upgrading the tank can expand the space inside the vehicle. If it can make it the size of an RV, it would be perfect to have food, clothing, housing and transportation in an indestructible tank. After taking a shower, the two lay down on the seats. It was only 8 p.m. The whole town was dark, and there was no one on the streets. Lu Chen turned off the car lights, and the surroundings fell into darkness, and only the breathing of the two people could be heard. Lu Chen turned his head to look at Zhuang Yuan. His face under the moonlight was as delicate as a jade sculpture. His breathing was steady and calm, and he seemed to fall asleep quickly. After watching for a while, Lu Chen turned his head and closed his eyes. At the same time, Zhuang Yuan turned his head and glanced at him. Early the next morning, Lu Chen, who danced a song, Dancing Youth, returned to the car, started the chariot, and set off towards Nancheng. The few zombies in Qingyuan town can no longer meet Lu Chen's evolutionary requirements, and the next target is Nancheng. Nancheng, the arena of major forces, also has zombies that evolve faster. However, there will be more opportunities, and it is more suitable for upgrading tanks, cooperating with the fire charge with fuel management. The tank approached Nancheng after only half an hour of driving. The increasing number of vehicles on the road also meant that they had entered the Nancheng area. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 vehicles parked in the middle of the road. Lu Chen would not dodge and would rush straight into them. In his eyes, these family cars now are similar to the inferior remote control cars he bought for 10 yuan when he was a child. After driving for another 20 minutes,
Lu Chen entered Nancheng City from the north. A tall building unique to the city appeared in Lu Chen's eyes. Broken glass, dirty bloodstains, dark walls left by burning. These human creations became modeled after a few days without human cleaning. The city streets were still in the same chaotic state as when Lu Chen left. But there were only a few zombies. Lu Chen guessed that they might be hiding in buildings. Or that they were killing each other, causing a sharp decrease in their numbers. Z. G. The car radio suddenly made an electric sound. Someone is connected to the channel. Requesting assistance. Requesting assistance. Woohoo Avenue. Red Star Market. Please send someone to assist us. Sizzling. Sizzling. After saying a few words, the voice stopped. Lu Chen ignored him and drove in the opposite direction. Of course he would not save him. This pointless risk is not worth taking. After driving down 2 streets, the sound of a huge engine came from the distance. Lu Chen judged from the sound that this was a modified vehicle. After a while, more noisy sounds came. Not a car, but a fleet. In the apocalypse, instead of hiding in a shelter, you drive a large displacement car through the city. These people are definitely not ordinary people, and they most likely belong to a certain base force. In a moment, a car turned the corner and bumped into Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't intend to hide. He wanted to see which survivor camp this convoy belonged to. If it was Hongyuan Warehouse, they would be out of luck. 3 off-road vehicles appeared in sight one after another. The first of which was painted red. The body is surrounded by steel plates with spikes, and the front of the car has also been reinforced. The most noticeable thing is the heavy machine gun riding on the roof of the car. A man with dyed red hair stood on the cargo box, arrogantly pushing a heavy machine gun and looking around. The convoy also spotted Lu Chen and drove straight towards the chariot. Lu Chen reduced the speed of the car and carefully observed the movements on the other side. Bad guy? Zhuang Yuan asked. Lu Chen shook his head. In the last days, there are no distinctions between good and bad people. Only interests. Zhuang Yuan nodded and slowly tightened a recurved bow in his hand. After the 3 vehicles approached, they circled around the chariot and honked their horns to provoke the chariot. From time to time, he stepped on the accelerator, and the engine roared. Lu Chen saw that the opponent's car had blood-red skull spray paint and a waving flag. The Angel of Death. Although they are not Hongyuan Warehouse's fleet, this group of people are not good people either. The Angel of Death stronghold does not have as rich material reserves as Hongyuan Warehouse, so they would often send out convoys to search for supplies. They regard the scattered survivor strongholds in the city as prey, and themselves are the hunters. They are like nomads in the apocalypse, enjoying the slaughter of these survivors. The 3 cars provoked each other for a long time, but seeing that Lu Chen didn't respond, their interest gradually decreased. What's prey if it doesn't run away? The car in front stopped, and a man with red hair got out of the car, wearing a nose ring on his nose. He resembles the Bull Demon King. He took 3 shaking steps and walked to the chariot with an arrogant look. As he approached, he deliberately bent down and looked at Zhuang Yuan, the co-pilot, a few times, his eyes dirty. Before the end of the world, he was designated as the little leader of the Burial Love family. He stretched out a hand to support Lu Chen's car window, and tapped on the car window with his index finger. Brother, let's talk. Lu Chen slowly lowered the window. He had already used the supernatural space to search the whole body of this person. There are no other weapons except clothes. Are you suffering from epilepsy? Lu Chen said the first thing. Where's the snake? Hamao asked with a frown. I see you trembling when you walk, so I should be concerned about your health. What a tremble. This is called momentum. Buddy. Hong Mao looked sideways at Lu Chen with disdain on his face. 6. Lu Chen nodded and said, intending to play with these wanderers. The car has been modified well. Hong Mao patted Lu Chen's car door. After many upgrades, many devices have been added around the Porsche body. Flame vents, jets, and conical steel plates are things that cannot be hidden by the hidden option. Therefore, the modifications that the other party can see are not systematic, like random modifications. But your displacement shouldn't be very good. It's hard to run fast with so many things in it. You also know what the world is like now, and the performance of your car is not enough. Although it has been modified, it looks amateurish. Why not join us and let the brothers take care of you? Hong Mao smiled. Chapter 28 Is Brother Handsome? After listening to Hong Mao's comments about the tank, Lu Chen smiled and said nothing. He planned to follow this convoy to learn about the strength of the Angel of Death.
and perhaps get news about other strongholds. After Hong Mao finished speaking, he whistled to Zhuang Yuan.
Hey, little beauty. Do you want to come and play in my brother's car?
Zhuang Yuan responded with a cold and biting expression.
I will follow you. Let's go. Please don't disturb her.
Lu Chen raised the car window, stared at Hong Mao coldly, and issued an expulsion order.
Okay. Then let's lead the way. I hope your little car can keep up.
Hong Mao left and returned to the car, and the improvised 4-car convoy set off on the road.
Brother, how are you?
Asked a man next to him called Go Mao.
The man can be taken back to work as a maintenance man. The woman is an iceberg beauty and very moisturized. Oh ho ho!
The boys in the back seat also got excited.
Why don't you get up here and play now? Don't you understand this? This kind of aloof woman is very tough. So I have to rely on my charm to conquer her. What are you going to do? Brother? Huh? What's most important in the last days?
Hong Mao asked.
Woman. Girl. You are big. So of course you have strength and supplies. Do we lack these two things?
The boys shook their heads.
What could he have in his little broken car? That woman must have been frightened these days, and not eating well. After a while. As soon as our weapon was revealed and the spicy food was placed on the table, this woman would naturally come over. Brother, you are smart. Women are all snobs.
Hong Mao accepted the compliments from his younger brothers with an expression of appreciation. After driving a few streets, the convoy approached their destination. They belong to the field force of the Angel of Death, and their mission is to search for supplies in the city. Occasionally they would go there if they encountered a distress signal, because these small strongholds might also store a lot of supplies.
When the opportunity comes, brothers, let's show off our prowess.
Lu Chen stopped the car with the convoy, and more than a dozen people got out of the 3 cars. 4 rifles, 3 shotguns. The remaining people were armed with various crowbars and axes, plus a heavy machine gun on the lead car. This can be considered a pretty good force. Lu Chen glanced at the map. The current location was exactly where the distress signal on the radio was sent. Hong Mao took out a grenade from his arms, pulled off the ring, and threw it at the entrance of the mall. The grenade exploded with a loud noise. After a while, I heard the sound of zombies running in the mall. Hong Mao grinned in Lu Chen's direction, raised the rifle in his hand above his head, and shook his arms twice.
Going back to your ancestors?
Lu Chen said. Zhuang Yuan burst into laughter after hearing this, and then returned to his cold expression.
Kill!
Hong Mao roared. More than a dozen people stood guard at the door, exchanging fire and shooting wildly at the incoming zombies. The person with the gun is responsible for the firepower output, and the person with the axe and other melee weapons is responsible for warning the zombies that are close. The battle lasted for several minutes, and almost all the zombies in the mall were killed without even using the heavy machine guns. Thermal weapons are still very easy to deal with these first-level zombies. After the battle, Hong Mao took a few people deep into the mall, leaving a few people behind to guard. Lu Chen found that the people on guard were hitting the dead zombies on the heads with knives and axes. Is this digging for crystal nuclei? As expected, these big forces are secretly studying crystal nuclei. What do they need these crystal nuclei for? Research superpowers? Chase Lu had constant questions in his mind. He always felt that this apocalypse might not be as simple as a natural disaster. There might be some terrifying conspiracy behind it. Nearly half an hour later, Hong Mao and his little brother came out carrying piles of things. He ordered his brothers to move in one by one. It seemed that they had found the place where the survivors' stronghold stored supplies.
If you take it away, what will we eat?
Suddenly an ant ran out shouting and wanted to snatch supplies from a certain boy. He was knocked down with a stick and rolled on the ground in pain.
Auntie, what else can you eat? If you die early, you will be born early. What else is there to live for these days?
He raised his gun and fired several shots into the air. A dozen people who rushed out with the ant at the entrance of the mall were so scared that they shrank into a ball.
Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. People with special skills can follow me. Car repairmen, doctors, construction workers, healthy people, old, young, sick and disabled are all not allowed.
The huddled people looked at each other, not knowing whether what the person in front of them said was true or false.
I'm a doctor.
A man raised his hand and said. Hong Mao stepped forward and put the gun to his head.
You are not sure you are a doctor. If you lie, we will stuff your head into your anus. I'm not sure,
the man replied weakly.
And me.
Hong Mao hit the man on the head with the butt of his gun. The man was knocked to the ground, his head covered in blood.
Who else? I am a student of 185 sports.
Another man raised his hand and said, "This one does look muscular." Hong Mao glanced at it for a few times, waved back, and a boy took the student into the car. After that, no one raised their hands in the crowd, and Hong Mao drove the remaining people back. After the boys filled the cargo box towed by the off-road vehicle, and the team packed up the equipment and loot, Hong Mao directed everyone to prepare to set off. When he came back, he deliberately passed in front of the chariot and arranged his hair with his hands.
"Brother, you didn't scare the little beauty just now,"
Hong Mao said as he stood by the chariot window. He glanced at Zhuang Yuan and found that her face was pale.
"My little beauty's face turned pale with fright. Don't be afraid. I will protect you."
Lu Chen tried his best to suppress his laughter. He suspected that if he were not here, Zhuang Yuan would shoot arrows all over this man's head.
"Brother, you two have never seen this scene before. It's okay. The end of the world is so cruel."
After that, Hong Mao turned and left. Lu Chen looked at his back and thought silently in his heart, "Yes, the end of the world is so cruel." While they were talking, Chase Lu had already transferred all the materials in the 2 cargo boxes into the supernatural space. After the convoy started, Lu Chen placed all the supplies in place, and he should be able to see the survivors when they came out to look for food. In the leading car of the motorcade, Hong Mao and his younger brothers were talking and laughing.
"Brother, you are handsome. We will make a fortune this time. Brother is mighty. This time we are transporting so much goods back. The leader will definitely promote him."
Hong Mao agreed.
"You're so handsome. Bro, all those zombies suddenly died. That girl must be obsessed with you. Ha ha ha."
The convoy hadn't driven far when the driver said,
"Brother, are these supplies so light that I don't feel anything when driving?"
Chapter 29 Braised Abalone Noodles.
"Why don't you feel anything?"
Hong Mao asked casually in excitement.
"If this cargo box is heavy, I can feel it when I drive and twist the steering wheel. TSK, what kind of car is this? With such a large displacement, how would you feel if you pulled a cargo box?"
After that, Hong Mao turned around and started talking and laughing with his younger brothers. The lead car opened the road at the front, and the convoy was rampaging along the way. It would shoot and kill a few scattered zombies without any thought of saving ammunition. After crossing an entire district, the convoy stopped at a central square. Hong Mao called on his brothers to start a fire and cook. They took out various fire-making materials from their backpacks, including rice, canned food, and pickles. Hong Mao stood next to Hong Mao and said,
"Brother, these 2 people don't get out of the car even after eating. Do you want me to get them off? Hey, I told you. You have to take your time with this cold demeanor."
After that, Hong Mao got some pork and cabbage rice from the big pot and walked slowly towards the chariot. When he got closer, he saw Lu Chen and Zhuang Yuan carrying hot water bottles of instant noodles and braised beef noodles. He walked over to the car and knocked on the window. Lu Chen lowered the window and looked at him, holding a bowl of Kong Shuifu braised beef noodles in his hand.
"Brother, do you want instant noodles?"
Hong Mao picked up his bowl, put it to his nose and smelled it.
"Eating instant noodles is not healthy. Look at this. Pork, fresh vegetables, and rice are nutritionally balanced. Pair it with a piece of foreign bread. Western food. Buddy, have you tried it before?"
Hong Mao looked proud. Girls pay great attention to nutritional balance. Who wants to eat instant noodles every day? She will definitely have to shake her heart by showing off. Lu Chen glanced at the stainless steel bowl in Hong Mao's hand, which contained quick frozen pork, rotten vegetable leaves, overcooked rice, and shriveled and damp bread. "I have to say that it's pretty good to be able to eat these things in the last days. But it's a pity that he found the wrong person to show off to." Lu Chen brought the instant noodle bucket close to Hong Mao, and inadvertently opened the lid of the instant noodles, and a strong fragrance floated into his nose. WOC. Hong Mao almost spilled the bowl in his hand when he saw what was inside. The instant noodle bucket was full of abalone, sea cucumber, and red lobster meat. The instant noodle bucket was almost bursting. Hong Mao didn't pay attention, and a large amount of halotzi ran out of his mouth. He took a deep breath and asked in a trembling voice,
"Brother, where did you get these things? I passed by a seafood market before and grabbed some. This is the last one. After I finish it, it will be gone."
Hong Mao stared at the seafood. He wanted to ask Lu Chen for one, but doing so would definitely affect his image in front of the girl. Hold it. Hold it.
Yeah.
Lu Chen bit down hard on a piece of abalone. The rich soup flowed out from the meat, and the fragrance was overflowing, matching Lu Chen's intoxicated expression. Hong Mao's whole body was trembling slightly. He wanted to eat it so much. Hold it. Hold it. Hong Mao turned around resolutely. This is just the last time. After this time, let's see what you eat.
Oops. A piece fell off.
Hong Mao turned around and saw a piece of golden abalone falling to the ground. Tears welled up in his eyes. How could such a thing fall? Your special code shows off my mouth. Holding back tears and the urge to lie down on the ground and eat the piece of abalone, Hong Mao left resolutely, looking at his slightly lonely back. Lu Chen and Zhuang Yuan felt very sympathetic, so they suppressed their laughter.
Won't he just rob us?
Zhuang Yuan was still a little worried.
We need to grab it early.
Lu Chen shook his head.
We should have some important effect on their stronghold, so they should not take action before reaching the stronghold. What will we do after we arrive at the base? Do we really want to join them?
Although Zhuang Yuan will no longer be a virgin, she is deeply disgusted by these people's behavior of robbing survivors, and she does not want to be associated with these people.
After arriving at the stronghold, let these people die,
Lu Chen said coldly. According to the information I collected before the end of the world, except for Hongyuan Warehouse, the other major forces were about the same size. The main reason for following this convoy was to enter the stronghold and find out their strength. If the strength is average, just take it all in one go. If the strength is pretty good, empty out their warehouses and then retreat. Zhuang Yuan noticed that Lu Chen's eyes were getting sharper. She believed that this man would definitely accomplish what he wanted to do.
Brother, why can't you eat today? You usually have to eat several bowls,
Gomao asked from the side. The red-haired student shook his head helplessly. The pork rice in his hand now looked like shit in his eyes.
MD, I'm not going to eat anymore.
Hong Mao threw the rice on the ground.
Everyone get in the car and set off.
Food is nothing. Strength is everything in the last days. The main purpose of their mission, this time, was actually for a second-generation crystal core. Information showed that a second-generation species was probably born in a community in the old city. Shanda Group's field force lost contact with an entire convoy there, and only the second-generation species could pose a threat to the convoy. And he is a powerful second-generation species. So the leader equipped him with a vehicle equipped with a heavy machine gun and asked him to give back the second-level crystal core. Now he also has to use this mission to show his strength in front of the little beauty and save face. When he held up his machine gun and killed everyone, and the pretty boy fled, the little beauty knew who he should follow in the end of the world. Thinking of this, Hong Mao laughed heartily.
Hurry up! Hurry up!
The boys didn't dare to disobey Hong Mao's order, so they quickly ate a few mouthfuls of food, packed their things and got in the car. The vehicle rumbles to life and sets off towards its target. After driving for half an hour, the convoy arrived at the entrance of a community. The lead vehicle violently broke through the entrance gate, and other vehicles followed. What is this for? Lu Chen was a little confused. The Death Angel stronghold is not here. What are these people doing here? This is a high-end community with a high greening rate and the fragrance of birds and flowers. The building in the middle has 20 or 30 floors, and there are more than a dozen multi-storied buildings in the rest. Lu Chen roughly calculated that this community could accommodate thousands of households. More people means more zombies. And second-generation species can easily evolve in a gathering point with such a large population base. These people are here to fight monsters, and they are most likely the second generation. This really takes no effort at all. You can evolve the tank by yourself if you get this crystal core. Lu Chen looked at the group of motivated Death Angel members and smiled in his heart. Come on. Come on. I'm waiting for your good news. The motorcade drove into the central garden of the community and stopped. Hong Mao and his younger brothers got out of the car one after another. As soon as they got out of the car, an eerie feeling hit them. The community was eerily quiet and filled with the smell of rotting corpses. The red-haired group couldn't help but tighten their hands on the guns. Chapter 30. What the heck? Hong Mao got out of the car and looked around. Then got on the car and squeezed the original machine gunner aside. Pull the trigger yourself and shoot at a tall building.
Bang! Bang!
Bang! Bullets from the heavy machine gun rained down on the tall building, causing rubble to fly everywhere it hit. Hong Mao continued to shoot, and actually collapsed an entire wall. The shooting stopped, and the huge gunshots still echoed over the crowd, accompanied by the roars of zombies coming from all directions.
Oh ho ho!
Hong Mao and the other boys cheered.
Brothers, it's time to come! The red-haired group opened fire on the zombies. The formed zombie groups were destroyed by heavy machine guns, while the scattered zombies were cleared by rifles. I have to say that this team has some strength. Hong Mao deliberately used a heavy machine gun just to show off his strength in front of Zhuang Yuan. When he turned the muzzle of the gun, he would also deliberately shake his flowing hair. He is so handsome. What girl can resist such temptation? Hong Mao thought in his mind while controlling the machine gun. Lu Chen sat in the car, trying his best not to pay attention to the hair that was dancing like onions. He calmly observed the battlefield. These zombies were just appetizers, and the second generation had not yet appeared. There are not many zombies in the community, because the production of second-generation species requires a lot of flesh and blood, and those zombies should have been eaten. The battle didn't last long, and the number of zombies gradually decreased. Hong Mao was so hot that he was covered in sweat. He stopped shooting, took off his shirt with one hand and put it on his shoulder, while shaking his hair. The entire 8-in-1 abs on the belly are displayed. Lu Chen was speechless for a while. This guy's confidence in his figure was about the same as that of the beauties on Little Sweet Potato. Hong Mao glanced into the chariot, his eyes full of show-off. What can I do if you are proud of me? This is the online name Hong Mao has used for more than 10 years. And it can also express his feelings at this time. / today. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he has to kowtow to me 3 times first. / Roar, came a huge roar, followed by the tremor of the ground. What? Hong Mao was shocked. Something huge was approaching them. With a bang, a big hole was blown out of the bottom of a building. With a huge roar, a figure nearly 3 stories tall appeared in the dust. Its body was gray. Its limbs were swollen. Its belly was huge, and it was covered in pus. Giant zombie. The awakening power of this zombie is unlimited proliferation. The size can be increased indefinitely, and the defense and strength will also increase with the increase in size. Damn it. The appearance of the giant zombie scared Hong Mao to stagger, and he quickly held on to the machine gun to steady his body. The giant zombies advanced towards them with pulsating steps, and the wailing of the earth could be heard with every step they took. Quick! Come! Red-haired shouted with a trembling voice. The boys who were stunned on the spot came to their senses when they heard Hong Mao shout, raised their guns and fired. A dense barrage of bullets was shot at the giant zombie, all of which were absorbed into its body. What came out after those rifle bullets were shot was not blood, but white fat. These attacks have no effect on the progress of the giant zombies. Only bullets from heavy machine guns can penetrate its fat, tumbling inside the body and then shooting out from the back, bringing out green, sticky blood. But a heavy machine gun is still not enough to face a giant zombie, which can only increase its anger. The pace of the giant zombies was getting faster and faster, and the frequency of the ground shaking was getting higher and higher. The distance between the two sides was reduced to 10 meters, and Hong Mao and his brothers could already smell the smell of rotting corpses coming from it. Its first target was the heavy machine gun controlled by Hong Mao. It took a few steps forward and rushed to the off-road vehicle where Hong Mao was. He roared angrily and swatted the off-road vehicle away like a toy. When Hong Mao was 2 or 3 meters away from the giant zombie, he jumped out of the car, rolled around on the ground a few times, and fell together with the other boys who were knocked away. After the giant zombie flew away from the off-road vehicle, it roared at the red-haired group on the ground and sprayed green mucus all over them, like a green-tongued popsicle. After roaring, it grabbed the red hair. The second-generation zombie has awakened part of its intelligence, and it recognizes that this tuft of red hair will cause the most damage to itself. Seeing that Hong Mao couldn't avoid it, he pulled the dog hair next to him and blocked it in front of him. Ah! Hong Mao screamed. The giant zombie picked him up and swallowed him in one gulp like a biscuit. My eldest brother usually treats you well, so you should help him block a knife. Hong Mao took advantage of the giant zombie to eat the crispy horns and quickly got up from the ground. He eliminated the other 2 off-road vehicles and rushed straight towards Lu Chen. Those 2 cars were too close to the giant zombies, and there wasn't enough time to start their escape. After the giant zombie swallowed the dog hair, it discovered that the red hair was running away and chased after him. Several of the younger brothers on the ground, who had not had time to get up, were crushed directly. Damn! Why is this thing chasing me? Red hair wants to cry, but has no tears. Fortunately, the car didn't drive away. He rushed towards Lu Chen at a sprint speed of 100 meters. This car was his last hope. Let me get in the car quickly! Hong Mao patted the car window anxiously. Lu Chen ignored him
and stared at the giant zombie rushing towards the chariot. Start the chariot. The engine roars. And all skill modules are ready. MD. Is this guy crazy? Hamao looked at Luchin in shock. He didn't even run away when he was about to die. He wouldn't want to get into contact with giant zombies with this amateur modified broken car. The giant zombie approached step by step. And the red-haired man ran back. Isn't this guy burning the light in the toilet looking for shit? Luchin looked at the fat body of the giant zombie inside. It's time to wash the car. The panel unfolded. Luchin pressed the switch. And the heavy steel plate unfolded into a meat grinder. He did not choose to eject. The impact of the ejection was not enough for the giant zombies. So he had to rely on the collision of the chariot. He pressed fire charge and selected the 20% gear. Oil volume is being pumped in. 20% block fire charge is ready. Ignition. Luchin stepped on the accelerator fiercely. And the flame hole at the rear of the tank spurted out flames, hitting the giant zombies like the blazing sun. The high-speed rotating meat grinder chainsaw destroys everything it touches. The hard skin, thick fat layer, and high-density bones of giant zombies. Amidst the roar of the chariot and the roar of the giant zombie, the chariot passed through its body, and its entire right leg disappeared. The giant zombie fell to the ground with a crash. Luchin suddenly stopped, turned around, and rushed towards the giant zombie again. Make another U-turn and crash again. The giant zombie turned into a puddle of mincemeat under the repeated collisions of the chariot, with dirty internal organs and blood flying all over the sky. Hamao turned around and saw this scene, froze in place, and sighed using what he had learned throughout his life. Damn it. Chapter 31. You are my brother. A monster that I couldn't kill even with a heavy machine gun and a small team's firepower. But this car actually cut it into pieces like vegetables. The scene in front of him shocked Hamao for 100 years. The younger brothers present also took a breath. As long as that person wanted to. This tank could destroy their team in an instant. Luchin in the car looked at the green mucus all over the window and frowned. It was so disgusting. Zhuang Yuan, who was beside him, also suppressed her discomfort. But apart from being disgusted by the giant zombies, she was more surprised by the chariot's capabilities. To be honest, when Luchin launched his chariot and rushed towards the giant zombie, she was filled with uneasiness. Who wouldn't be afraid of a monster nearly 3 stories tall? Although I have dealt with zombies with special powers before, the little girl zombies before were far from the oppression brought by the giant zombies. Zhuang Yuan secretly glanced at Luchin. He still had that unfathomable expression, and no emotion could be seen. Ever since she was a child, she had never been so cautious when facing a man. But she often peeked at Luchin's face and tried to figure out his mood. Like a little girl she had a crush on. Luchin turned on the wiper switch and cleaned the green slime on the front window of the car. Zhuang Yuan quickly averted his eyes and pretended not to look at him. You should close your eyes. This thing is so disgusting, Luchin said. It's okay. I'm fine, Zhuang Yuan said. Luchin nodded. And after cleaning the front window, he slowly drove the car to Hamao, who was still stunned. You? Help me clean the car. He didn't plan to spin the crystal core to clean it up, because it was very wasteful. And it was not easy to expose the existence of the chariot's ability now. The strength that the tank has shown so far can be explained by modifications. But it is a bit surreal that the body is instantly clean. Hey, brother. It's okay, Hamao said while suppressing his nausea. After seeing the power of the chariot, his attitude changed 720 degrees. Now Luchin is his god. Even more god than Stains. He quickly ran towards his younger brother. Stop pretending to be dead. Come here to me. Hamao ordered several of his younger brothers to clean up the battlefield and find the second-level crystal cores. And the rest were sent to clean Luchin's car. They used any container that could hold water to get water from the surrounding area and wash Luchin's car. You? Luchin said to Hamao, who was standing aside to direct. You come and wipe it too. Hamao was stunned for a while and smiled. Okay. I'm here, brother. After working for several hours, Hongma's group cleaned all the tire gaps on the tank. However, another group of people turned around and couldn't find the secondary crystal core, because the crystal core was already lying in the supernatural space. Brother, shall we set off? Return to the base before dark, Hamao said with a smile. He was annoyed that he couldn't find the secondary crystal core, but he still had to smile and talk to brother Luchin. Aren't you going to have dinner? Let's eat when we return to the base. Hamao smiled bitterly. I just finished cleaning up those things like Lao Ba's secret burgers. Who still has the appetite to eat?
Then let's go! Hong Mao returned to the car. Now there were only 2 cars pulling cargo boxes in the convoy. Bad news, 1 lead car is missing. Good news, 5 people died. So it won't be crowded without cars. Brother, if the crystal core is not found, how can we explain it to the leader? A younger brother asked. I don't see that stuff at all. And we pulled 2 carts of supplies. The heavy machine gun and the lead vehicle were all scrapped. You're stupid. That car just now is no match for several broken off-road vehicles. And what's even more valuable is the mechanic. For recruiting such an awesome talent to the base, the leader will definitely reward us well. You said before that this person is an amateur modder. The younger brother muttered in a low voice. Damn. I'll feed you to those with superpowers tonight. Boss, I was wrong. 555. As the convoy moved forward in the broken city, Lu Qin discovered that they had deliberately taken a detour to the base location marked on the map. There are few zombies on this road. It should be a safe road specially cleared by the Angel of Death. There is even a gasoline depot halfway along the road to resupply their fleet. After Hong Mao directed his men to fill up the off-road vehicle with oil, he consciously carried an oil drum to refuel the tank. While Hong Mao was refueling the vehicle, Lu Qin took out the secondary crystal core. This crystal core is darker than the little girl zombie I encountered before, and it should have reached the second intermediate level. Holding the blood-red secondary crystal core in his hand, the interface of the crystal core laboratory popped up. Analysis object, secondary crystal nucleus. Skills available for analysis. Meat armor proliferation. After unlocking, the tank can turn on flesh armor, which can devour flesh and blood creatures killed by the tank to upgrade its defense. There is a limit to growth. Analysis cost, corresponding to 1 second-level crystal core and 10 first-level crystal cores. Analysis time, 1 day. It looks a bit like Cthulhu. This skill, flesh armor, doesn't sound like its defense is very high, and it also has a growth limit. Lu Qin took the crystal core back into the superpower space. He was not very satisfied with this skill, but it could be used to upgrade the tank. Just keep the bioradar skill from before. After all, the reconnaissance skills are still very useful. All cars were refueled, and the convoy set off again. Of course, when setting off, Chase Lu took away all the oil barrels in the warehouse. Do you call this stealing? Can what a scholar does be called stealing? This is called strategic transfer of materials. The base of Death Angel is located in the north of Nanchang City, in an industrial park at the urban-rural fringe. The 7 gathering points for supplies collected by Lu Qin before his death were all on the outskirts of the city, because it was difficult to hide them from others in the center of the city. The sky was getting dark, and Chase Lu could already see the brightly lit Angel of Death base. On the road near the base, 3 other convoys entered. 2 of them are the same fleet as Hong Mao, and the other one is more luxurious. 2 lead vehicles with heavy firepower, 3 deputy vehicles, and a large military truck. Chase Lu saw that big truck full of people from a distance. Transporting survivors? The Angel of Death doesn't have much material reserves, but it still transports so many people back? I remembered that during the day, Hong Mao was also selecting people with professional skills to get on the bus. He would let himself follow the team because he felt that he had the expertise to modify vehicles. Are all the people on this truck with professional expertise? Lu Qin shook his head. It was impossible. There were even children in the car, and judging from their condition, it looked more like they were forced to get on the car. These people may not become members of the base, but become expendable. While Lu Qin was thinking, the leading car of another team passed him and ran parallel to Hong Mao's off-road vehicle. Hong Mao, why is there a car missing? And this car behind you is a shabby car. It has been modified in all directions. Chapter 32. The leader is actually Sister Haisai. Hong Mao curled his lips and smiled. A leading car is nothing. The car behind is a single soldier who killed a giant zombie. I see you are a conduit guide and Domo is stunned. Ha ha ha. A group of people on the other side laughed. A bunch of local dogs who have never seen the world will blind your dog eyes later. The convoy slowly approached the park, and the entrance was full of obstacles and checkpoints. The entire park is surrounded by high reinforced concrete walls, and watchtowers are set up every 30 meters. The watchtowers are equipped with heavy firepower. Lu Qin carefully observed the defense strength of the base, and constantly made probabilistic guesses about whether the tank could pass the level alone. From the perspective of external defense, the risk of breaking in from the outside is extremely high. These reinforced concrete walls are nearly 1 meter thick, which is quite a challenge for tanks.
Lu Chen estimated that the probability of passing the level by forcefully breaking in from the outside was only 50%. But now that he can follow Hung Mao into the base, the probability will increase significantly. Lu Chen felt itchy looking at those heavy machine guns. But he was not in a hurry. After destroying this base, all the heavy firepower will belong to him. There are many armed, Red Angels, members at the entrance gate, and they will inspect all vehicles entering the base. The large truckload of people were all driven out of the vehicle, and their bodies were checked one by one, as if to determine whether they had been bitten or scratched. It was Hung Mao's turn for the motorcade. Hung Mao enthusiastically handed a pack of cigarettes to the head guard, pointed to Lu Chen's car, and said a few words. The other party nodded, and was about to let him go. A member with a short hair, a square face, and a serious face stopped Lu Chen. Unregistered vehicle. Please get out of the vehicle and undergo inspection. Hung Mao heard the noise behind him, and quickly got out of the car and ran over. Lao Li, what's wrong with this kid? He's so ignorant. The boss named Lao Li laughed and said, Brother Hung Mao, he is a new recruit, and he is ignorant. After that, he turned around and said to the man, Get out of here. This is Brother Hung Mao's distinguished guest. No. It is a rule to get out of an unregistered vehicle and undergo inspection, the man said righteously. After a few words, G/U0027 Jian actually raised his gun and pointed it at Lu Chen. The red-haired man looked horrified. It was over now. If he offended the people in the car, wouldn't they be minced into pieces in an instant? Put down the gun! Hung Mao shouted. What's wrong with you, kid? Lao Li scolded. Put down the gun! No need, came a steady voice. Hung Mao turned around and found that Lu Chen actually opened the door and got out of the car, with a slender figure and a cold expression. Even my red hair would be afraid of this appearance. Brother, he is ignorant. Your Majesty. Lu Chen pushed Hung Mao away and accepted Brother Flathead's inspection. His goal is to enter the base for reconnaissance and increase security for his next move. So there is no need to cause trouble now. There's another one. After checking Lu Chen, Brother Pingtu pointed at Zhuang Yuan in the car. Zhuang Yuan also opened the door and got out of the car. The moment he got off the car, Lu Chen could feel that all the men present except Brother Flathead took a deep breath. Oh my god. This face. These legs. This bear. Lu Mao, another team captain who had talked with Hung Mao before, shuddered when he saw Zhuang Yuan. This appearance is comparable to that of their leader. The leader is the hot type. This is pure lust style. Ping Tu stepped forward to check on Zhuang Yuan. The person around him was most envious of Ping Tu for being able to have close contact with the goddess. But Brother Flathead's hands were very clean, and he didn't do anything unrelated to the inspection. After the inspection, Brother Flathead let him go, and the red-haired convoy entered the base. The entire base is about the size of 3 high school campuses. When entering the base, the most eye-catching thing is a silver metal tower in the center. The base of the tower is about the size of a basketball court. The metal tower looks like a space capsule from a movie. This high-tech building is incompatible with the surrounding factory buildings. Seeing this familiar building, Lu Chen's memory of Hung Yuan Warehouse came back to his mind. There is also a metal tower similar to this one in Hung Yuan Warehouse. If these big forces can get guns and some heavy weapons before the end, Lu Chen can accept it. But how could such aviation materials be obtained casually? Vaguely, Lu Chen felt that there was a larger force behind these 7 survivor bases. Let's go! Let's go! The people on the military truck were gathered in front of the metal tower by a small boss, as if they were waiting for something. The hatch of the tower opened, and with a lingering white mist, a long leg wearing high heels and wrapped in black stockings appeared. The hatch closed, the smoke dissipated, and a woman wearing glasses and a professional oil suit, a white lab coat, and glasses appeared at the door. The human weapon that is about to burst the white shirt, coupled with the perfect curves outlined by black stockings and a hip-hugging skirt. Mikami-sensei? Lu Chen almost shouted in surprise. But then I realized that it was not me. But the outfit looked a bit similar to Mr. Mikami. Chief, these are today's survivors. Seeing the woman appear, the little leader swallowed and reported to her. The woman adjusted her eyes, raised her head and said, Okay. After that, she started patrolling in front of the group of survivors. She glanced at the embarrassed survivors with her chin, recording something in the notebook on her chest from time to time. I really want to be that notebook. Hung Mao didn't know when he slipped to the side of the chariot and said intoxicatedly, Is this your leader? Lu Chen asked.
Yes. Tsukihime-sama. You are beautiful.
No wonder this base is called Angel of Death. It turns out that the leader is a woman. This was quite beyond Lu Chen's expectation. You must know that the more the world relies on brute force to win, the greater the power of men will be. And a woman can actually become the leader of the Doomsday base. This UG is definitely not an easy person. Lu Chen stared at Heisei. No. At the enemy leader. Trying to observe what made her special. UG selected a group of people among the survivors to enter the metal tower. And the rest were taken away by the little boss. After seeing UG finishing her selection, Hong Mao hurriedly greeted her, showing her utmost flattery. This is what this guy does. Along with Hong Mao, there were Green Mao, one red and one green, sandwiching UG in the middle.
Lord Leader, let me report the results of this battle to you,
Hong Mao said.
Lord Leader, let me report this information to you,
Lu Mao said.
You?
UG put her glasses on the tip of her nose and pointed at the red hair and said,
Have you got the secondary crystal core? Sir, although we killed a giant zombie, we didn't find the crystal core. We lost a chariot and haven't found the crystal core yet.
UG's eyelids twitched and her eyes gradually became sharper.
Ha! You're the only one here to ask for credit. You're the one asking for credit. Right.
Lu Mao mocked.
First of all, Leader, although I didn't find the crystal core, I collected 2 boxes of supplies.
Hong Mao hesitated.
Oh!
UG raised her eyebrows. Chapter 33 Femme Fatale.
Open the cargo box!
Hong Mao shouted to his brothers. Fortunately, he got 2 extra boxes of supplies. Otherwise it would be difficult for him to explain today. The boys walked behind the trailer cargo box, unlocked the padlock, and slowly opened the doors of the 2 cargo boxes. One of the containers was empty, and the other had only 1 chicken left. A quick frozen chicken that couldn't play basketball. What? Hong Mao's eyes were as wide as bells. Where is my kid? Where are the goods that I personally moved in with my special code? The red hair was stupid, and the green hair was happy.
Ha ha ha. Let me just say that your guide is stunned.
Hong Mao rushed to the cargo box to check it frantically, sweat dripping from his back. He panicked. The current situation was not just as simple as the task not being completed. His behavior was simply playing tricks on the leader. Where is my goods? How can it be? 100,000 whys are flying through the red-haired mind.
Su Guangfa.
A voice rang in his mind, and a chill slowly crept up his spine.
Su Guangfa.
When Hong Mao heard his name, his whole body became stiff, and his body mechanically turned around uncontrollably. Facing UG, his face was full of horror. The UG in front of him was no longer the sexual partner he dreamed about every night, but had turned into a ghost-like monster.
Come over,
Tsukiji ordered again, and Hong Mao walked towards her slowly.
Chief, I will bring it back.
UG raised her legs high, and her tight and powerful thighs drove the heels of her high heels directly into Hong Mao's chin. She no longer wanted to hear any more nonsense. She quickly retracted her legs, and a large amount of blood flowed from the red man's chin. He clutched his neck and fell to the ground in pain. The younger brother beside him stepped back in horror, fearing that he would be affected by UG's anger. This woman is fierce enough. If she can become the leader, she is not someone to be trifled with. Lu Chen thought to himself.
Clean it up.
UG adjusted her glasses and said. The green guy behind her immediately fell to the ground, using his sleeves to wipe the blood on the heels of his high heels with excitement on his face. Lu Chen then discovered that UG's heels were replaced by 2 sharp blades, shining with silvery white light. What happened to Hong Mao just now? It seemed like someone had taken her away from her. Lu Chen thought in his heart. Ability? If my guess is correct, UG should have mastered the power of mind control. Human superpowers. Lu Chen had heard of very powerful humans in his previous life, but he had never encountered one. How do humans gain superpowers and unlock systems like themselves? Or turn into a zombie and eat a golden apple and then change back again? As Lu Chen's brain was running rapidly, UG met his eyes. 2 cold and sharp gazes collided in the invisible air. After a few seconds, the corners of UG's lips curved charmingly. Interesting. She could feel the unusual coldness in Lu Chen's eyes.
Who is he?
UG asked. LV Mao, who was lying at her feet and wanted to lick her, said.
Hong Mao brought her here, saying he is a good expert at modifying motorcycles. It is said that the car he modified killed a giant zombie alone.
UG quickly pumped her foot, and the sharp blade made a deep wound on Lu Mao's hand, causing Lu Mao to scream.
Name?
She looked at Lu Chen and said slowly, her voice extremely charming.
Lu Chen.
Lu Chen replied without hesitation. This woman's question was so magical that people had to answer it.
Lu Chen.
With a bang. A voice suddenly sounded in Lu Chen's mind. The UG in front of her suddenly turned into a bloody monster, spitting out a long tongue. And the surrounding world seemed to be plunged into a sea of blood.
Is this a superpower?
Lu Chen realized quickly. As long as you know the other person's real name, you can control the other person's spirit.
Answer me. Your true purpose of coming to the base.
It's over. Lu Chen realized that something was wrong, and he couldn't control his mouth and wanted to reveal all the true thoughts in his mind. If these things were to be revealed, this woman would definitely make a hole in my forehead. Just when he was about to open his mouth. Ding! It is detected that the host consciousness is being forced offline. Does it need to be recalled? Recall. Lu Chen's consciousness flashed quickly. Fortunately, there is a system. Recalling.
Hey! Hey! Hey!
An electric current flowed from the seat into Lu Chen's body, and Lu Chen was stiffened by the electricity. WOC? If you recall, just discharge it. Although the method was rough. After the pain, Lu Chen found that UG and the world around her had changed back to how they were before. Recall successful. Welcome to use next time.
Answer me. Your true purpose of coming to the base.
Although he returned to reality, UG's voice still echoed in his mind. She didn't know that I was out of control and thought I was still in her illusion? Then whatever I say now, she should believe it 100%. Lu Chen instantly understood the mechanism of this power and was ready to use it to his advantage. He cleared his throat, simulating the feeling in the illusion, and slowly said,
We are short of supplies and want to join the base to obtain supplies.
After speaking, Lu Chen felt that these few sentences were not loyal enough, so he added a few more.
After seeing a leader, I fell in love with the leader. I will give everything for her and the base.
He added this sentence because UG must be very confident in her own charm. For her, the more lecherous a man is, the easier it is to control him.
Are Su Guangfa's law secondary crystal cores and materials related to you?
No, Lu Chen said firmly.
You drove a giant zombie? Yes.
This sentence is true. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading.
Why are you smoking?
The power supply of this system is too sufficient. Is it even smoking? Lu Chen complained for a while. But the voltage of the system must be related to the degree of hallucination he fell into. By inputting such a high voltage, it was obvious that he had fallen into an illusion too deeply. It seems that UG's ability is very powerful. If it weren't for the system, she would be in trouble. Lu Chen thought for a while, and decided to deepen his image as a lecherous man.
I saw Leader Tsukiheim having a fever.
This sentence is a lie. The question on Tsukiji's side fell into a brief silence.
I hope you and the woman behind you can prove your worth as soon as possible. The base does not support idlers.
Tsukiji spoke. And this time the sound came from her mouth, proving that she had cancelled her mind control.
I'm willing to serve the base,
Lu Chen said. It is our duty to restore the glory of the base.
As the lead car, your car will take over the number 3 team instead of Su Guangfa. The paint registration will be completed tonight. Master Chief, he has just arrived. How can he be the leader?
Halfway through Lu Mao's words, the chill in Yuji's eyes shot out, scaring him so much that he swallowed back the rest of his sentence.
Arrange for them to register.
After that, Yuji turned and left. After a blue laser scanned her in front of the metal tower door, the hatch opened and she walked closer. Lu Mao covered his wound and looked at the door of the metal tower dreamily, as if he never forgot the welfare he had just received. Bah! Lu Chen honked the horn and scared him to stagger.
You are looking for death.
Lu Mao roared at Lu Chen.
Take us to register,
Lu Chen said. Lu Mao walked up to the chariot and said harshly to Lu Chen.
I'm warning you. Don't take advantage of the leader.
Lu Chen nodded and smiled in his heart. The two brothers with red and green hair have quite similar personalities. I remember how unruly you are now, and I hope you can keep it up. Chapter 34 Nightmare Level Novice Mission. In addition to the metal tower, the interior of the Death Angel base is surrounded by factories. Lu Chen followed Lu Mao and drove to a camouflage-colored factory. There were many cars parked outside the factory, including off-road vehicles, jeeps, and large trucks. The sound of various tool machining came from inside. This is a modified factory.
Drive in and find a man named Zhang Dachui and ask him to register you.
Lu Mao left Lu Chen at the door and turned to leave. Lucien drove in and felt a strong smell of engine oil. Several off-road vehicles were lifted up in the air by lifts, and workers were welding various parts and armor on them. The brilliance of arc heating and the sparks flying during welding filled the entire factory. Lucien followed the guidance to the spray painting registration office. These 7 forces rely on the spray paint on the car body to distinguish between enemies and friends. So spraying the prescribed flaming skull pattern on the car body is equivalent to registering at the base.
Jean Datui?
Chase Lu asked a shirtless, bald man with brassy skin. The bald Jean Datui put down the
How to Practice Programmers
in his hand, glanced at Lucien, and then at the chariot.
Are you that genius mechanic?
Lucien nodded. Since he became the captain of the number 3 team appointed by Eugene, all the red-haired boys were now under his command. The younger brothers who follow the trend naturally hype up his deeds in the base, such as killing giant zombies in an instant and being a genius mechanic. Jean Datui looked around the chariot and said,
This thing is not good either. You are just a blind cat who has stumbled upon a dead mouse.
Black technology. Uncle, it's only strange if you understand it. Because Lucien turned on the camouflage mode. Many key nodes were hidden by the system, and the modifications visible to the naked eye naturally seemed messy and even redundant.
Register. Uncle.
Lucien didn't want to talk nonsense with him.
What uncle? I am 25 this year.
Jean Datui used an instrument to scan the appearance of the tank into a computer, and then designed a paint pattern based on the shape of the tank on the computer. After it was over, Lucien drove the chariot into a gantry similar to an
automatic car washing machine.
Under his guidance, Lucien lowered the window, and the painting process began. Although the quality of the spray paint design is worrying and even a little ugly, it can be cleaned with a crystal core in the future. So Lucien is not very disgusted.
Are we going to join this organization?
Zhuang Yuan finally couldn't help but ask. She has no good impressions of these people. Whether it's the behavior of Red, Green, or UG, it can be seen that this organization is not a good organization. Lucien shook his head.
It's only temporary. We will take over this base after we get the information we want. Is it the information about the metal tower?
Zhuang Yuan asked. She also paid attention to the abnormal building.
More than that. That woman is a superpower. Human superpowers? You only said that zombies have superpowers before. Yes. Humans can't produce superpowers on their own. So these secrets are probably in the metal tower. And the survivors she selected to enter the tower. What role do they play?
A few days before the apocalypse broke out, this organization was able to establish such a complete Doomsday base. What force is behind this? This intelligence is critical to our survival in the apocalypse.
Lucien chatted for a long time. Not only to tell Zhuang Yuan, but also to sort it out himself. The information gap in his rebirth allowed him to be ahead of most people and prepare supplies and many other things in advance. But the advantages of this information are almost used up as my level increases. After all, I did not have a system in my previous life and had no access to higher dimensional information. In this world, information is everything, and Chase Lu needs to unlock more information in
Angel of Death.
Zhuang Yuan closed his eyes slightly and fell into thinking. Lucien looked up and down at Zhuang Yuan, who was in deep thought. This set of clothes really limited Zhuang Yuan's charm. If he changed into Yuji's outfit, Zhuang Yuan would be even more stunning.
Why are you laughing for no reason?
Zhuang Yuan asked shyly. She had just finished thinking and felt that temporarily joining this organization was indeed the best choice at the moment. I wanted to ask Lucien a few more questions, but found that he was staring at me and laughing. Zhuang Yuan blushed to the base of his ears and quickly turned away.
Ahem.
Lucien pretended to be calm.
I thought of something happy. What's up? My wife. Oh no. The spray paint is ready.
After spray painting, Lucien drove to the parking spot. It was just dinner time, and everyone was gathering to receive food. The base is strictly hierarchical, and people at each level have different meals. The captain of the convoy and the captain of the base guard seem to have the highest level and the most abundant food, including chicken, duck, and other meats. Next are the technicians and managers. Then the ordinary minions. And finally the survivors captured by them. Those survivors were in ragged clothes, with sallow complexion and thin skin, obviously suffering from torture in the apocalypse. And inside the base, they didn't have a good life. They only had rotten vegetables and porridge every day. And they had to do hard labor. And some of them were captured into the metal tower, although they didn't know what they were doing. But Lucien guessed that it was probably a human experiment. Lucien didn't go to get the food. He and Zhuang Yuan ate some Wagyu beef, Ziking Long, and so on in the car. Metal tower. Second underground floor. Combat conference room. A huge LCD screen was displaying all the information about the tank, as well as the background information of Lu Chen and Zhuang Yuan. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. There was a circle of people wearing white lab coats sitting underneath, led by Tsukihime, the leader of the Angel of Death. She leaned back on the chair, crossed her legs gracefully, and played with a pen in her hand. The high heels on her feet were swaying gently, and the sharp blades on the heels sparkled in the light. Her legs were straight and slender, clinging to the smooth surface of the black stockings, proudly displaying her seductive curves. The conference room was quiet. No one dared to interrupt Yuji's thinking, or everyone was busy admiring the tempting scene in front of them. What do you think? Tsukiji asked. This car is very crudely modified. It doesn't need to be scanned at all. Anyone with some repair experience can see it. I don't believe this car can fight against giant zombies. A man stood up to speak, and then sat down again. When I controlled him with my powers, he still claimed that he killed the giant zombie. Yuji said, you may not be telling the truth when you are under mind control. It depends on the way you ask questions and... Are you doubting my ability? Yuji turned to look at the person who was speaking. Oh no. No. I'm not. Lord Leader. I believe he killed the giant zombie. But I think when he attacked the giant zombie, a lot of his life force was already consumed by the heavy machine gun. This gave him an opportunity. Yuji pushed up her glasses, and she was quite satisfied with this answer. Give Li Hao today's information, and let the number 3 convoy carry out the mission tomorrow. Master Chief, this risk is too great. One convoy will definitely not be able to do it. Yes. If we fail, we will lose the entire team. Yuji snorted. A convoy is nothing. I want to see his true strength. Chapter 35. It doesn't matter. In a certain room, all the field force commanders in the base were sitting together to have dinner, excluding the newly promoted number 3 captain. They took turns to read the information about Lu Chen's chariot, and they all showed contempt after reading it. It's a shabby private car with no performance upgrades at all. Are you telling me that this thing can kill giant zombies? Lin Zhuang, captain of the number 1 team, said that his team is the only one with 6 cars in the base. These days, can you be called a genius mechanic just by pretending to be a fool? Team number 2 Captain Tai Mian raised his head and took a swig of wine. His team had 5 tanks, second only to Lin Zhuang. I guess it was Hong Mao who wanted to make up for his fault and just talk nonsense. Kamikaze, captain of Team 7, said that his team consists of 9 motorcycles. It's a pity that he is still dead. It seems that the leader doesn't like this. Lu Mao said. He is the captain of the 4th team. In this mission, he and Hong Mao competed for a newly manufactured tank. Now that Hong Mao is dead, his fleet has been successfully upgraded to 4 vehicles. Pathetic little characters who are opportunistic cannot survive in the apocalypse. Lin Zhuang ripped off a piece of meat. This kind of person can't survive more than 3 chapters in a novel. Lu Mao smiled evilly. I'll give you another piece of news. I got a big piece of information today, he said in a low voice. At the Chongshan campus of Nanchang University, at least 3 second-generation breeds were born, and the Shanda group has planted countless teams in it. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. As soon as the news came out, all the captains immediately became energetic. 3 second-generation species, Shanda group. Each one is a piece of heavy information. Among the 7 major forces in Nanchang, Shanda group is in the first echelon. Even they have failed here many times, which shows how risky the mission is. Nanchang is a huge hunting ground, and the 7 bases are hunters. Resources are limited, and the number of dogs sent to which locations each day needs to be carefully considered. If you send too much, it will be a waste. If you send too little, the hunting dogs will probably not come back. Will there be other hunting dogs at this location? The hunting dog sent here last time died. Will it be sent again this time? Every choice involves a multi-party game, and information and intelligence are crucial. The Angel of Death is the weakest echelon among the 7 major forces. Their hope for a comeback is high risk and high reward. Lu Mao's information made all the captains hold their heads and think. Do you think Shanda Group will still send a convoy? Lin Zhuang said. No. They have lost too much. This is an ominous place for them. Kamikaze raised the wine bottle and took another sip. I think so. We have already paid so much.
so there is no reason not to continue,
Kim Yin said. Lin Zhuang held his chin and fell into deep thought again. The reward for this mission was indeed rich, including 3 secondary crystal cores plus the weapons and equipment lost by Shanda Group. But there are also many crises. 3 convoys cannot handle this task without dispatching it. And dispatching so many convoys, just in case Shanda Group becomes angry because of previous failures and sends out large troops. If the 2 parties meet, my side will definitely be GG. However, as long as you win this mission, you can successfully obtain a large amount of resources and become the strongest team in the base. Even, like the leader promised, get the chance to become a superpower.
I'll take the lead. Who wants to take a gamble with me?
Lu Mao said.
I'll join.
Kamikaze said.
Good.
Lu Mao looked around, and the other captains were hesitant.
It's easy.
Lu Mao's communicator rang. He picked it up and looked at it, and became angry.
What? You want to give him this task?
Lu Mao blew his beard and glared, jumping up from the chair. His communicator displayed.
The task of Nanchang University is assigned to convoy number 3. And we will go alone in a convoy. This hacking pretty boy. Why would you assign a mission to him?
Lu Mao angrily tried to smash the communicator on the ground.
Good decision.
Lin Zhuang suddenly laughed. Bullshit decision-making. The information I got. Why should I send him alone?
Lu Mao jumped. Why is it a good decision? Lin Zhuang said.
First of all, the leader doesn't know the reality of this kid. So he sent him there just to test his strength. If he can really complete this task, the leader will make a huge profit. Of course, I don't think it is possible. If he fails, the leader will not lose anything but a temporary convoy. And he can also send back some intelligence to provide information for our next steps.
Lin Zhuang's analysis was clear and logical. All the captains nodded repeatedly. And even Lu Mao became calmer. After thinking for a while, Lu Mao smiled evilly and said,
Then let this pretty boy be the vanguard and help us clear the minefields. Poor little character.
Lin Zhuang closed his eyes and stopped arguing. After Lu Chen and Zhuang Yuan had dinner, they washed up at Hong Mao's residence. After Hong Mao died, his residence and various powers were transferred to Lu Chen. After taking a shower, the 2 returned to the chariot. Lu Chen could barely accept taking a shower outside the chariot. But spending a night outside the chariot was impossible. I remember that when I first unlocked the tank, it was shown that I could only upgrade small vehicles. As I upgrade, can I unlock large vehicles, extra large vehicles, and special vehicles? Lu Chen was in reverie for a while. But what he wanted most now was just to slightly expand the space in the car. There are not many requirements. 1 toilet and 1 bed are enough. You ask, why don't 2 people want 2? It's the end of the world. So what else do you need for a bicycle? 2 people can make do. Back in the car, Lu Chen stuffed some self-defense weapons such as fire axes, bone-breaking knives, electric batons, and pistols in his coat back into the supernatural space. Adjust the air conditioner to a suitable temperature. Fold down the seats. And play some soothing music. Under the nourishment of music, Lu Chen and Zhuang Yuan's fatigue from the day was gradually released. And their bodies gradually stretched like cotton.
ZZ!
The communicator that Lu Chen received at night rang. It was a tool for each team leader to accept tasks and transmit information. He took out his communicator, which displayed a mission.
At the Chongshan campus of Nanchang University, 3 second-generation species are suspected to have appeared. You lead convoy number 3 there and must retrieve 3 second-generation crystal nuclei. Note, Shanda Group will most likely send a fleet of vehicles there. Is it tomorrow's mission?
Zhuang Yuan asked.
There are 3 second-generation species in Nanchang University.
Lu Chen turned off the communicator and threw it into the supernatural space. Lu Chen was a little surprised, as he didn't expect the mission to come so soon. However, this task is definitely not easy, and it is estimated that the risk is very high. So I will throw it to him. Let him, a newcomer with unknown origins, do this task, not only to test his strength, but also to test the depth of this task. This little calculation was made, and my grandma heard it from 2 miles away. But, Lu Chen smiled in his heart. There are many risks for you, but it is full of benefits for me. How long would it take to find 3 secondary crystal nuclei alone in Nanchang? Is the task difficult? It doesn't matter. I will take action. Chapter 36 Death Race. Lu Chen had no source of intelligence, so he could only kill the rat in Nanchang. If the 3 secondary crystal cores are not lucky enough,
I really don't know how many days it will take. On the second day after joining the organization, he gave away 3 crystal cores for free. If I stay a few more days, won't I have to give the entire base to me? But self-confidence is self-confidence. And the confidence of self-confidence still needs to keep up. 3 second-generation species plus the threat of Shanda group. If this is not taken seriously, it may really overturn. No more. Anyway, there will be 3 second-level crystal cores tomorrow. Don't worry about not enough upgrades for the tank. Lu Chen took out the crystal core dropped by the little girl's zombie from the supernatural space. Having bioradar can greatly increase the safety factor of the tank. Calling up the panel with his mind. Entering the crystal core laboratory module, Lu Chen pressed the analysis option. Are you sure you want to analyze this secondary crystal nucleus? The analysis process is irreversible. An analysis costs the corresponding second-level crystal nuclei and 10 first-level crystal nuclei. Lu Chen pressed confirmation. And the secondary crystal core in his hand slowly became transparent until it disappeared. Secondary crystal nuclei analysis in progress. Remaining time 11 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Lu Chen closed the panel and thought to himself that the analysis will take 12 hours. Which means he can unlock the biometric radar at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. With radar, you can prepare in advance for various threats. Compared to Lu Chen's excitement, Zhuang Yuan on the other side was full of worries because Nancheng University was her alma mater. At first, I just left school for a trip. But now I'm back at my alma mater. And the whole world is devastated. Go to bed early. Tomorrow should consume a lot of energy, Lu Chen said. Zhuang Yuan nodded and lay down on the seat. Lu Chen turned off the lights, leaving only the sleep-inducing music flowing in the car. Early the next morning, Lu Chen was busy dancing to the colorful sunshine when 2 off-road vehicles with Angel of Death spray paint drove into the tank garage. A group of people came down from above, all of Hung Mao's former younger brothers, and now they are under Lu Chen's subordinates. Boss, good morning. The 8 younger brothers bowed to Lu Chen in a dignified manner. The original captain was kicked off by Yu Ji and sent to the Elysian world. Naturally, these boys wanted to curry favor with the new captain Lu Chen. Moreover, they saw Lu Chen dismembering giant zombies with their own eyes, and they were very afraid of this leader. Boss, a younger brother named Yudon came up. We lost several brothers yesterday. Now you can choose a few to supplement us at the base. No need, Lu Chen said, still twisting to the rhythm. Having more or less younger brothers makes no difference to Lu Chen. Then do you need to install a heavy machine gun on the tank? Because it was damaged yesterday. The logistics department reassigned a heavy machine gun to us. Jumping motion. 1, 2 inch. Lu Chen jumped to the rhythm. This was his favorite section. No need. Put it in your car, Lu Chen said while jumping. Although he also wanted to play with a heavy machine gun, he didn't want to weld it to the tank, so he let the system handle the modification. Then do you need to have observers in your tank? Unnecessary. The younger brothers looked at each other, and the new captain refused to accept it. It seems that with the strength of the captain, these things are not important at all. This wave is stable. After asking the question, Yudon stepped aside and waited patiently with the other boys for Lu Chen to finish dancing. After Lu Chen finished dancing the last section, he took a long breath and looked at the fish eggs. Load the heavy machine gun and let's go. Okay. The boys drove away in a hurry. These boys have good character and are easy to command. Lu Chen has a good impression of them. About half an hour later, Lu Chen drove to the meeting point in front of the base. Team number 3 was already waiting at the door. In addition to Team 3, there are other teams. They all gathered at the door, ready to set off on their respective tasks. Yudon stood on the open-air cargo box, holding the handle of the heavy machine gun excitedly. He was ready to kill everyone today. Boy, I'm afraid you won't be able to come back today. Lu Mao leaned half of his body out of the car window and said to Yudon with a smile. Yudon ignored him. Although he didn't know today's mission, with the captain's chariot there was nothing to be afraid of. 3 second-generation birds. Tusk, 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 tusk. Your life is at risk, Lu Mao said with a smirk on his face. 3 second-generation breeds? 3 same zombies as last time? Yudon's heart trembled, and sweat broke out in his palms. No, there's nothing to be afraid of. Yudon felt a little guilty. Last time, 1 giant zombie almost wiped them out. If there are 3 of them together this time, can the captain resist it? I advise you to be discerning and moisturize immediately if something goes wrong. Don't die with that pretty boy. Bah!
Lu Chen honked the horn, startling Lu Mao again.
Damn it! Your old car only had the horn modified. Right.
Lu Chen drove forward and inserted himself between the fish eggs and green hair.
My mouth feels so sweet this morning. Do you have diabetes?
Lu Mao was about to reply when the base door opened. Two steel gates more than 10 meters high slowly opened, and several people beside the gate blew the marching horn.
22222.
The leader of Team 7 Kamikaze raised his gun and fired a few rounds into the air. He turned the accelerator with his other hand and took the lead on his motorcycle. His team followed closely.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Dozens of tanks gathered at the door started their engines, and their roars filled the sky.
Charge!
Each team shouted slogans and rushed out of the base gate one after another. For a moment, the sound of engines, shouts, and gunfire were mixed together, and a crazy day began.
2222.
Lu Mao shot a shuttle into the sky, turned around, and said to Lu Chen,
You kid, just follow me and eat my exhaust fumes. You la la. Give it to me.
At Lu Mao's order, Team Number 4 rushed out of the gate. The other two vehicles of Team 3 also started their engines and were eager to try. But they suddenly discovered that the tank driven by Lu Chen did not seem to be moving. Has the captain forgotten the rules he told him? Yudon thought. There is a long stretch of road outside the
Angel of Death
base, and every day the captains of each team compete to see who can reach the fork in the road first. Although there is no substantial reward for winning, it can show the team's modification strength. If you win more times, maybe they will think of you first next time when supplies are distributed. Several teams behind Team 3 also set off one after another, and Team 3 was the only one left in the base. Yudan got out of the car and walked around to Chenlu's window.
Boss, why don't we set off?
Lu Chen was sitting in the chariot, leaning against the window with one hand supporting his head, and holding the steering wheel with the other hand. Looking lazy, he glanced at the time and said,
There's no rush. Aren't you anxious?
Yudon was shocked. If I wait a little longer, I'm afraid I won't even be able to see the taillights of other people's cars. Chapter 37 Come and eat shit from behind me.
The car broke down?
Yuji stood in front of the huge LCD screen and asked, pushing up her glasses. On the screen were several surveillance images, with countless vehicles running wildly in the next few images. In the first scene, Lu Chen's chariot stopped quietly in place, forming a sharp contrast. The other experimenters shook their heads, confused.
Turn it off,
Yuji said. She didn't really care about the childish games played by these men, but she was just curious about Lu Chen today, so she took a look. An experimenter was about to turn off the screen, but suddenly froze in place. A little cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he muttered,
It's gone!
What?
It's gone! The car in the video is gone!
The experimenter exclaimed.
What?
Yuji looked at the screen again, and the other experimenters also stopped what they were doing. The chariot that was parked quietly in the number 1 surveillance screen just now has disappeared, leaving only 2 off-road vehicles slowly starting up. A few seconds later, the chariot crossed the second surveillance screen like a meteor.
How is that possible?
Several experimenters shouted. The distance between monitor number 1 and monitor number 2 is almost 500 meters. How could they cross in just a few seconds? Soon, the tank appeared on the monitoring screen of number 3 again, and the interval between the appearances of number 4 and number 5 became shorter and shorter.
How is it possible? How can it still accelerate?
Some of the experimenters had looks of horror on their faces. Several experimenters dug out the detailed data of the chariot, scratching their heads and thinking hard. How can it be? How could this kind of modification be so fast? Looking at Lu Chen on the screen, who was about to catch up with the large army, Yuji's eyes flashed with light. Interesting. Interesting. In a small room in the refitted factory building, a closed-circuit TV in the corner was also playing surveillance footage. A group of people were sitting around under the TV, placing bets on the race. Buy and leave.
Grandma! Come on! Lu Mao!
Lin Dachui looked at the TV, clenched his fists, and exerted all his strength, as if he was playing a somatosensory game. There are a total of 12 screens on the TV. The main force is on the 7th screen, and the kamikaze is on the 8th screen. Because motorcycles are lightweight and powerful, they are generally faster than cars. So kamikaze's number 7 team is always number 1. However, because the models are different, no one compares with them. Everyone mainly looks at the peloton.
In the large group, the leading car of Team 6 took the lead, followed closely by Iron Mask and Green Hair. Green-haired Turtle, give it to me! Iron Mask, come on! Everyone cheered for the team they had bet on. Everyone was very excited today, and the game was full of suspense. The first echelon disappeared from the surveillance screen number 7 and entered the surveillance blind spot stage. Everyone's hands were sweating when the large army appeared on the surveillance screen on the 8th. The journey was almost over. So the order that appears on the 8th screen is basically the ranking of this competition. Everyone bets with hard currency such as tobacco and alcohol. So the outcome of the game is very important to them. Lin Dachui pressed 3 packs of cigarettes to Lu Mao at once, because he had just upgraded the engine for Lu Mao yesterday and was full of confidence. Everyone was concentrating on the surveillance screen number 8. And it appeared. A car appears on the screen. Who is it? Lin Dachui didn't recognize it at first glance. He squinted and took a closer look. Who was this? How is this car somewhat familiar, but not completely familiar? After reacting for a moment, Lin Dachui's face was filled with shock. Hack! At this time, everyone realized that the first one to appear on the monitoring screen of number 8 was actually the lead car of the number 3 team that started last. What? Where did he come from? Damn it! The gods have descended to Earth. Is the surveillance broken? The room was instantly shaken. Among the group of people, most of whom were auto mechanics, none of them thought highly of this car. Lin Dachui looked at Lu Chen's chariot in the picture, his mind filled with thoughts of impossibility. How could it be so fast? I had clearly scanned that car, and it was nothing special at all. Is there anyone to escort him? Lin Dachui asked loudly. If no one escorts him, there is still a chance of saving money on his cigarettes. I'm taking custody. A guy with a crew cut in the corner raised his hand silently. Damn! Shit luck! Now you're going to get rich. My God! Curses rang out in the room, and Brother Flathead instantly became the target of public criticism. Lin Dachui slipped on the chair, sadness and annoyance welling up in his heart. 3 whole packs of cigarettes, blueberries, and shiitake mushrooms. Look what he is doing! One person exclaimed. I saw that the large force had arrived on the number 9 surveillance screen. And Lu Chen, who could have left the other convoys far behind with overwhelming momentum, slowed down. He always maintained one position faster than the leading car of the number 4 team behind him. And the 2 cars remained relatively stationary. When Lu Mao turned left, he turned left. When Lu Mao turned right, he also turned right. It seemed that he was on a par with Lu Mao. Then everyone discovered that the skylight of Lu Chen's chariot was slowly opening. What the hell is he up to? On the high-speed chariot, Lu Chen took out several gadgets from the space. What is this? Zhuang Yuan asked, looking at the small bags in Lu Chen's hand. Stupid bomb. Lu Chen laughed. Zhuang Yuan, a good girl who has been a good girl since she was a child, must not know this. But this thing is a magical tool for naughty children. When you press it, it will explode and release a stink. Lu Chen controlled the chariot at high speed with one hand, and pressed hard on those stinky bombs with the other hand. Zhuang Yuan was speechless for a while. The man in front of him really had a changeable personality. Lu Chen calculated the time, and threw the fart bomb out of the skylight. Don't even think about the exhaust fumes if you follow me. You'll give me the stinky fart. Lu Mao drove his car and tried his best to kill Lu Chen, but he couldn't get past him. Damn it. How can his car run so fast? I just changed the engine yesterday. If it weren't for him, I would be number 1 today. Damn it. Damn it. Huh? What is this? I saw several bulging bags flying quickly from Lu Chen's tank. Bang! The small bag exploded as it approached them, and yellow-green liquid sprayed on the front window of the car. Then a disgusting stench spread into Green Hair's nose. TMD. Stinky bomb. Close the window. Lu Mao's hair was so angry that it exploded, and he roared at his little brother. I'll kill your mother! Lu Chen! After throwing the stink bomb, Lu Chen stepped on the accelerator with satisfaction, and the chariot instantly shook off Lu Mao's convoy. Zhuang Yuan looked at Lu Chen and found it hard to imagine that he was the one responsible for throwing bombs at people and crushing giant zombies. Team number 7 led by Kamikaze drove at the front, and they could already see the fork in the road at the end. Kamikaze glanced at the chronograph, and it was faster this time than before, because he was first every time. He could only compete with himself. Those bulky cars couldn't catch up with the motorcycles. There's no way. That's how invincible is. Whoosh. What thing passed me?
Chapter 38 Bioradar is on. With a kick of the accelerator and a 10% fire charge, the tank instantly surpassed the kamikaze. After passing the fork in the road that was the end point, Lu Chen went to the place agreed with his brothers. After arriving at the waiting point, Lu Chen parked the car and opened the panel. Secondary crystal nuclei analysis in progress. Remaining time 15 minutes and 57 seconds. There were still 15 minutes left, and it was almost time for them to arrive. Lu Chen closed the panel. Bioradar is still very critical to this mission. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the other two off-road vehicles belonging to Team 3 arrived belatedly.
Boss, where did you finish?
Yudong rushed up and asked excitedly. At that time, they all felt that Lu Chen was not going to compete for ranking. But they were frightened by the ejection start of the chariot, and their hearts suddenly ignited hope again. Lu Chen stretched out a finger and shook it.
That's awesome! As expected of the boss.
The younger brothers cheered. They had never achieved such a ranking following Hongmao. The next time supplies are distributed, not only will the weapons be taken care of, but even the food may be better. Lu Chen ignored them. There was nothing fun about more than a few scraps of metal. The only things that could interest him were tank upgrades and crystal cores. Open the panel, and the crystal core laboratory has completed the analysis. Parsing completed. Unlock technology module. Bioradar, when turned on, it will automatically search for biological activities within a range of 500 meters. A blue data line emerged on the tank's operating panel. And after a while, a new display screen appeared on the central control.
Is this a radar?
Zhuang Yuan asked.
Yes. This can detect all biological activities within a range of 500 meters. The situation like the last time I was ambushed at a gas station will never happen again.
Zhuang Yuan nodded and looked at the display screen. There were 9 red dots on it, which seemed to be members of their team. After unlocking the biometric radar, a sense of security emerged from Lu Chen's heart. Various bunkers and obstacles in the city will become hiding places for zombies or alien species. Having bioradar is like turning on a see-through device.
Set off!
Lu Chen started the chariot and headed in the direction of Nanchang University. Lu Chen drove and handed the radar map to Zhuang Yuan to look at. While the tank is driving, some red dots will occasionally appear on the edge of the radar chart. But Lu Chen had no time to clean them up. He only had eyes for the 3 cuties at Nanchang University.
There seems to be a difference in the brightness of these red dots,
Zhuang Yuan said, staring at the radar chart seriously. Lu Chen took a glance and found that, as Zhuang Yuan said, the red dots on the radar chart had a slight brightness difference. What is the basis for calculating the brightness of the red dot? Lu Chen couldn't help but think. Volume, mass, vitality or power intensity. These are not yet certain. After driving for nearly an hour, the north gate of Nanchang University appeared in everyone's sight. The gate was in a mess. The ground was covered with blood. The security hall was broken through, and the gate railings were broken. There was also a school bus on the side of the road that rolled over on its side, and the students inside were bloody. Seeing Zhuang Yuan's situation, he felt a sense of sadness in his heart. These were students of the same age as her, who had been transformed beyond recognition by this apocalypse. If he hadn't met Lu Chen, he probably wouldn't have ended up much better than them. After driving into the campus, a chilling air came, and the eerie silence revealed a crisis. Lu Chen knew that this meant the existence of second-generation species. Continuing to drive inside the campus, the number of red dots on the radar map decreased sharply. They should all have become nutrients for the upgrade of the second-generation species. Lu Chen drove along a road that circled the campus under the guidance of Zhuang Yuan, making sure not to miss any corner.
This spot is so bright,
Zhuang Yuan said. Lu Chen looked at the radar map and saw a red dot several times brighter than the other red dots to their northwest.
This should be the second-generation species,
Lu Chen said. He did not drive directly towards the red dot, but continued along the ring road. He would not attack rashly before he figured out the locations of all the second-generation species. Lu Chen picked up the communicator and issued instructions to the other 2 vehicles.
Follow me. No one is allowed to shoot without my order. Receive.
Led by Lu Chen, the convoy slowly advanced along the ring road. Occasionally there were a few zombies wandering around, so Lu Chen asked his boys to get out of the car and use melee weapons to deal with them. Soon, when the convoy arrived at the edge of the Clearwater Lake on campus, a second highlighted red dot appeared on the radar map. Then, there was the wreckage of half a pickup truck on the roadside. The front of the pickup truck had turned into a puddle of black indescribable stuff. The ground around the front of the car also became uneven, and a disgusting sour smell filled the air. The body of the car is painted silver white, and the word big can be vaguely distinguished. This should be the Shanda Group fleet. It seems to have been corroded by strong acid. Luchin analyzed in his mind. Yudon and the other boys were trembling in their hearts after seeing it. If the steel was corroded like this, wouldn't their physical bodies disappear directly if they were attacked? Yudan thought of Lu Mao's threat again, and couldn't help but tighten the machine gun in his hand. Leaving the Biswi Lake area, the convoy continued to move forward. Along the way, they discovered many scrapped vehicles belonging to Shanda Group. Some were buried under the rubble, and some cars were covered with horrific claw marks. Just when he was about to circle back to the starting point, Luchin discovered the third second-generation species. He marked the locations of 3 red dots with unusual brightness on the map. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The first and third red dots are very close to each other, which means that in the event of a battle, they are likely to be flanked by 2 second-generation species. Fortunately, there is biological radar. Otherwise, if we attack directly, it will be dangerous to be flanked by these second-generation species. But now we only know the location of the second-generation species, but we still don't know their abilities. Luchin held his chin and fell into deep thought. If anyone could try the abilities of these second-generation species first, the risk would be reduced a lot. Choose an unlucky guy to try? Luchin looked at the younger brothers not far away.
Hey, the leader is looking at me,
a younger brother whispered.
Let me go. The leader didn't even look at me before. Is it because I performed well this time that I will be promoted?
Said another.
Fart. You're obviously looking at me,
another one said.
Luchin.
Zhuang Yuan pointed at the radar chart and shouted softly.
Something is approaching quickly.
Luchin lowered his head and looked at the radar map. There was a column of red dots driving quickly into the school. Each red dot group consists of 5 or 6 red dots, which are obviously sitting on vehicles.
Quickly hide,
Luchin shouted into the communicator. Although these boys could not be reused, they were still nimble and quickly followed Luchin into the path between the teaching buildings. Shanda Group? Luchin stared at the road, the sound of the engine getting closer and closer.
Boom!
A fleet of vehicles sprayed with dark blue spray paint sped past the road. It's not Shanda Group. The color and logo of the spray paint are Hongyuan Warehouse that Luchin will never forget. Luchin's eyes instantly became extremely sharp. Didn't this unlucky guy just come? Chapter 39, Watching You Perform. The Hongyuan Warehouse convoy. A total of 9 vehicles drove past menacingly. 2 reconnaissance motorcycles and 7 main combat off-road vehicles, each equipped with heavy machine guns.
Boss, this is the fleet from Hongyuan Warehouse. This mission cannot be completed,
Yudon said tremblingly on the other end of the communicator, feeling scared for a while. If the captain hadn't discovered their movements in advance, his entire army would have been wiped out.
Yeah,
Luchin replied without emotion.
Boss, do we want to retreat?
Yudon asked. Even Hongyuan Warehouse has sent so many vehicles. This task must be very difficult. He only had a convoy here, and even if they didn't come, a fight with the second generation would be a narrow escape.
Retreat for what?
Chaselu asked.
Us.
Yudon didn't expect Luchin to answer like this. This is the convoy of Hongyuan Warehouse. What else can we do if we don't retreat?
Let's eat first, and wait for them to fight for a while. Let's eat now.
Luchin's behavior once again refreshed Yudon's outlook on life. Is this the time to eat?
Dinner time?
When the boys heard that dinner was about to begin, their eyes lit up, completely ignoring that the convoy that just passed by was the Hongyuan Warehouse. Are you out of your mind? I bet you are the only one in this team who has a sense of crisis. In the tank, Luchin directed his boys to finish the meal and stare at the radar map. The bright red dot that was originally on the edge of the radar chart has been attracted by the Hongyuan motorcycle out of the radar range. These people are crazy, Luchin thought in his heart. No need to conduct reconnaissance at all. Zhuang Yuan looked at Luchin, although he seemed to have nothing to do, and started to eat. The aura around him became fierce from the moment he saw the convoy of Hongyuan Warehouse. Luchin picked up the communicator and said,
Yudon, bring a car of people to my trunk to get telescopes. Climb to the roof of the building next to me, and report to me the fighting situation there.
Yudon led the boys to get the observation binoculars, then came to Luchin's window and handed him a box of instant chicken and 2 bags of bread.
Boss, your lunch.
The team will receive corresponding food before setting off every day, and the captain's food will be more abundant.
No, just share it and eat,
Luchin said.
Here, what do you eat? Let's just do it casually.
After hearing Luchin's words, Yudon's eyes turned slightly red. In these last days when supplies are extremely scarce, the captain actually gave away good food to his brothers. He turned around and left resolutely, vowing to complete the mission assigned by Luchin. After the fish eggs left, Luchin took out a portion of Wagyu drunken chicken and 2 portions of fried tempura from the supernatural space.
The situation is urgent today. Let's deal with it casually,
he said to Zhuang Yuan.
You're quite casual for being so casual.
Zhuang Yuan complained silently in his heart. She found that Chase Lu was eating much faster than before. It seemed that he was really serious this time. After a while, the communicator rang.
Boss, they caught a man tied up with stuff from the car,
Yudon said.
What?
Chase Lu asked.
Have no idea.
Luchin was worried that the live broadcast could not be broadcast, and he needed to stay in the car to deal with emergencies, so he could only listen to Yudon's narration.
Boss, that looks like a child. Are you ready?
Zhang Hongtian, wearing a combat jacket, asked, holding a remote control in his hand. He is the 3rd son of Zhang Hongyuan, the leader of Hongyuan Warehouse. This time, he was ordered to retrieve 3 secondary crystal nuclei from Nancheng University.
Okay, the human bait, the demolition team, and the sniper team are all ready.
Zhang Hongtian looked at the little girl tied under the street lamp. Her body was covered with sirens. This was the latest product developed by the laboratory as human flesh bait. After the alarm is triggered, it will emit high-frequency sound waves, which is intolerable noise to the 2nd-generation species. Moreover, the flesh and blood of children is also an irresistible delicacy to the 2nd-generation species. Zhang Hongtian pressed the remote control in his hand with a smile. The sharp sound of buzz sounded in everyone's ears. The sound was like a needle piercing the ears and constantly stirring inside. The girl cried and struggled, and everyone present covered their ears with their hands because they couldn't bear it anymore. Zhang Hongtian looked at the painful girl and laughed wantonly, as if the siren sound had no effect on him.
Team B discovered the 2nd-generation species. Team B discovered the 2nd-generation species.
The voices of other members came from Zhang Hongtian's headphones.
Bang!
A gunshot rang out.
Team B misses. The opponent is very fast. Team B shoots. Ah!
After a scream, there was only the sound of sizzling electricity. The people around Zhang Hongtian ignored the noise and raised their guns with both hands to guard the surroundings.
Thud! Tut! Tut!
Suddenly, the team members around Zhang Hongtian raised their guns and fired volleys at a nearby teaching building. Smoke, dust and gravel suddenly burst out from the teaching building. After a round of volley fire, the team members stopped shooting and checked the results. In the thick smoke, a black figure flashed out, and the 2 team members were cut off at the waist before they could even scream.
2.
In panic, the other team members retreated and shot at the smoke. However, this 2nd-generation species was like a ghost and could not be shot at all. During the retreat, several team members were dragged into the smoke. Roar! A roar came from the distance. A huge boulder fell from the sky and slammed into the little girl's area. The high-frequency sound disappeared instantly.
Ha! Okay, you can actually cooperate.
Zhang Hongtian laughed.
You guys hate this, so I'll let you hear enough and pull out a few more.
The team members next to Zhang Hongtian pulled 3 children with sirens strapped on them from the car and tied them up far away.
You go find the other one,
Zhang Hongtian ordered. 3 off-road vehicles behind him started in the direction of the boulder. Although the 2nd-generation species next to it has been causing attrition, it can't escape the smoke. After the team members distanced themselves, they had already suppressed it. The human bait was ready again. Zhang Hongtian pressed the button, and a sharper high-frequency sound sounded than before. The 3 children cried terribly as they were tied together with hemp ropes and struggling. Zhang Hongtian laughed. Everything was under control. This high-frequency sound will make those beasts gradually lose patience and become irritable, thus exposing their flaws. Zhuang Yuan listened to the news that Yudon sent back from the communicator, and he exerted so much force with his 10 fingers that they were almost inserted into his flesh. The other party's behavior is simply outrageous to both humans and gods. This cannot be considered human at all. The voice of Yudon on the other side of the communicator gradually weakened. He had been following Hung Mao for these days, and he had never seen anyone do anything to a child. But what can they do? The other party is Hongyuan Warehouse. And even if you can fight against the opponent, saving a few children who have no role in the apocalypse is not worth the loss. These little minions have killed many people in order to survive in the apocalypse. But when I saw the scene of using children as bait, I was still filled with anger. Maybe there was still a trace of humanity in my heart that had not been wiped out. A sharper high-frequency sound sounded, and the 3 children were tied together and struggled wildly. But to no avail.
They got 3 more kids,
Yudon said weakly into the communicator.
Oh, why is it so noisy?
Lu Chen's voice came from over there.
The 3 of them are all equipped with sirens. So when they're added up, do you think it's noisy?
We too.
I went to turn it off.
The last word came over there, and he hung up. Yudon was stunned on the spot holding the communicator. He said, "What did he say?" Chapter 40 Human Superpowers.
Boom!
The engine roared like a beast. Restless and powerful. It is definitely not the best time to dispatch now. If you wait a little longer, let Hongyuan Racing Team and the second generation team suffer both losses. And then, they can reap the benefits by going back. But when he heard that the other party was using children as bait, there was always something in his heart that made him unable to wait any longer. Alas, since you are in a hurry to reincarnate, I will give you a ride. Lu Chen stepped on the accelerator and turned the steering wheel with both hands. The giant steel beast beneath him roared and rushed onto the road, rushing towards the direction of the Hongyuan Warehouse convoy.
Bang!
The sound of a sniper rifle sounded, and a scream came from the smoke. The high-frequency sound greatly affected the movement of the second-generation species in the smoke, and he was hit by a sniper gun. The team members thought they had succeeded and slowly approached the smoke to check.
Hi!
A sharp light flashed, and the 3 team members were cut in half from the waist, and their internal organs were spilled on the floor. The team members following them were shocked and backed away.
No retreat!
Zhang Hongtian shouted. He took a few steps forward, picked up a retreating team member in each hand, and threw him into the smoke.
Oh no! No!
The 2 team members who were thrown into the smoke screamed for a while, and then suddenly stopped screaming. They found a skinny, dark creature lying on the ground, with black blood gurgling from its body.
Team! Captain! The target seems to have been killed,
said the 2 team members who were thrown into the smoke. Zhang Hongtian's eyebrows relaxed, and he took a few steps forward. This human flesh bait is really easy to use. I managed to deal with a second-generation species in such a short time.
Dig out the crystal core,
he said solemnly.
Yes.
As soon as the voice inside finished speaking, a scream came. Suddenly, Zhang Hongtian felt that the space in front of him seemed to be distorted. In an instant, a thin and hunched figure flashed in front of him. Tisk, a white light flashed. A wound appeared on his combat uniform from his right chest to his left hip. It's over. The pupils of the surrounding team members dilated. Judging from the intensity of the monster's attack just now, the captain was about to be cut in half. After a few breaths, Zhang Hongtian still stood on the same spot. He did not split into 2 pieces as the team members expected. Instead, he grabbed the head of the monster that fell in midair. Zhang Hongtian is nearly 2 meters tall, and one big hand completely wraps up the head of the thin second-generation species. The second-generation species struggled in his hands, its nearly half-meter-long sharp claws waving feebly. Damn beast, Zhang Hongtian said with a contemptuous smile. Fortunately, this beast was seriously injured and was deeply affected by the high-frequency sound. Otherwise, even his own body would be seriously injured. He thought in his mind. It can be seen through the neatly cut-off combat uniform that the second-generation attack only left light scratches on his body. He clenched his fist hard and crushed the second-generation species' head with his bare hands. Could it be that the captain is also a person with superpowers? The surrounding team members saw him killing the second-generation species with his bare hands, and for a moment, they couldn't tell which one was the monster.
Captain! Target encountered!
A voice from another battlefield came from Zhang Hongtian's communicator.
Want to go for support?
Asked a team member next to him.
No. There's no problem over there. We'll wait for the other one to show up,
Zhang Hongtian said. It seems that this second-generation species has a high probability of mastering space-based superpowers. It can make a lot of money now, he thought while looking at the blood-red crystal core pinch between his fingers. Different from ordinary crystal nuclei that simply increase strength or damage. This kind of crystal nucleus with special functions is the most valuable.
John Hongtian carefully put the secondary crystal core into a small box on his waistband specially designed for storing crystal nuclei. Captain, the target was hit by an unknown vehicle and crashed into the building. A noisy voice came from the communicator. Unidentified vehicle? Is there a sign? John Hongtian asked. Too fast. We didn't see clearly. As long as the cars are not from Hongyuan warehouse. Destroy them all, John Hongtian said angrily. Who wouldn't run away when seeing a vehicle in Hongyuan warehouse and dare to come and grab the loot? Coming out. There's a sign. It looks like red. A red skull. Red skull. Angel of death. This little bug dares to touch the porcelain of Hongyuan warehouse? Kill him, John Hongtian said expressionlessly. Fire! Fire! Increase the firepower. Quick! So fast! Boom! A loud noise came from the communicator. Team number 4? John Hongtian shouted. Team 4? The communicator is broken? John Hongtian frowned and looked at the communicator in his hand. Armor repair. 45%. Lu Chen closed the panel and drove the chariot all the way. The front face of the tank was densely filled with machine gun bullets. And the heavy firepower still caused high damage to the armor of the current tank. He had previously used a meat grinder to kill the stone-throwing second-generation species at the same speed as the chariot, because he was afraid that it would throw boulders at the children again. After eliminating the second-generation species, he switched back to the battering ram and cooperated with the fire charge to destroy 3 off-road vehicles lined up on a road. High-speed impacts and heavy machine gun bullets once reduced the tank's armor to below 40%. Time is still tight. If the battle attracts the second-generation species from Bisui Lake, the situation will be even more critical. Getting closer to the location of the main battlefield on the radar, Lu Chen picked up the communicator. Are you ready? We're here, boss. He sent another off-road vehicle to the battlefield from another road, with the goal of directly rescuing the children. And he himself attracted everyone's attention on the battlefield from the front. Approaching the avenue where the opponent's main force was, Lu Chen drifted in. The tires and the ground made a loud friction sound that could be heard throughout the sky. Armor repaired 78%. Lu Chen stopped at the end of the road and did not continue to move forward, confronting John Hongtian's motorcade from a distance. The 4 heavy machine guns on John Hongtian's side had all aimed at Lu Chen's tank, but they did not fire. There was a brief moment of silence on the battlefield, like the preparations for a duel in a Western movie. Captain, fire? A team member asked. John Hongtian looked at the chariot with squinted eyes, and was very puzzled by the sudden stop of the chariot. Team number 4 was wiped out by this car. This car can actually destroy 3 of his cars? There must be a scam. This car alone cannot defeat the number 4 team from the front. I should remain unchanged in response to all changes. Wait and see what tricks he can come up with, John Hongtian thought while stroking his chin. Armor repaired 92%. Captain. What is he waiting for? Car broke down. Not in a hurry. Lu Chen was also a little confused. The other side didn't fire. What were they waiting for? Armor repair 100%. Chapter 41 Mission successful? Since the other party is so virtuous and waits patiently for him to repair the armor, then I should also be kind and give these bids a good time. But first, we need to attract the attention of these people and buy time for the other team, to show you how to burn yourself to death. He pressed the fire button on the panel. The high-temperature flames instantly engulfed the chariot, and waves of heat spread around. What is this? Self-immolation? John Hongtian waited for a long time, but unexpectedly an acrobatic performance came. What are you kidding here? Fire! John Hongtian shouted. When the chariot's bath of fire attracted all the frontal firepower, an off-road vehicle led a group of people around the child from behind, close to the sound source. The high-frequency sound waves would almost penetrate their eardrums. The 5 boys quickly got out of the car, endured the high-frequency sound that made them dizzy, and touched the children. The children were already unconscious, and their lives were uncertain. They used the knives they carried with them to cut the hemp rope that tied the children into a circle, preparing to cut them and take them away one by one. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The head of the boy on the far left of the crowd exploded like a watermelon, and everyone around him was sprayed with blood. There are snipers! Hurry! One person shouted sharply, and the others quickened their movements in fear. Under the high pressure of being sniped at any time, everyone became panicked. Bang! Another gunshot. The man who just spoke had a big hole blasted out of his chest. Ah! One of the boys yelled like crazy,
He dropped the knife and got up and ran to the car, not wanting to lose his life in a place like this.
Bang!
The gunshot sounded again, like a life-threatening ghost. This time the bullet struck from the flank, and the man's entire upper body disappeared. The remaining two boys finally cut the hemp rope, picked up the child and rushed to the car. The boy in the cab started the fire tremblingly. Death would come at any time, and he felt that he could no longer escape. The younger brother, who was taking care of the children, raised the communicator tremblingly. It was hard to tell whether it was blood or tears on his face.
Team! Captain! We have snipers!
After saying that, he closed his eyes. According to the interval between attacks, it was almost time for the opponent to shoot. The armor of the off-road vehicle is vulnerable to heavy sniper rifles.
Boom!
Gunfire rang out again, followed by a string of machine gun fire. The boy opened his eyes and found that his head was still there, as was the head of the buddy in front of him. The boy in front started the off-road vehicle and fled the battlefield quickly. Missed the shot from the other side? He thought to himself, but heard Yudon's curse coming from the communicator.
Nyong sheepy!
Shoot you to death.
You idiot!
It turned out that the fish balls from the other team had somehow found the location of the opponent's sniper, and were using a vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun to cover the building with fire. After the two vehicles met, they fought and retreated, leaving the main battlefield.
The other party rescued the human bait.
The voice of the sniper team came from the communicator.
Hack!
Zhang Hongtian crushed the communicator in his hand. After hearing the news that the human bait in the communicator had been taken away, he realized that the fire-breathing acrobatic car in front of him was deliberately attracting them. Human bait is not a secret at all. Just steal it. But he hates the feeling of being teased.
Get away!
Zhang Hongtian jumped onto the off-road vehicle from the side and punched the team member who was operating the machine gun. The team member was knocked out of the car with a punch and his helmet flew 7 meters away. Zhang Hongtian grasped the handle tightly and poured bullets wildly at the tank.
Boss, the mission is completed.
Yudon's voice came from the communicator.
You guys leave the school first.
After Luchin finished speaking, he turned off the communicator. After hearing that the first rescue team encountered a sniper, he immediately locked the sniper's position from the radar map, and then handed it to Yudon to save the scene. Now that he has no worries, Luchin can finally let go and perform. He canceled the fire spray. The flame curtain lowered, and the bullets from the heavy machine gun clearly hit the front of the car, because of the giant steel plate of the second-level battering ram. The armor value on the front of the tank is very high. The bullets from the heavy machine gun hit the front of the car, making a pitter-pattering sound like raindrops.
It's my turn,
Luchin said. A sudden kick on the accelerator, combined with a 50% fire charge. The Chariot roared on the road. Due to the relative speed, the bullets caused higher damage to the Chariot approaching at high speed. Tank armor, 63%. The armor value of the tank is decreasing rapidly. In an instant, the tank arrived in front of several off-road vehicles. If the Chariot hits any vehicle at its current speed, the Chariot will be destroyed. Luchin concentrated on it, feeling every tiny vibration of the car body, as if every part on the car was his own organ. With precise operations, he controlled the Chariot to move through the center of the battlefield like a dragon. While controlling the Chariot, his mind activated the supernatural space and retrieved a secondary crystal core.
What's this?
Looking at the speeding Chariot, Zhang Hongtian thought that he was going to die with him, so he subconsciously stretched out his hand to block it in front of him. But the Chariot flashed and danced in front of him as if mocking him, then rushed past and headed towards the rear.
Oh shit!
Feeling humiliated again, Zhang Hongtian became even more angry and suddenly turned his gun and shot at the Chariot. After passing through the enemy's off-road vehicle, Luchin controlled the tank and made the high-speed tank make a 180-degree spin drift. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The highly armored front faced the opponent's heavy firepower again, and the tank drove in reverse. The whole set of operations is smooth, and any mistake in it will cause the tank to roll over. Tank armor, 56%. Even in reverse, the Chariot was extremely fast, and it didn't take long to reach the end of the road. Zhang Hongtian was stunned for several seconds by the speed of the Chariot and the driver's operation, but he quickly realized that it was too late to get in the car and chase him. The sniper team was the last hurdle. The front of this tank is loaded with thick steel plates, but the side armor is not high. The heavy sniper rifle of the sniper team will definitely be able to penetrate the opponent's defense.
Bang!
A sniper rifle shot sounded as promised.
There were dozens of cracks on the car window glass where it was hit, and the super large caliber bullets from the heavy sniper rifle almost penetrated the car window. But a little bit is just a little bit, and sometimes this little bit can determine life or death. This shot had allowed Zhuang Yuan to lock his specific location. The car window is lowered. The gun is raised. The gun is aimed. The gun is shot. And the car window is raised. It operates like a movie scene. After Zhuang Yuan killed the opponent's sniper with one shot, Lu Chen controlled the chariot to drift 90 degrees, turned onto another road, and drove away. TMD. Run away! Zhang Hongtian punched a team member next to him and knocked him to the ground. He was vomiting blood and twitching. After the fight, he felt still angry and looked to the side. The team members on the side retreated one after another. The little angel of death actually dared to tease him. But after thinking about it for a while, he realized that he had nothing to lose except 3 human baits. And Zhang Hongtian calmed down a little. The most important thing is the crystal nucleus. As long as the crystal nucleus is still there. Chapter 42, Chariot Upgrade. C-Class Chariot. The most important thing is the crystal core. As long as the crystal core is obtained, the debt will be settled with them slowly. After getting the crystal core, Zhang Hongtian thought about it while feeling in his pocket. I have the crystal core in my hand. Huh? What about the crystal core? It's obviously in this pocket. Crystal core. Zhang Hongtian rummaged through his pockets, but could not find the secondary crystal core. He rummaged through his pockets faster and faster, becoming more and more impatient. Where is the crystal core? Where is the crystal core? Ah! He shouted, looked around, and found that the team members were more than 10 meters away from him. There was no one around. So he punched the rearview mirror of the SUV next to him. One punch knocked off the off-road vehicle's ear. Get in the car and chase! After leaving the battlefield, Lu Chen walked into a small forest and opened the panel. Tank armor, 26%. Judging from the current armor of the tank, it is still too dangerous to fight 4 heavy machine guns at once. As long as the opponent is in good formation, most of their armor will be consumed just to resist their attacks, let alone counterattack. Years of gaming experience tell us, what should we do if we encounter an enemy we can't defeat? Kryptonite. Lu Chen took out 3 secondary crystal nuclei from the supernatural space, which were all his reserves. Looking at these 3 neat crystal cores, Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly. After the chariot was upgraded, he could kill these people without any risk. One was dropped by a giant zombie. One was dropped by a throwing zombie. And the other was given to him by the exaggerated person on the other side. Only 2 secondary crystal cores are needed to upgrade the tank. Lu Chen opened the crystal core laboratory module and planned to select 2 from it that would have no effect on the tank. Analysis object. Secondary crystal nucleus. Skills available for analysis. Trebuchet. After unlocking, a trebuchet is mounted on the top of the tank to throw boulders. Analysis cost, corresponding to 1 second-level crystal core and 10 first-level crystal cores. Analysis time, 12 hours. Lu Chen fell into deep doubts when he looked at this skill. He said that it was high-tech. But your technological level feels like it has regressed by 1,000 years. He switched to another crystal core given by others to check the skills after analysis. Analysis object, secondary crystal nucleus. Skills available for analysis. Space jump. After unlocking, the tank will flash to anywhere within 1 meter. Analysis cost, corresponding to 1 second-level crystal core and 10 first-level crystal cores. Analysis time, 12 hours. Lu Chen's eyes lit up, then dimmed again. If the range of this skill is not half a meter, it may still be useful. But it's only half a meter, which is about enough for human use. The tank is so big, it's really not impressive enough. After reading all the crystal core analysis results, Lu Chen decided to upgrade the tank first with meat armor multiplication and trebuchet crystal cores. These 2 skills were too useless. Chariot upgrade. Upgrade the chariot from D level to C level. The attributes of the tank will be fully improved and a set of skills will be unlocked. The required second-level crystal core, 3 halves. Upgrade? Lu Chen chose to upgrade with his mind, and then selected the crystal core to be used for the upgrade. The blue data cable wrapped around the chariot, and the mechanical parts made a pleasant click-click sound of modification. It feels so good to get stronger. The upgrade time is very fast. Only 10 minutes. Lu Chen and Zhuang Yuan stared at the radar map and noticed that there were red dots circling around. They are looking for us, Zhuang Yuan said. Don't worry. Let them dance for a while.
Lu Chen said with a smile.
Yudon and the others won't be found.
Right. Zhuang Yuan was a little worried. After rescuing the child, her view of Yudon's group had greatly changed.
I asked them to leave the school, and they won't be found,
Lu Chen said. Lu Chen also felt that Yudon's group had good moral character. At least, they had not been completely wiped out by the apocalypse. After staring at the radar chart, I saw the group of people in Hongyuan warehouse circling around like mosquitoes for 10 minutes. A ding sound sounded. Chariot upgraded. Chase Lu clicked on the panel and finally finished. Body strength, Class D and Class C, explosion-proof level. Maximum speed, 500 km per hour 1000 km per hour. Fuel tank capacity, 500 L 1000 L. This is an improvement in the basic performance of the car body, with all attributes doubled. He couldn't wait to open the skill panel. What could be more exciting than upgrading the technology tree? The skill panel is opened, and the technologies on the bottom 2 floors have been fully upgraded. Prerequisite skills unlocked. Battering ram 2 fire charge 2 take a hot bath 2 high quality fuel superpower space 2. Extra skill unlocked. Bioradar. C-class tank upgrade module. Armor. Plastic armor I. Upgrade the body armor to plastic armor, which greatly improves the armor level and reduces the armor loss caused by collision. The required secondary crystal core is 1/2. Plastic armor is made of a combination of special plastic and metal, which has both elasticity and hardness. Engine. Air propulsion I. 2 air compression cannons are installed at the rear of the vehicle, which compress the air and then release it to provide strong propulsion. The required secondary crystal core is 1/2. Arms. Machine cannon I. A large caliber ballistic weapon is installed on the roof of the vehicle, which consumes fuel to generate SH/LS. It is controlled by the center console and requires 1/2 of the secondary crystal core. Energy. Afterburner fuel tank, to further improve fuel combustion efficiency and improve the power and performance of fuel equipment. The required secondary crystal core is 1/2. Science and technology. Superpower space 3. Upgrade the pickup range of the superpower space to 10 meters from the car body, and the required secondary crystal core is 1/5. Bioradar 2. Increase the radar detection range to 1000 meters, corresponding to the functional secondary crystal core 0/1. Other functions to be unlocked. Seeing so many skill modules that needed to be upgraded urgently, Lu Chen could no longer suppress his excitement. The conditions for upgrading become more difficult as he goes up. The first level crystal cores are now of little use, and he needs more second level crystal nuclei.
Is the upgrade completed?
Zhuang Yuan asked, seeing the blue line disappear. Zhuang Yuan also knew that this was a symbol that the chariot had been upgraded.
Yeah.
Lu Chen touched the steering wheel of the brand new chariot. He couldn't wait to give this steel beast a try.
Let's go and kill those buzzing mosquitoes,
Lu Chen said. After Zhuang Yuan fastened his seat belt, Lu Chen stepped on the accelerator, and the chariot rushed out. After the upgrade, the tank became easier to control, and the body was lighter. Lu Chen drove extremely smoothly, as if the chariot was a 200-pound fat man at the beginning. Now he is a bodybuilding boy with muscles all over his body. He drove the chariot onto the ring road and quickly found his target through radar. A sly smile appeared at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth, and then the smile gradually became distorted. Revenge? He smelled revenge? Chapter 43 Wow. Low asterisk.
Captain, will they escape from the school?
A team member asked. Zhang Hongtian remained silent, and he felt that this would be the case. He has sent out all the convoys to search the campus, but there is no news yet.
Keep looking. The time is so short. It's impossible to escape from the school,
Zhang Hongtian shouted. It is impossible for him to admit his failure. He is the son of Zhang Hongyuan, a new human being, and a man who wants to become the overlord of the Doomsday. How could he fail?
Captain! Found a car, but there is no red paint.
The voice of the reconnaissance team came from the communicator. Zhang Hongtian said happily.
It must be an accomplice. Force him to stop and report your location. Bishuihu, this car is going very fast, and is trying to force it to stop. All teams, gather at Bishui Lake.
Zhang Hongtian shouted into the communicator. I won't let you, the beast, escape this time. Lu Chen originally wanted to chase the enemy's large forces based on the radar map, but when passing through the Bishui Lake section, he discovered 2 reconnaissance motorcycles from Hongyuan warehouse. After seeing them, Lu Chen knew that the other party would notify the main force. I'm too lazy to look for them one by one, so let's come together.
Lu Chen slowly reduced his speed, planning to wait for the final battle on this section of road. After the two motorcycles saw the chariot, they outputted information to the communicator, then rode on the left and right sides of the chariot, speeding up and approaching the chariot. "They are coming closer." Zhuang Yuan said that Lu Chen had no reaction. So he reminded him? Lu Chen nodded. "I want to see what they can do." He originally thought that the two motorcycles would only report their directions after seeing him, and would not dare to get closer. Unexpectedly, they dared to drive over, and seemed to be doing something. "Brother, you are too brave. I just killed 3 of your off-road vehicles in seconds, and showed off my skills in front of your boss. Aren't you two scooters afraid of me when they saw me?" Instead, they drove towards me. Lu Chen kept the speed unchanged and drove slowly, preparing to let the other party give it a good performance. I saw 2 heavily armed motorcyclists riding cool motorcycles slowly catching up with the chariot. They skillfully took out a brick-like object from their backpacks, approached the chariot, and threw it against the window. Two bricks were stuck to the car windows on both sides of Lu Chen and Zhuang Yuan. Sticky bomb. Lu Chen suddenly realized. The bomb stuck behind the car window, and the 2 motorcycles instantly slowed down and distanced themselves from the tank. They then detonated the bomb. And with a bang, the sticky bomb exploded, sending out billowing black smoke. Tank armor, 98%. The progress of the tank was not affected at all, but the windows were blackened by bombs. "It seems that the defense is higher," Zhuang Yuan said happily. Lu Chen nodded. The armor improvement of this tank is really not something to be ignored. With the upgrade of the tank, Lu Chen and Zhuang Yuan's sense of security inside the tank has also been greatly improved. In addition to being happy, Lu Chen noticed through the dark rearview mirror that the 2 motorcyclists were riding up again. Lu Chen lowered the window and said to the rider, who was looking for a bomb in his backpack, "Hey!" The driver was startled, and the bomb he had just taken out fell out of his hand. He obviously did not expect that the people in the car would show up. "Brother, the car windows are blackened," Lu Chen pointed and said. The rider ignored him and continued to take out bombs from his backpack. He knew that he could not chat with the enemy during the battle. Lu Chen took out a metal baseball bat from the supernatural space, raised his hand, and hit the driver's helmet. "Keep it up! Keep it up! I'll give it to you!" The driver was hit 3 times, and his head was dizzy. He quickly slowed down and tried to get out of Chase Lu's attack range. Unexpectedly, when he slowed down, Chase Lu also slowed down. He turned left and Chen Lu also turned left, chasing him and knocking him on the head. The driver carried more than a dozen sticks. His helmet was cracked, and he finally fell headlong and ran off the road. "Huh? It feels so good." Lu Chen took a long breath and sat back in his seat. Zhuang Yuan felt that Lu Chen's behavior was a bit cruel. Unlike him, who shot another driver's head off with 1 shot. After clearing out the 2 motorcyclists, the remaining 4 off-road vehicles from Hongyuan warehouse arrived at the Bishui Lake section. Zhang Hongtian saw the chariot parked on the side of the road from a distance. Although the paint on the body was missing, he recognized through the modification marks that it was the car that played tricks on him twice. "Keep an eye on me. I must not let him go," Zhang Hongtian said fiercely into the communicator. This time he was bound to win, for off-road vehicles spread out from left to right, encircling them, and they were extremely powerful. These off-road vehicles have been modified by top mechanics at Hongyuan warehouse, and have the most cutting-edge performance. The 4 heavy machine guns on the off-road vehicle were fully loaded and fired, staring at the tank eagerly. The combat team members on the tank were high-spirited and full of momentum. Such a tiger and leopard division cannot win a small chariot. After a burst of thunder and fire, the battle ended. Everyone in Hongyuan warehouse walked peacefully. After Lu Chen saw the opponent's 4 off-road vehicles appearing, he rampaged with the strength of the C-class tanks. After losing 30% of the armor value, the opponent was reduced to a pile of rubble. "Huh? There's still one alive." Lu Chen saw a man slowly crawling out of the wreckage of the off-road vehicle. This man was able to survive the explosion. Lu Chen drove the chariot to his side. I could only hear the man muttering, "Hongyuan warehouse will avenge you." This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Chase Lu drove over him. After returning, I found that the man was still talking. "Hongyuan warehouse has a grudge." Chase Lu drove over him again. Hongyuan warehouse. Crush again. Hongyuan. After being crushed over and over again more than 20 times, the man could still speak. "He's so tough. Is he a superpower?" Zhuang Yuan asked. "Probably. Lu Chen nodded. This superpower is so terrifying. In terms of hardness, I'm afraid even I would give him a 3-point rating. Seeing that crushing was of no use, Lu Chen thought of a good way. He first turned on the camouflage option of the chariot, repainted the chariot with the Angel of Death spray paint, and then called Yudon's group back. Yudan and others were shocked speechless when they saw the tragic situation in Hongyuan Warehouse. This is the Hongyuan Warehouse with top-notch combat power. They were worried about whether Lu Chen could escape from their hands. Didn't you expect Lu Chen to single-handedly overthrow the entire convoy? Yudon and his gang got out of the car and patted Lu Chen, who fooled Lu Chen casually. He asked Yudon and others to reassemble the alarm that was removed from the child and installed it on Zhang Hantian. He remembered that there was a second-generation species that had not appeared, and the radar showed that it was in the Clearwater Lake, because this place is far away from the main battlefield, and the water blocks some high-frequency sounds. So this second-generation species never appeared. Then now is the time for this tough guy to compete with the second-generation strong acid to see who is more powerful. Chapter 44. It's a piece of cake. Lu Chen asked his younger brothers to lift Zhang Hantian and drag him away from Bisui Lake. In this way, the second-generation species can be lured to the shore, making it difficult to attack in the water. Zhang Hantian, who was being carried away, muttered, "I am Zhang Hantian. How dare you?" After Yudon heard this, he shouted to Lu Chen, "Boss, he said he is Zhang Hantian. Your surname is Zhang? Is it related to Zhang Hongyuan?" When Lu Chen heard the name, he immediately asked Yudon to get the person back. If this person is related to Zhang Hongyuan, then his role will not only attract the second-generation species in the water. He must know something about the Death Angel and the metal tower that coexists in Hongyuan Warehouse. This person can answer many of Lu Chen's questions. Now I can't let you die so easily. The sky gradually darkened, and there was a cold atmosphere on the edge of the Clearwater Lake. Lu Chen commanded the convoy to leave the Bisui Lake and led to the student dormitory under the guidance of Zhuang Yuan. You should be able to get rewards by taking Zhang Hantian back to the base, and maybe even enter the metal tower. But before that, Chase Lu had to pry something out of his mouth. "Ah, boss, you're not going back tonight?" Yudon asked in surprise when he heard Lu Chen say he would stay in school tonight. "Well, spend one night here and leave early tomorrow morning," Lu Chen said. "Boss, it's very dangerous outside at night." Lu Chen didn't reply, just looked at him quietly. That look seemed to say, "Do you think I'm afraid?" But Yudon was right. At night, zombies and alien species would be more active. Moreover, human beings' vision is hindered at night, and it is easy to encounter killing around the corner, or killing in the face when moving at night. I'll give you the location of the first-level zombies around you later, once you clear them out. That's it. In order to reassure the younger brothers, Lu Chen still added a sentence. In fact, most of the first-level zombies on campus have become food for the second-generation species, and not much is left. Now 2 second-generation species have also been cleaned up by them, and there is another one hiding in the Clearwater Lake, with no sign of coming out for a while. The entire campus should be very safe. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Yudon felt much relieved. The boys threw Zhang Hantian into a dormitory and went back to light a fire and set up pots to prepare dinner. Eat dry food in an emergency, and eat something hot when you are free. Lu Chen and Zhuang Yuan came to the room where Zhang Hantian was imprisoned. The undergraduate dormitory of Nancheng University sleeps 4 people, with a bed and a table. Walking into the room, Lu Chen saw that the basket hanging next to the bed was full of wads of tissues. Young people are full of energy. Zhang Hongqian's huge body was tied to a chair, with 2 pairs of trousers stuffed in his mouth. He saw Lu Chen walking in, shouting, Lu Chen leaned the silver metal ball, which was nearly 1 meter long, against the edge of a wardrobe and did a few gymnastics moves to stretch his muscles. This Hong Tian has a tough face and a strong body. He looks like a tough guy at first glance. It will definitely take a lot of effort to pry something out of his mouth. Lu Chen asked Zhuang Yuan to stand outside the door, firstly to be on guard, and secondly because he might have to use some unsightly interrogation techniques later. After everything was ready, Lu Chen said, "Zhang Hantian, Zhang Hongyuan's third son?" Zhang Hantian looked warily at Lu Chen, who was dangling in front of him. "I'm not very patient." Lu Chen waved the thick metal bat in front of Zhang Hantian. "I hope you can answer my questions proactively. Why did you start stocking up before the end?" Chase Lu asked.
John Hontion raised his head and said to Lu Chen.
No. No. No.
Lu Chen chuckled lightly.
There is an old saying that a man who has something to look at is a hero. I hope you can answer positively.
John Hontion.
Well.
Lu Chen hit John Hontion on the head with a bat, making a crisp sound.
Come on. I don't want to use violence either.
John Hontion blushed.
Oh. You're still in high spirits.
Lu Chen directly served him with a set of combos. Dang 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 dang. As a person with superpowers, John Hontion's body is indeed very hard. Lu Chen only lost a lot of blood after being hit with more than 10 sticks. John Hontion's muscles all over his body were congested and swollen, and he almost made a crazy sound of Lu Chen saw that he was resisting so tenaciously, and would rather die than surrender. So he decided to take some harsh measures. He kicked John Hontion to the ground, aimed his stick at John Hontion's 2 balls, and prepared for a home run.
Last chance? Say it or not.
Lu Chen gave an ultimatum.
John
Hontion shook his head desperately and struggled wildly.
Have some backbone.
Lu Chen gave him a thumbs up and then swung the bat.
Tell me. Don't tell me.
Lu Chen asked after a moment. After 14 precise blows, Lu Chen found that John Hontion had stopped struggling. Fainted? Lu Chen looked towards John Hontion.
Oops. I'm sorry.
He suddenly realized that he had forgotten to take off the pants in John Hontion's mouth.
Sorry.
Lu Chen pulled out the underwear from John Hontion's mouth. Well, John Hontion let out a long mournful cry. He collapsed on the ground, twitching all over, and tears flowed out uncontrollably.
Who is crying?
The boy outside heard the cry and said,
It seems to be coming from the room. It can't be that John Hontion. It seems so. I thought he was quite a tough guy, but I didn't expect him to cry. The boss is indeed the boss.
After the interrogation was over, Lu Chen took Zhuang Yuan back to the car. Lu Chen took out the food from the supernatural space, and the two of them had dinner.
Did the interrogation go well?
Zhuang Yuan asked. Lu Chen nodded.
It went very smoothly. The other party was very cooperative.
There's a Bakugan guy in the dormitory. I'm not kidding. Lu Chen finished chewing everything in his mouth and continued.
He doesn't know much, but he is indeed a superpower. He was thin before he got superpowers, and he became what he is now after getting superpowers. Then how did he get the superpower? Crystal core implantation,
Lu Chen said.
He was taken into the metal tower by John Hongyuan and had a crystal core implanted in a laboratory. And according to John Hontion, the structure of the crystal core is suitable for zombies. After being implanted into the human brain, it will change the structure of the brain and transform it into a zombie. Is John Hontion a zombie?
Zhuang Yuan asked in surprise. He didn't see that John Hontion had the characteristics of a zombie at all.
No.
Lu Chen shook his head slightly.
The structure of the crystal core can be changed in the laboratory, after implanting it into the human brain. According to the changes in the brain, the crystal core can be modified in turn and transformed into a state suitable for humans. The crystal nucleus can only be transformed when it is activated in the human brain. So they first implanted the crystal nucleus into the brains of ordinary people for transformation. If a crystal core is implanted in the human brain, it will soon turn into a zombie. This person is useless and needs to be replaced. The transformation of a crystal core usually requires the death of more than 20 people. So the people who were transported into the Angel of Death base in big trucks that day were used as containers for the transformation of the crystal core,
Zhuang Yuan said slowly.
But he doesn't know the origin of the metal tower. And he doesn't know why Zhang Hongyuan knew the apocalypse in advance.
Lu Chen looked at the boys eating around the campfire outside the window.
The secret of the metal tower is very important. If you want to explore the cause of the end of the world, you must unravel this secret.
Chapter 45. The Red Rabbit and the Green-Haired King Among People. Inside the
Angel of Death
base, the materials turn in point. The trophies of each team in the base need to be turned in every day, and then converted into corresponding rewards. Those who hide loot will be severely punished. Each convoy returned to the base one after another, and the captains came to the material turn-in office to hand in today's loot as usual. /OK. Brothers, all eyes are on me. Look at me. Look at me. / Lu Mao clasped his hands together and shouted loudly. Everyone's eyes were attracted to him, and they saw him take off the tactical belt from his waist.
Opening it up, there is a row of crystal nuclei on it, shining crystal light under the light. A total of 24 first-level crystal nuclei, Lu Mao said with a proud smile. Although the first-level crystal nucleus is the most common crystal nucleus, its advantage lies in its quantity. And so far, he should be the captain in the base, who has brought back the largest number of crystal cores at one time. Okay, Captain Lu Mao added a new chariot yesterday, so we have a good harvest today, Lin Zhuang congratulated. Captain Green Hair, Lu Bu is among men, and Red Rabbit is among horses, Kim Yan said. It's a joke. It's a joke. Everyone is contributing to the base. Lu Mao was very impressed, and slapped the belt on the quartermaster's table. The quartermaster is a middle-aged man who looks calm, and is responsible for the coordination and arrangement of supplies in the base. He picked up his belt, and counted points. Looking at the row of crystal nuclei on his belt, Lu Mao felt regretful that there were no secondary crystal nuclei among them. Only when the leader accepts the second-level crystal core, and a large number of survivors, will he come out of the metal tower, and count them personally. Today, no one brought back a large number of survivors, and no one harvested the secondary crystal cores. Naturally, he did not see the leader Yuji. I couldn't sleep without seeing the leader for a whole day. Lord Chief. Hello. Sir Chief. Just when Lu Mao was feeling regretful, the crowd suddenly moved out of the way, and Yuji came quickly from the crowd. Today she wore high boots, a leather skirt and black silk stockings, a tight red shirt, and still wore a white coat. As soon as Yuji appeared, everyone's eyes lit up. It was the first time for many of them to be so close to Yuji. Yuji has never appeared in a place with so many people. The smell of perfume on her body diluted the smell of tobacco and alcohol in the air. Lu Mao saw that Yuji's eyes were about to glow, and his heart was beating fast. Lady Yuji is not here to find me, Lu Mao thought in his heart. I got so many crystal nuclei today. Lady Yuji must have come out to praise me specifically. Tsukiji-sama worked so hard, and has to make a special trip just for me. I feel really ashamed. Thinking of this, Lu Mao's eyes turned red due to emotion, and he held his fist in front of Yuji. Lady Tsukihime, please make a special trip to see me. We can discuss such small matters in private from now on. Roll. Yuji didn't even look at him. Hey, that's good. Lu Mao calmly returned to the crowd. It's not embarrassing. As long as I'm not embarrassed, no one will be embarrassed. Yuji's eyes were cold, and she glanced at the crowd a few times. Where's Team 3? She asked. After Yuji asked, everyone looked left and right in the crowd to make sure. Lu Mao's complexion gradually turned into the color of pig liver. Lady Yuji wasn't just looking for him. She was actually looking for that pretty boy. That damn pretty boy. Besides being handsome, what else does he have? This morning's vengeance on the stinky bomb. The green hair, will not be a human being if I don't take revenge. It seems. You haven't come back yet? Someone in the crowd replied. Lu Mao didn't know if it was his imagination or something else. He felt that after the leader heard that the number 3 convoy had not returned, his cold face seemed to have changed. After Yuji got the result, she quickly turned around and left. After the captains of each team reported the spoils, they received dinner and went to the captain's exclusive room. This is also the place where they exchange intelligence and exchange information. No one from Team 3 came back? Lin Zhuang was the first to speak. Not one, Kamikaze said. It's a pity that a good car has been lost. Ha! Aren't you running fast? How come the whole army was wiped out? Lu Mao laughed. I didn't expect this pretty boy to die so quickly. Either way, the bastard Chiu Bin will not care about you anymore. If no one comes back, it means that no news has been sent back. It seems that Nanchang University is in deep water, Lin Zhuang said, touching his chin. Is this the first convoy in our base to be completely destroyed? Kim Yan asked. Death Angel is a small base, and there are not many resources to waste. So every time we send troops, we must be cautious. Of course it is. How can a pretty boy take on such a big responsibility? This is the end of the world, and good looks are of no use, Lu Mao said while eating. He has a great appetite now. Although this mission is dangerous, we can't bring back any information. Such good information was wasted, Lin Zhuang said. Thanks to the information I worked so hard to obtain, the Nanchang University line must be useless. Do you have any information? Lu Mao said. Kamikaze slammed the throwing knife in his hand onto a map hanging on the wall. Big things will happen in Wanda Plaza in the old city in the near future. What a big deal. It's so mysterious, Lin Zhuang said. I don't know the specifics, but the 3 major bases of the first echelon have jointly explored there 3 times. And we just got the information today. 3 days in a row?
Lin Zhuang thought again. 3 major bases to jointly explore for 3 days? Hongyuan Warehouse. Combat Command Room. Zhang Hongyuan, wearing an eye patch on one eye and a mouthful of gold teeth, sat on the leather sofa in the middle. Sitting neatly underneath was a row of his children, who were also the captains of his motorcade.
The 3rd child hasn't come back yet?
Zhang Hongyuan's mouth was shining brightly when he spoke, except for a girl dressed in Gothic style. Everyone below shook their heads in silence.
Is this right? 3 second-generation species can annihilate his entire fleet, and not even a single fish can escape?
He asked. Everyone was silent. They felt that their father was going to be angry.
Has Shanda Group sent a convoy?
Zhang Hongyuan looked at the man below with his big green eyes.
No.
The man in formal clothes shuddered and replied carefully.
Then why can't you come back?
Zhang Hongyuan slammed his fat hand on the table. He knew Zhang Hongyuan's strength, and it was more than enough to clear out 3 second-generation species. He could only fail if he was ambushed by other forces.
The 3rd brother was not smart and was killed,
Ga said with a smile. She was holding a teddy bear, stepping on a pair of thick-soled shoes on the floor, and rocking a chair. She seemed to have a different style from the others.
How is that possible?
Zhang Hongyuan shouted.
Check it out! Who else sent a convoy to Nanchung University today?
When he was angry, the layers of fat on his big face couldn't stop shaking.
Lao Wu. I will know tomorrow.
Zhang Hongyuan pointed at the man in formal clothes and said,
Yes. Yes.
The man replied in panic.
Dad is angry and wants to eat people again.
The girl giggled at the side. Chapter 46 Zhuang Yuan's Request. Zhuang Yuan's clothes are a little damaged. After everyone had dinner, Lu Chen turned on the radar and worked with them to clean up some trash fish around them. As for the 2nd-generation species in Bisui Lake, as long as it doesn't come out, it's not easy for Lu Chen to disturb others at night. With this group of boys, Lu Chen only had to report a location, and Yudon would lead the people into the building without having to do anything himself. The convoy came to the downstairs of a girl's dormitory, and Lu Chen checked the radar chart as usual.
There are relatively few zombies in this building, so they should be cleaned up pretty quickly. Well, Mr. Lu.
Zhuang Yuan hesitated.
Can I go in with them?
Lu Chen looked at Zhuang Yuan.
What's wrong?
He and Zhuang Yuan had been getting along for a while, and the relationship between the two had not only made rapid progress, but it had also warmed up slightly. Normally when you talk to the other party, you won't add a title in front of it. This time Zhuang Yuan called him Mr. Lu again. He must have some request.
This building is my dormitory. I want to go in and take a look again.
Zhuang Yuan lowered his head and pinched his fingers with each other. She had selfish motives when she initially chose to let everyone come to this place to spend the night, because not far from here was her former dormitory. There are still some important memories for Zhuang Yuan left in the dormitory.
There's nothing important, so it's okay if you don't go.
Zhuang Yuan suddenly felt that his request was a bit too much and rushed to answer before Lu Chen could speak.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Lu Chen replied decisively. Ever since Zhuang Yuan was roped in by him, he didn't talk much or complain. He just picked up the gun and just did it. Now that such a small request has to be made to him carefully, Lu Chen feels a little embarrassed.
Really?
Zhuang Yuan's big Caslin eyes lit up.
My words are still false. But you have to bring a gun and be extremely careful. Yeah.
Zhuang Yuan agreed quickly, shaking his head like chaff. Yudon and others were waiting for Lu Chen's instructions outside the chariot. But this time, they waited for a long time. Zhuang Yuan originally thought that Lu Chen could just give him a gun to defend himself. But he didn't expect that he would use that trick to conjure more than 10 pieces of self-defense equipment out of thin air, and let himself wear them one by one. Tactical vest, throwing knife, hatchet, pistol, rifle, and even 2 grenades. After turning Zhuang Yuan into a Fire Phoenix member, Lu Chen looked her up and down again before letting her go. Yu Dan and others stared at Zhuang Yuan, who got off the chariot.
Boss, what do you mean? The young lady is also going?
Yudon asked in Lu Chen's ear.
Young lady, don't talk nonsense.
Chase Lu pretended to scold him. Zhuang Yuan's face turned slightly red when he heard it, and he turned his head to the side.
This is Miss Zhuang. She wants to go back to her dormitory to take a look. You guys have to keep an eye on me. If she is injured at all, you guys will take care of her.
Lu Chen made a motion of slashing his neck with his hand.
Yes! Yes! Of course you have to take good care of the young lady.
Yudon deliberately raised his voice, this time to let the sound reach Zhuang Yuan's ears.
Go quickly,
Lu Chen said solemnly. Zhuang Yuan gave Lu Chen a cute, okay, gesture, turned around and followed everyone into the dormitory. Lu Chen couldn't go. He had to stay on the chariot at all times to prevent emergencies. After everyone left, he leaned back in his chair and played Smoke Distance. Without him, this is what we would do. The dormitory corridor was full of blood, broken glass, and all kinds of messy items scattered on the floor. From this we can imagine how desperate these unarmed students were when the apocalypse broke out. Yudon took the lead, and the rest of the team members wrapped up Zhuang Yuan to protect him. The cleanup team worked their way up one level at a time, moving efficiently and effectively. This team, tempered in the apocalypse, has become a powerful force. Soon the team arrived at the floor where Zhuang Yuan's dormitory was located, and they found that there were several zombie corpses lying in the corridor on this floor. The cleanup team passed through the zombie corpses lying on the corridor. To be on the safe side, they all performed touch-up shots. Approaching Zhuang Yuan's dormitory, Yu Dan and others only saw a generous girl sitting by the door, covered in blood.
Sister Xiaohua,
Zhuang Yuan shouted, then quickly shut up. The person lying on the ground is her dormitory evergreen Xiaohua. Rong Xihua's hands and feet were wrapped in textbooks. She wore an electric bicycle helmet on her head, and she held a broken iron clothes drying pole in her hand. Around her, there were some canned food, bread and other food scattered around. It seemed that a fierce battle broke out between her and the zombies. Everyone thought. Zhuang Yuan squeezed through the crowd surrounding her, and came to Rong Xiaohua. There was a hideous wound on her neck. Zhuang Yuan felt sad when she saw the wound. She kept a distance, and put her hand on Rong Xihua's.
Sister Xiaohua, I'm back.
Rong Xiaohua heard the voice, and turned around with difficulty. Her face was covered in blood, and there were signs of imminent transformation on her forehead. She glanced at Zhuang Yuan and tried her best to put on a smile.
Our Xiaoshuang is back.
She wanted to raise her hand and touch Zhuang Yuan's face like before, but she tried for a while, but put it down feebly.
Do Sister Hua a favor,
she said slowly.
Kill me.
This woman is a person, Yudon and others thought in their hearts. Not only did he bring down so many zombies with some inferior weapons, moreover, when faced with the zombie transformation, he did not cling to life like ordinary people, thinking that becoming a zombie would at least be better than death.
Yes.
Zhuang Yuan gritted his teeth and nodded, then turned around and took the fire axe from the hand of a boy behind him. Any second of hesitation now will increase Sister Xihua's pain.
Thank you.
Rong Xiaohua smiled and closed her eyes. The hand lifts and the axe falls. Seeing the scene in front of them, Yudon and others had a great change in their image of Zhuang Yuan. Previously, I thought she was just a vase carried by the boss. But now I realize that the boss's woman is indeed not that simple.
Let's move, Sister Hua. My dormitory is at the back.
Zhuang Yuan's emotions calmed down quickly. She knew that the end of the world was not the time to be pretentious. She had already troubled everyone, and could not waste any more time now. After several people moved Rong Xihua's generous body to the side, Yudon took a big hammer and smashed the door handle of the dormitory.
Boom! Boom! Sister Hua, please stop knocking.
A female voice suddenly came from inside the door. Yudon stopped the hammer in his hand when he shouted. Everyone was surprised. There was someone else inside.
Rong Xiaohua, are you human? If you come in, you will kill us all.
Another voice came. Li Rongrong and Zhang Yihan. These were Zhuang Yuan's other two roommates. She didn't expect that they were still alive. However, the excitement of meeting his companions was quickly suppressed. When Zhuang Yuan heard what they said, he had a bad suspicion in his heart. Chapter 47. It's not like I don't pick fish balls either.
Sister Xiaohua is dead. I am Zhuang Yuan.
Zhuang Yuan said in a deep voice. The voice inside the door obviously paused for a while and said,
Really? Are you Zhuang Yuan? Is Rong Xiaohua dead? Sister Xiaohua was bitten by a zombie, so I killed her. You killed her? Weren't you bitten?
The voice inside said after hesitating for a long time.
I haven't been bitten. Please open the door, and I'll come in to get something. No, that's not possible. How do we know where you come from? We don't know if you have been bitten by a zombie, and the cat's eyes are full of blood. We can't even tell if you are Zhuang Yuan.
The voice inside said sternly. Zhuang Yuan's request to enter was rejected.
If you don't open the door, I will break it down. Zhuang Yuan said. What? What are you doing? Do you want to harm us? Sister Zhuang Yuan, go downstairs. I'll throw the things down. We really don't dare to open the door. Zhuang Yuan was getting a little impatient waiting. And now was not the time to dilly-dally. And she knew in her heart the usual style of these two people. And Rong Xiaohua's death had a lot to do with these two people. Zhuang Yuan winked at Yudon, who picked up a sledgehammer and smashed the door lock. Boom! Boom! Zhuang Yuan, are you crazy? The abusive cries of Li Rongrong and Zhang Yihan came from the door. With a bang, the door lock was smashed open by Yudon's sledgehammer. He kicked the door and kicked away all the suitcases blocked behind the door. After the door was violently broken open, Zhuang Yuan took the lead and walked in. As soon as she entered the dormitory, she saw Zhang Yihan and Li Rongrong holding table legs with spikes facing her. They thought Zhuang Yuan was the only one. So even if she broke in, the two of them would have the upper hand. What I didn't expect was that there were 7 or 8 big men following Zhuang Yuan. Moreover, Yudon's group has been struggling in the apocalypse for so long, and they look dirty and vicious. When Li Rongrong and Zhang Yihan saw this formation, they immediately softened and threw the table legs in their hands on the ground. Zhuang Yuan, we didn't mean it. We were really afraid that you would be bitten by a zombie, Zhang Yihan said. Sister Zhuang Yuan, we are just girls. We are really scared. So we dare not open the door. Li Rongrong cried. Zhuang Yuan ignored the two of them, walked around them, and went directly to his desk to pack his things. Following Zhuang Yuan, Yu Dan and others also came closer. When Li Rongrong saw these people, he started crying loudly. Zhang Yihan also trembled and lowered her head. It's over. It's over. This vixen Zhuang Yuan has hooked up with so many wild men outside. And now they are going to suffer. Looking at the fish eggs coming over, Li Rongrong jumped directly into Zhang Yihan's arms. Zhang Yihan said tremblingly, Zhuang Yuan, although we have spread some bad words towards you before, you don't need to retaliate against us like this. Revenge? What revenge? Zhuang Yuan asked doubtfully. These men. They. Zhang Yihan looked at Yu Dan and others in horror. In this lawless apocalypse, would these unkempt ordinary men be able to do anything good if they met 2 innocent and lovely college students? Li Rongrong and himself? Thinking of this, Zhang Yihan's eyes turned red, and her body was immediately unclean. What are you two doing here crying and crying? Yudon yelled. He just followed in to protect Zhuang Yuan. But he was suddenly accused of having evil intentions by these 2 girls. And he felt angry. You two don't usually look in the mirror. Do you? You Guangrong, am not picky either. What a shrimp. Where's the snake? Yudon threw the mirror in front of the 2 ordinary and confident little fairies, and made a sound of disgust. What? When Li Rongrong and Zhang Yihan heard what Yudon said, they almost got up, took a photo of him and posted it on the little sweet potato. But thinking about the large number of people on the other side, and the fact that my mobile phone had no internet connection, I still endured it. Li Rongrong saw that the other party seemed to have no intention, and his crying gradually stopped. At this time, Zhuang Yuan packed his things, put a backpack neatly on his back, and walked out. Zhuang Yuan, you just left like that? Zhang Yihan asked. Otherwise, I'm just coming in to get some stuff. You? Zhang Yihan didn't expect that Zhuang Yuan really just came in to get things. He didn't want to snatch their supplies. And those men didn't care about them either. This made her feel ignored, and her pride did not allow this to happen. You broke our door lock. How can we 2 girls survive in the future? Li Rongrong added in time when she saw that she was silent for a while. Why don't you just change to another dormitory? Zhuang Yuan left after saying this. No. You have to take us with you, they both said in unison. Even a fool could see that Zhuang Yuan's group was well equipped, and following them would definitely be safer than staying in the dormitory. Hearing this, Zhuang Yuan stopped. Originally, she didn't intend to pursue it, but the other party kept jumping on her face. How did Sister Xiaohua die? Zhuang Yuan asked coldly. Zhang Yihan and Li Rongrong looked at each other with guilty expressions. The 3 of us went out to look for food. She was bitten by a zombie, so she decided to stay outside because she didn't want to hurt us. After a brief silence, Zhang Yihan spoke. Zhang Yihan lied, but she thought it was perfect, and judging from Zhuang Yuan's previous character, she would definitely believe it. But what she didn't know was that Zhuang Yuan was no longer the same Zhuang Yuan as before. Sister Xiaohua has told me everything. Whoever tells the truth first will be taken away by me. Zhuang Yuan's eyes were cold. Zhang Yihan was stunned for a second. She knew it was a lie. Rong Xiaohua was obviously bitten until she breathed her last. How could he tell her everything? It was her. It was she who killed Sister Xiaohua. Li Rongrong suddenly shouted loudly. Sister Xiaohua went out to look for supplies alone and was chased by zombies. After finally running back to the dormitory door, she could save Sister Xiaohua as long as she opened the door. But she refused to open the door, saying that zombies would rush in if she opened the door. Sister Xiaohua said that the zombies were still far away and kept knocking on the door. But she wouldn't open the door. Finally, the zombies caught up and bit Xiaohua. Sister Xiaohua, alive at the door, Li Rongrong said as he collapsed on the ground, bursting into tears. Her decisive betrayal made Zhang Yihan unable to do anything, and she hesitated to say what she wanted to say. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Zhang Yihan could no longer express her last quibble. Ah! Li Rongrong screamed. Zhuang Yuan pointed his gun at Li Rongrong again. Zhuang! Sister Zhuang Yuan? I told you the truth. It's her! Bang! Another gunshot rang out, echoing in the corridor. Let's go! Zhuang Yuan put away his gun and turned around to leave. Yudon and the others looked at each other, scratched their heads and followed. They did not surround Zhuang Yuan this time. This woman seemed little need for protection. Chapter 48. Do you know who my dad is? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Early in the morning, Lu Qing got up and danced enthusiastically. Even though the armor of the chariot was strong, he still wanted to have a strong body just in case. I wonder if Zhang Hengqian's crystal core can be implanted in my brain, Lu Qing thought. His crystal core has been modified to fit the human brain. Theoretically, that crystal core can be implanted into anyone's brain to give him superpowers. After Chase Lu finished dancing, everyone woke up one after another. Zhuang Yuan told Lu Qin what happened in the student dormitory last night. He felt that Zhuang Yuan did a very good job and was neat and tidy. In peaceful times, this kind of person can only make others disgusted by their scheming, and others will get over it without caring. But in the last days, it is very likely to kill others. Just pure cancer. Everyone packed up their things and arranged the formation according to Lu Qin's request by the Bubiswi Lake, preparing to hunt the second-generation species in the lake. Based on the previous tragic situation of Shanda Group's fleet, Lu Qin speculated that the second-generation species attack must be related to some kind of highly corrosive solution, and there is a high probability of a long-range attack. In this case, it is very important to arrange the battlefield. Other vehicles that were hit must have crashed and killed people. As for the tank, Lu Qin had never seen its performance against strong corrosive solutions, so he couldn't guarantee that it could withstand it. Lu Qin installed all Zhang Hengqian sirens on the top of the tank, allowing the tank to form a MT to attract the firepower of the second-generation species, while others were responsible for the firepower output. After taking out the sound-isolating headphones from the supernatural space and putting them on everyone except Zhang Hengqian, the combat plan officially began. Lu Qin turned on the siren and made a harsh high-frequency sound. Although they couldn't hear it, Yu Dan took his younger brother to throw grenades and various explosives into the lake. Boom! 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 The grenades and explosives made a muffled sound after entering the water. It's moving! Lu Qin stared at the radar map, and the highlighted red dot was approaching them quickly. Get in the car! Lu Qin commanded Yudon and others through the communicator. Bang! As a water column exploded, a toad nearly 3 meters high jumped out. Its whole body was green, as if covered with moss, and its skin was covered with bulging bumps, which seemed to contain some kind of liquid. Alien. They are not ordinary second-generation zombies, but second-generation alien species. Their combat power is 1 level higher than that of second-generation zombies. After the giant toad jumped out of the water, it spat out a mouthful of 1,000-year-old phlegm toward the chariot. You don't even say low, but start fighting as soon as you come up? Lu Qin stepped on the accelerator to dodge the attack, and the spit shot onto the ground. Black smoke soon appeared on the asphalt road, and it dented. Bang! 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 Yu Dan and others shot at the alien species. After picking up the trophies from Heng Yuan's warehouse, their convoy also had 2 heavy machine guns. The bullet made a popping sound when it came into contact with the alien's skin, and was completely corroded before it had time to exert its power. It was so corrosive that the bullet was dissolved as soon as it penetrated the skin. Lu Qin stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the distance. This alien must be kept away from the lake, not giving it room to escape.
and then using the speed of the chariot to kill him. Seeing that the others could not cause harm to him, the aliens ignored them and chased towards the chariot. It is also very fast and can keep up with the chariot, and it also spits out venom to attack from time to time. Lu Chen relied on the high movement speed of the chariot to avoid attacks one after another and lure the alien species away from the lake.
It's over! It's over!
Zhang Hantian thought to himself as he saw Lu Chen's embarrassing appearance as he drove away. In his opinion, the strength of this alien species is extraordinary. The crystal core in its body possesses very powerful abilities. This kid is going to fall into trouble here.
Ha! Run away! You bunch of idiots!
Zhang Hantian, who was tied to the SUV compartment, laughed.
You boss is done playing. Follow me back to the Hongyuan warehouse. I will ensure that you have enough food and clothing and become a master,
he said to Yudon, who was operating the machine gun. Yudon has seen Lu Chen break his understanding time and time again, and now he has no doubts about Lu Chen's strength. As long as the boss says it will work, then it will work. He punched Zhang Hantian in the face and said,
You are full of smooth talk. If I keep making noise, I will kill you.
After the beating, Yudon took a breath and shook his hands. This girl's head is really strong.
Kill me? Do you know who my father is?
Zhang Hantian said angrily. Even a little minion dared to punch and kick him.
Your father is me.
Yudon pulled the rifle and smashed it on his head. This time he felt much better, and his hand didn't hurt.
Damn it! Let me go now! You still have a chance to survive. Otherwise my father will find you and uproot your angel of death base.
Hack! Yudon pushed the gun down again. A car and a frog chased each other back and forth. Lu Chen observed the trajectory of the alien species through the rearview mirror. It was almost there, he predicted, and controlled his hands and feet at the same frequency, causing the car body to drift 180 degrees. The alien toad was stunned. Is this kid not running away? It gathered strength on both sides of its mouth, and then sprayed thick green phlegm towards the chariot. Fire charge. 20% of the fuel is pumped in. Lu Chen stepped on the accelerator, and with a bang, accompanied by raging fire, the chariot rushed towards the alien toad. Lu Chen did not avoid the attack trajectory of the alien toad, but used his speed to directly cross the impact point of the attack. Speed is power. The alien toad was frightened by the sudden counterattack of the chariot. This speed was different from the thing it was chasing just now. Seeing that there was no time to dodge, the alien toad puffed up its mouth, trying to resist the impact. The distance between the two sides was instantly shortened. Lu Chen accurately found the right moment and stepped on the brakes. At the same time, the battering ram unfolded and turned into a meat grinder. The tires made a loud noise as they rubbed against the ground, leaving deep black scratches on the ground. The moment the chariot stopped, Lu Chen pressed the ejection button, and the meat grinder quickly shot towards the alien toad. With the original momentum of the projectile and the huge inertia, the meat grinder slammed into the alien toad's body. The blade rotated rapidly, cutting open the body of the alien toad before being corroded. The alien toad had no time to scream and exploded instantly, spraying venom all over the sky. Its defense is not strong, but the venom in its body can instantly corrode bullets and other attacks. But the huge meat grinder coupled with the super high speed was still able to cut through its body faster than his corrosive solution. However, as the venom corroded it, the meat grinder, which was almost as big as the front of the car, disappeared into the venom. The venom that burst out splashed on the chariot. The body of the chariot was obviously corroded, and the chariot's armor dropped rapidly. It seems that the armor of the tank becomes very vulnerable to highly corrosive attacks. Lu Chen quickly reversed the vehicle. In just a few seconds, the venom sprayed on the tank had already reduced the armor of the C-Class tank by 20%. If I had just chosen to hit it, I would have been drinking soup at Naiha Bridge by now. Chase Lu was frightened for a while. Chapter 49 Returning Home in Glory. After the hissing sound of erosion, the chain connecting the meat grinder in front of the chariot was retracted empty. Well, this thing should be able to be regenerated using crystal nuclei.
What a powerful venom!
Zhuang Yuan also said in horror, around the body of the alien toad. The place where the venom was splashed was devastated. Lu Chen nodded and opened the panel. 3 first-level crystal cores were needed to repair the tank this time. There were exactly 3 first-level crystal nuclei left, and Lu Chen spent them all. After waiting for a long time, the venom around the alien toad was exhausted, and the tank was repaired. Chase Lu cautiously drove forward and inhaled the secondary crystal core at the very edge of the supernatural space. This was the second-level crystal nucleus of a different species. He was very much looking forward to seeing what capabilities the crystal nucleus of such a powerful mutant toad could reveal. After repeatedly making sure that there was no residual venom on the crystal core, Chase Lu took it into his hands, opening the crystal core laboratory. The information about this crystal core was unfolded in front of Lu Qin. Analysis object. Secondary crystal nucleus. Skills available for analysis. Burning heart and bones. After unlocking, the Chariot's ballistic attack weapons can obtain venom special effects, significantly improving the armor-piercing ability of the attack. Analysis cost, corresponding to 1 second-level crystal core and 10 first-level crystal cores. Analysis time, 12 hours. Passive skills? Lu Qin closed the panel. Ballistic weapons should refer to weapons such as machine guns that can be upgraded later. Is this already powerful machine gun still unable to take off when coupled with heart-burning and bone-burning effects? Give me an angle, and I can shoot through the earth. Lu Qin took back the secondary crystal core with satisfaction and drove together with Yudon and others. When Yudon saw the chariot approaching in the distance, he couldn't help feeling proud. So he hit Zhang Hongtian again.
You're dumbfounded. Who told you to run away?
Yudon taunted him.
Oh.
The boy in the other car raised his gun and shot into the sky to celebrate Lu Qin's return. Zhang Hongtian stared blankly at the chariot heading this way. He was indeed dumbfounded. How is this possible? How is this possible? The venom can corrode bullets before causing damage. How can this tank win? And even if he wins, how can this car be intact? When the chariot arrived in front of Zhang Hongtian, he found that not only was the chariot intact, it was even cleaner than before. Is there any royal method?
Ha ha ha.
Zhang Hongtian looked up to the sky and smiled.
Ha ha ha. Who am I? Where am I? And who is my special code? Crazy?
Lu Qin asked Yudon.
I was fine just now, but suddenly I went crazy.
Yudon spread his hands and said that he had done nothing.
Now!
Lu Qin threw a pack of veterinary anesthetic to the fish eggs.
Let him be quiet.
After dealing with the last second-generation species, the convoy rumbled on its way back. Lu Qin thought in his mind while driving. Except for the 2 crystal cores he used to upgrade, there are 2 more crystal nuclei, plus 1 Zhang Hongtian and the crystal nucleus in his body. I wonder if these trophies can give me a chance to enter the metal tower. His instinct told him that there would be something important inside the metal tower. The sun was scorching in the sky, and heat waves could be seen on the ground. In order to prevent sneak attacks, members of the Lear organization cleared all the trees around the base. The base guards on duty stood on the city wall, sweating uncontrollably. Li Gang was also among the guards on duty. Compared with other lazy teammates, Li Gang stood upright. He has had a dream of being a soldier since he was a child, but due to various reasons, he was unable to fulfill his dream. Although his current identity is not a soldier at all, he still holds himself to the high standards of the soldiers on TV. Li Gang looked at the long road in front of the base and seemed to see a motorcade in a trance.
Alert! Alert!
He shouted. No convoy would return at noon, which was most likely an enemy attack. The city defense troops took action at his call, and the people on the watchtower looked at the convoy with binoculars.
It's Team 3!
He exclaimed. When Li Gang heard the name of convoy number 3, he immediately climbed up the watchtower in 3 steps and 2 steps at a time. Looking through the telescope, it turned out to be the number 3 convoy. Moreover, he saw Lu Qin and the girl sitting in the car, ruling out the possibility of the enemy disguising themselves.
Convoy number 3 is back. Inform the leader. Convoy number 3 is back. Inform the leader.
Li Gang shouted to the bottom of the city wall. He didn't know why, but he felt a little excited. The metal tower has 5 underground floors. In the dark laboratory, the light strips beside the metal walls flickered with a faint blue light. In the center of the laboratory, a man was soaked in a cylindrical container, with various metal cannulas connected to his body. His brain was cut open, and a crystal core was embedded in the brain. Dozens of precision mechanical hands worked nervously on it. Not far in front of the container, there was a man sitting in a lab coat and a metal helmet with a nervous look on his face. Tsukihime and a group of experimenters stood in a row behind him. After a while, the man sitting in the chair twitched all over and collapsed in the chair. Another experimenter quickly took off his helmet, put it on his head, and took his place in the chair. They are using their brain power to control those machines. This cycle continued until all the experimenters were carried down. After no one wore the helmet, the lights above gradually dimmed. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The lights in the laboratory also dimmed, and the metal arms inside the container no longer worked. The laboratory fell into darkness. Yuji walked out of the laboratory with a solemn expression, and the crisp sound of high heels echoed in the laboratory corridor. She took the elevator to the 3rd floor, and the metal doors opened automatically after recognizing her face. She stopped at a room at the end of the corridor and walked in. The pure white metal room was filled with various medical equipment. In the center of the room lay an old man who looked like a withered skeleton. Yuji took a few steps forward and stood beside the bed. The old man slowly opened a pair of pure black eyes without whites.
How's it going?
When he spoke, his voice was like an old bellows, old and mocking.
The progress is still very slow. Those experimenters cannot control the power of the machine heart at all,
Yuji said. The old man closed his eyes and was silent for a long time before opening them again.
How is that special person you mentioned last time? After I sent him a mission, he didn't come back. He must be dead. Huh? Cough. Cough. Cough.
The old man chuckled and then coughed.
If you can't even complete ordinary tasks, you should be a loser. You've made a mistake. Yes.
Yuji lowered her head and replied.
Go ahead. 3 days. If the analysis of the crystal core cannot be completed within 3 days, kill all the waste and replace it with a new batch. Yes.
Yuji answered, turned and left. The old man looked at her seductive back and showed a greedy and evil smile. After Yuji walked out of the room, the metal door closed behind her, and an experimenter hurriedly came to greet her at the door.
Lady Tsukihime, Convoy number 3 is back.
Chapter 50 confused Yuji.
Convoy number 3 is back?
Yuji subconsciously repeated. When she heard the news, she was so cold and calm that she almost lost her composure. Could it be that they encountered some kind of threat and hid somewhere for a whole day, only to dare to escape this morning? Yuji folded her arms in thought. Her chest was so crowded that it was like mountains and waves. The experimenter beside him rationally warned himself not to watch, and his sensibility broke through the bottom line again and again. His head kept lowering, and his eyes kept glancing upward.
Go and have a look.
Yuji finished thinking. She wanted to see what the man could bring back.
Yes.
The experimenter breathed a sigh of relief, and when he raised his head and looked at Yuji, he took the opportunity to satisfy his sensual part. I'm ready. After being inspected by flat-headed brotherly gang, the heavy base door slowly opened. To Lu Chen's surprise, the 3 circles inside and outside the door were full of people. After seeing the motorcade appear, people started talking. The appearance of Lu Chen in the past few days has brought a lot of talk to people's boring base life. From single-handedly challenging giant zombies to instantly killing a group of old team captains to win the first place in racing. He stayed away all night after that. In just one day, the story of Lu Chen's mysterious origin was circulated in the base for more than a dozen versions. Now Lu Chen led the number 3 convoy to spend a night outside the dangerous wall and returned intact, which once again aroused widespread discussion in the base. The hatch of the metal tower slid open, and Yuji walked out, with the rhythmic sound of high-heeled shoes hitting the ground and the sound of duong, duong on her chest. Yuji walked slowly. The crowd of onlookers exited a path as Yuji penetrated. She did not speak to Lu Chen first, but looked around and said coldly,
Nothing to do?
When the onlookers heard this, they immediately dispersed in all directions. No one in this base dared to disobey Yuji's order. Yuji looked at the 3 vehicles in good condition, becoming more confident in her guess, and her expectations for Lu Chen were also lowered. Sure enough, he found a place to hide.
How was the mission?
Yuji asked as usual. Although they failed in this mission, Yuji would not go into details due to the super high performance of the Chariot during yesterday's race. Her initial hope was just for them to come back with some information and test Lu Chen's loyalty and strength.
It's basically done,
Lu Chen said.
Huh?
Tsukiji frowned, showing a confused expression.
Is it basically done?
For such a dangerous mission, you don't even have a scratch on your car. Are you telling me that it's basically completed? An anger brewed in Yuji's chest. She hated others teasing her, and Hongmao was a lesson to her. Lu Chen nodded, stretched out his hand in front of Yuji, and spread it out. 2 blood-red secondary crystal nuclei lay quietly in his hand. You are so good at the secondary crystal core. The experimenter behind Yuji quickly stepped forward, carefully picked up the crystal core in Chenlu's hand with tweezers, and put it into the storage box. Yuji looked confused. The second-generation breeder, who could eat up several Shanda group teams,
was actually taken care of by just one of his teams? However, she was surprised. After a few seconds, Yuji calmed down again. It seemed that no other hostile forces appeared. If the intervention of other forces is not considered, sending Lin Zhuang's #1 convoy can also complete the mission. Therefore, retrieving 2 secondary crystal nuclei is still within Yuji's acceptance range. That's right. You? Yuji wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Lu Chen. Throw the person down, Lu Chen said to Yudon. Yudon and a few other boys climbed into the car and worked together to lift Zhang Hongtian out of the cargo box. Who is this? Yuji asked. Zhang Hongtian, the third son of Zhang Hongyuan, the leader of Hongyuan Warehouse, Lu Chen said casually, as if talking about a trivial matter. The 2 experimenters behind Yuji froze in place as if struck by lightning. Yuji was also in a trance for a few seconds. Zhang Hongtian? She confirmed again. Zhang Hongtian, true to his word, gave him 2 liters of anesthetic, hoping that he would not die. Yuji looked at Lu Chen again, with a mixture of emotions in her eyes. Lu Chen looked at her calmly, wondering how she would handle it next. After Yuji thought for a while, she said to the experimenter behind her, "Send someone up to carry him in." Then he turned to Lu Chen, with a red glimmer in his eyes. Lu Chen said in his heart as he activated the skill again. Lu Chen, sure enough. The voice of calling exploded in his mind. Tsukihime turned into a bloody monster, and the world turned scarlet, and she was pulled into a hallucination. Lu Chen was speechless for a while. Hey, he was going to be shocked again. A few more shocks would cure his internet addiction. Ding! It is detected that the host's consciousness is forced offline again. Does it need to be recalled? Recalled? Chase Lu's consciousness flashed. Zit's easy. A warm feeling flowed through, and Lu Chen felt filled. The world changed back to its original state again, and Chase Lu escaped from Yuji's illusion control. Take off all your weapons and follow me. Yuji's voice echoed in his mind. Hey, why is my body out of control? Lu Chen pretended to be stiff, took out a pistol from his clothes and placed it on the seat. Lu Chen, what's wrong with you? Zhuang Yuan said hurriedly. Lu Chen blinked at Zhuang Yuan, indicating that he was in control. When he opened the door and got out of the car, Lu Chen opened the door and got out of the car after putting down his weapon. Yuji turned around and led Lu Chen towards the metal tower. She stood at the cabin door. A probe above the hatch sent out a blue data line and swept across her body. After the scan is completed, the green light on the hatch flashes, and the hatch slides open to one side. Biometric information testing. And only those who have completed registration can enter the metal tower. Otherwise, the defense mode of the metal tower will be activated. Yuji walked in and said to a display screen next to the door, "Add new visitor information." She wanted to add Lu Chen's biological information so that Lu Chen could enter the metal tower. The blue data line swept across Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen felt that this data line was a bit familiar. Why is this thing exactly the same as the data cable that appears when the tank is upgraded? After scanning, the green light on the hatch flashed, and a panel suddenly popped up in front of Lu Chen. Welcome, Master. When did I become the Master? Lu Chen wondered in his heart. Yuji was also confused. When entering as a temporary visitor, the yellow light should be flashing. How could it be the green light flashing? Lu Chen pretended to be calm and looked at Yuji, and the air fell into awkward silence. You see what use I am? I don't know. The current situation is like your friend inviting you to his home, but you took out the key to his home from your pocket. Come in, Yuji said. Lu Chen walked into the metal tower. The lights on the cold silver metal walls lit up in rows, and the display lights on the ground gradually lit up. The panel that Lu Chen had just closed popped up again. Master, please set the appropriate indoor temperature and favorite music. Ah, could it be that the tank system can be used not only in tanks? Why does this metal tower feel like it can be controlled by me?